Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes.
Oh, really? See?
Do they have it?
Oh, they do. Good to know.
Getting it to my office for me to
awkward. How are you?
I certainly can't do that.
Since y'all, how'd you everyone say?
He's a beast, trying to figure out exactly.
Hey, how are you, sir? Good, nice to see you. Thank you. Welcome.
Mike, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? All those titles, 'cause that. Hey, thank you for being here. Nice to meet you. Oh,
She picked it out. She found a tie and you know, I had to get one of those little doodads to. Hey, how are you, sir? That you fold it into it and it just slides right in. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
No, we're going to be out of here by 10
Feeling a lot better than what I was. Whew. That was the worst kind of thing to go through. I said I never want to go
Which
through that
time
ever again.
zone?
If that bump reappears, it's staying. Take every picture you want.
Stop
it's all
it.
staying. It was. I never had a headache so bad that it would make me.
Yeah.
So I never want to go through that.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little poorer today.
Well, I told you, when you call, I'm going to answer.
Seen you in the hall,
I
but you have
will.
to get the
Absolutely. I meant that. So, absolutely. You do good stories. So I appreciate what you do. All right. Take care.
you know what? I was telling my wife there's something going on.
I think we'll need this for a
Yeah, that's what I
public
said too.
participation this time. God, that was,
Yeah, go with it.
we don't usually get that. Are you all right?
Yeah.
You sort. I've pulled a. I've got a disc slipped in my neck, and I can hardly. If I look up tight, it's because I am.
Correct, yeah. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Into a charging station.
Why?
Oh, that painful.
I'm pro, what is it, combustion.
Can I get a pen? And can we make it? Oh, I have a drawer?
Yeah,
Never
yeah,
mind.
sure. Right here. There you go.
Okay, never mind.
So,
He's got one.
but I'm still getting used to it. But they tell me
It was a very nice Easter. Thanks for staying on.
Separate, you both can adjust it your own way.
You know, I appreciate your tenacity with it. I know you would. I just wanted to say thank you to you. I appreciate that you're. Okay.
She here?
Should be good. There's, if you need no
When we get closer to that, I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You guys are
I have to. Yeah. All right, it's 4 o'clock. If everybody wants to find a seat, we'll get started in about 30 seconds.
Look, the beach is right, the water's right there.
What's up, buddy? Troy? Hey, man, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Don made it in?
I'm here. Let the pigeons loose and the banners fly. Too good to be true, but I'm here. Feast your eyes on me.
How'd your day go?
Oh, hey man, how you been, bud? Nice to see you. I did. A little bit. Yeah, I'll. You have a good Easter?
A bad agenda.
Did you? Yeah, it was good.
Breeze through that.
I say before 10 p.m.
I do too. That's what I told staff. They
Oh,
laughed
for
at
the.
me.
Oh yeah.
Step back.
Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we are going to get started.
Okay.
Councilman Santiago and I are assuring you we will be out of here before 10 o'clock. Does anybody else concur?
Over and under on that, or?
Yeah.
I have
No,
a
sir.
new roll of duct tape.
9:25, okay. It's good to see everybody here. We will call the April 18th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4:01. And as you know, as some of you may know, we start our council meetings with an invocation and then a pledge of allegiance. I'll ask you to stand in just a minute for the invocation, but I do want to let you know that the invocation is open to all faith groups in Volusia County. If you are interested in participating in that, just send an email with that request to the letter K, Green at volusia.org. That's Carissa Green over there, and she will give you all the information you need and get you set up. This evening, tonight we have the Reverend Brad Connolly of Stetson Baptist Church, who will lead us in the invocation. If you would stand with me and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Let's pray. God, there's so much work that needs to be done today, but we just want to pause for a moment to give thanks. The Bible refers to you as the great healer. So many of us are suffering from physical ailments, and I pray that you would comfort them and provide healing according to your will. The Bible also calls you the great provider, so I pray for those who have needs that you would use us all to meet those in need. The scripture also refers to you as a wonderful counselor. God, I pray that you would provide insight today so that all the work that is done in this room is with great care and wisdom. Finally, God, I want to thank you for the land. You are for our community. You are for our families. And God, you are for us. Lord, what will happen in this room today is very important. I pray for the courage to make difficult decisions and the patience and grace necessary to handle disagreements honorably. Lord, heal our land and draw us into an ever-deepening, more meaningful relationship with you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Really? Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a full council, so we will proceed, and we will begin with public participation. So we have a few members of the public who have come to speak, and we are always glad for that. That's why one of the reasons we went to evening meetings, so more of the public could participate. So welcome. When I call your name, if you would just come to the podium here, there is a button on it. You can raise it or lower it, because we want you to use the microphones. There's two mics there, so that it's recorded for the public that is listening. And you'll have 3 minutes to talk about any issue that you care to. First, we have Alec Redner. And also, if you would, when you come up, just tell us what part of the county you're from, so we know where you live.
Good day. So, my questions are, why hasn't the Florida State Attorney General or the Volusia County Mike Shitwood investigated the COVID-19 patients that were murdered by psychiatrists who were illegally Baker Acted, and they were killed with remdesivir derivatives, and ventilators? And this was all at Advent Health in Halifax. Why hasn't Sheriff Shitwood investigated the COVID-19 vaccine deaths in the hospitals? Why doesn't the Florida State Surgeon General release the COVID-19 data on the remdesivir deaths and COVID-19 vaccine deaths in the Florida hospital? Why hasn't Volusia County Sheriff Shitwood refused to investigate the deadly collaboration between the Volusia County Department of Health and the Chinese Communist Party-run CDC, FDA, Department of Health and Human Services, and the United Nations World Health Organization? I believe Volusia County Sheriff has committed malfeasance in office because he is clearly ignoring the citizens of Volusia County and their outcries for justice related to the genocide and Holocaust of Volusia County citizens that was committed by the Volusia County health officials, the Volusia County Sheriff, and the administrators and board of directors for Halifax and Advent Health. I believe Volusia County Sheriff is a communist and he should be removed from office. Why won't the Volusia County health officials investigate the 5G towers that have been built and are sending microwave radiation that can damage human cells and human DNA and weaken the immune systems of the vaxxed and unvaxxed? You know, the COVID-19 spike protein that can make it worse. Does the Volusia County Supervisor of Elections Office use the corrupt and vulnerable ERIC voter registration databases that are financed by George Soros and can be easily hacked? Several states have stopped using ERIC, and I believe all the votes by mail we should just end it. 2020, voter fraud. 2022, voter fraud. Doesn't matter what party. I believe that all illegal immigrants in Volusia County should be deported and removed. But I doubt Secretary Mayorkas, who's a communist traitor, I believe he should be impeached, just like the rest of the leaders of the United States government who are all communists. And also, I'd like to know whether FEMA burned the deceased dead bodies from COVID-19. So I have a recall petition to remove Volusia County Sheriff Mike Shitwood.
Thank you. John Collins.
Thank you. I want to talk about flooding and development in the Osteen area. Osteen has a problem in Lake Tyler in that it's a closed basin. It's landlocked. And I'll give 3 or 4 reasons how they solved it. Pleasant Oaks 1 and Pleasant Oaks 2. Pleasant Oaks 1 subdivision is 25 lots. Pleasant Oaks 2 is 9 lots. Neither one of these subdivisions has a St. John's permit. Florida law says if you build a subdivision, if your lot is part of a greater plan of sale, you have to have an ERP permit. Neither one of these 2 subdivisions have it. The county paved 4 dirt roads in the area. Thank you for paving Dixon. But when they applied to get the permit, they got a streamline permit. And a critical element of the streamline permit, which was lied to by the county, the county told St. John's they qualified for this streamline permit, which means no engineering calculations, no professional engineer looks at it. And the key thing they forgot was you cannot pave a road if it's going to serve future development. The 9 lots, phase 2, Pleasant Oaks, was raw land, and everybody knew it was future development. Number 3, SWRP. In 2013, the Stormwater ERP, Environmental Resource Permit, the Florida legislature passed 2 key elements. They were worried about McMansions building, pay paradise, they put up a parking lot. They put 2 key elements in there. 5K impervious area, 5,000 square feet of impervious area, or 9,000 square. The 5K is for your house and your garage. The 9K is for house, garage, your driveway, and any roads you might build in the area. I have 2 lots very close to me that I believe have busted that. So I called up the county and I talked to them, how do you do this? I even sent a Chapter 119 request saying, what is the process? And I sent the same to the clerk of St. John's. There is no process. You have a Florida law, this SWRP 2013, and St. John's and the county don't keep track of how much impervious area goes against the 5K and how much goes against the 9K. The other thing, Wild Acres is just south of me. In 2008, Hurricane Matthew blew out Wild Acres. The county blew out the road. The county came out and replaced it. The problem is they didn't get a permit. They put in 2 pipes instead of 1 because that would mean it wouldn't, blow out again. But when they put the 2 pipes in, they only put them 3 inches deep in the ground. Florida code says you have to be 2 feet deep, or county.
Chairman, point of order. Can we follow our rules, please, sir? Please.
You want me to thank you. To all the public, thank you, sir, that comes and speaks, you have 3 minutes. And the council is not, does not reply to every person, or for the sake of time and the sake of actually handling your problems correctly. But you are contacted after the meetings, usually by staff, by council people. So just so that everybody on this list and hearing knows that we do not ignore your concerns. You're welcome. Thank you for coming in. Candy Collins?
You can even see me.
Help is coming. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you a background. My husband has a 5-year degree in civil environmental. Took him 4 years to get it at UCF. He was tutoring other people. One of them has changed some of the systems in St. John's water management. So he knows what he's talking about. And I'm angry. I'm angrier than I've ever been. I've spent 10 years previous before I moved to Volusia County. And I had to fight St. John's and that county because I had the only piece of property, 5 acres, above the 500-year floodplain. And for 8 years, we lived beautifully, and then it went underwater. We had dead baby gopher turtles floating down our driveway because development was allowed to bring in 5 feet of fill at the confluence of the Big Econ and Little Econ River. Here, I wrote a letter expressing my concerns, and I got bunk. And I was told that the last 50 feet coming into my property was private. Yeah, it was mine. I knew that because this was a prescriptive easement. And before we moved out there, we checked everything out. And Mr. Millard in Volusia County, who's now retired, told me that's a county prescribed road from beginning to end. And that included our property. And our property was graded by the county grader to his property. Now, it's 50 feet short. It was supposed to be millings. I was promised it would be paved. It was paved up short 5 feet to the driveway that's always been ours. And then I had to gripe and call, and they finally paved the last 5 feet. Why? Because I know they're trying to put the whole stormwater system for Osteen through my property. And this last hurricane proved that you've taken all the water that went into Lake Tyler that was flooding out when we first moved out there, and you put it in my pasture. And it's through the help of this development who was allowed to turn away all water from development, just like my husband said. They didn't have to follow any rules. They diked up the wetland that took my water, and no one did anything about it. I've had my property set on fire 3 times, my security cameras cut, and I've had people on my property that the sheriff's department refused to help. Had my fences cut. I've had people driving on it. Sheriff's department can't do anything to help us. We have been harassed every day since I wrote that letter to you all. And the last 3 people moved in have criminal records you wouldn't believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of The Land. Stetson University recently sent out a survey to students about whether it would be helpful to provide Plan B vending machines and abortion travel fund. The survey was released the day Governor Ron DeSantis signed a 6-week abortion ban bill into law. The prohibition would not go into effect until the Florida Supreme Court made a decision on the constitutionality of the current 15-week ban. Stetson University is a private higher education institution located in Atlanta, Florida, here in Volusia County. They can honestly spend the money how they choose. However, shouldn't that money be spent on the education of the students and pay their staff? What if students and parents don't want their tuition money being spent on abortion tourism? Last council meeting, I spoke on how I'm pro-life, how I can be an environmental conservationist because I believe in protecting those that can't protect themselves. Well, I will speak for the unborn today. One can't help but see the irony and other people that claim to care about the environment, but then are okay with the murder of the unborn. Only one so radical and devoid of humanity denies the humanity of the unborn. It's the same that Stetson University would both deny the value of humanity of the unborn and also use hard-earned tuition money to do so. I call on the Stetson University students to use this survey to reject using their tuition money in this awful way. Your tuition money is for education in your future, not abortion. God bless this county council, Volusia County, and God bless America.
Thank you. Richard Braun, Daytona Beach Shores Commissioner. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to talk about armoring, the importance of having armoring that will get a lot of properties through the next hurricane season. It's highly unlikely that a large percentage of the properties that need armoring will actually have permanent armoring by the end of the hurricane season. This first slide, and you actually have copies of this slide in front of you to take with you, shows, I'm sure you're all familiar with the county's two trap bag plan. They plan to put these 2 trap bags in front of on more than 200 properties that they've identified. The county would be the first to say that this is only minimal protection. It's highly unlikely that it would survive anything like Nicole and protect against upland erosion. This is a picture of a property that had a 3 trap bag configuration before Nicole, one on top of 2. And it survived Nicole. This is just another view of it. And it protected against upland erosion. So this configuration really needs to be looked at and should be analyzed. This is just one data point, but it does indicate that it may well provide protection to the next hurricane season, this 3 trap bag configuration. The county has the resources to basically hire somebody to do this. Most coastal engineers, or a lot of coastal engineers, can do this. It would be considerably less than $10,000, which is nothing compared to the properties that are at stake. I would like to see the county make that determination, at least for county property. I'm assuming county will have property they want to protect, and propose the armoring. If it happens to be this 3 trap bag configuration, then I have reason to believe, based on response from Fish and Wildlife, that they would approve it. The second thing I want to talk about is common seawalls. Just to be very brief about it, if neighbors get together and build a common seawall, they can save a lot of money. Depending on how long it is, somewhere between 25 and 40%, and it can be technically superior. So I just want to leave you again summarizing, if that 3 trap bag should be analyzed and implemented if it turns out to be adequate, and I think the county should do everything to encourage people to get with their neighbors and build a common seawall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Pete Vega.
There are two sides to every story. Good afternoon. My name is Pete Vega, 6901 South Atlantic Avenue, and unfortunately, I am suing Volusia County. I'm sure you've heard my name as your legal department is keeping you informed of their version of the lawsuit, challenging the enforcement against short-term rentals. That's not why I'm here today. On May 2nd, I'll be returning to your council meeting to present information and evidence that pertains to a request for a non-conforming use of my property, which is included in our lawsuit. You see, Volusia County has been openly inviting families to vacation in private homes for the past 50 years, collecting taxes and benefiting from visitors coming here and spending money. My property has been used continuously as a vacation rental since 1996, and according to your zoning codes, that grandfathers my property under a non-conforming use rule. The property meets all of the requirements, and I will be presenting undeniable evidence to prove this at your next meeting. I've emailed each of you a request for a 15-minute in-person meeting to allow you to really examine the evidence, and there is a lot of it. This will give you a real opportunity to scrutinize the information and make an informed decision. It will also give you a chance to see and hear the other side to this story. Now, I realize you're busy. Maybe it would be better for at least one or two councilmen to take the time to meet and review and report back on May 2nd. Possibly somebody with a legal background that can offer an unbiased opinion. Maybe somebody that's against short-term rentals and is open to hearing the other side to the story. Maybe you just want to make a good decision for or against approving my request for non-conforming use. I'm asking, and hopefully you will accept my meeting invitation and with an open mind review the evidence of this case as well as the facts of my request for non-conforming use. I will look forward to seeing each of you in the next couple of weeks, and I'm excited about the opportunity to present in front of you on May 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick Rick Brown. Right there.
Thank you. I want to preface my remarks with a point of order, although it's being timed. As a proud veteran, I've defended my country, my Constitution, and the U.S. flag code. U.S. flag code states that the American flag will be the tallest flag in the room. And it appears to me, without a micrometer, that the Florida flag is at the same height. Now I'll begin my remarks. I have four subjects I want to discuss with you today, and a limited time to do so. The first thing, Volusia County's most valuable natural asset is, of course, the beach. Most of us have come here for that reason. I first fell in love with it back in 1964, and that's why I chose to retire here. I watched yesterday as the crews from Volusia County took down beach ramp DB 66. They did it with all the enthusiasm of a chain gang. I really feel that the effort needs to be stepped up. We need to hire people with time incentives. Now, I don't agree with California a lot of things, but they did it after the earthquakes, and it worked very effectively. Were they able to get their infrastructure restored in a much quicker time frame than it normally would have taken? Why this is important, we are losing tourism, and of course, what's important to the county, lost revenues because of that. That also means lost income to the taxpayers of this county. Next subject I want to talk about, what caused a lot of this and a lot of other heartache, is flooding in the county. I want to thank some of the Volusia County members who participated in the coastal development presentation by Dr. Robert Young at Daytona Beach last Wednesday. I know that our county chair was there, and I was glad to see him. There were some others that I had hoped to see there. Unfortunately, due to other commitments, you could not. But beyond that, I've been pushing an agenda, and I know that at least some of you know about the Dutch solution. The Dutch solution is presented by Mr. Henk Ovink, who is the world's only water ambassador. He has presented this to the national government, to the United Nations, the cities of New Orleans, several of the communities in South Carolina. I know some of you have seen it. If you haven't, I encourage you very strongly to see it. It's only 14 minutes and 44 seconds long. I'd like you to also consider inviting Mr. Ovink here to discuss the future of Volusia County and how we can solve this problem together. I wanted to also talk to you about the infrastructure. It's very important that we do improvement prior to development. And I had several examples here, but as I can see, my time is running out. My last subject that I'll talk in more depth later, is because of time constraints, I would like to see the county get more involved in a sustainable energy initiative. I'd like to see the priority to transition to EVs and consider a countywide power grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Wendy Anderson.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Wendy Anderson. I live in DeLand. An important question is on the table today. Is the county required or obligated to follow its own comprehensive plan? Or can it follow the comp plan when it's convenient and ignore it and amend it when it's not? Does the zoning code and the land development code have to be consistent with the comp plan? That is a question on the table today, and it's a good one. I direct your attention to Chapter 11 of the comp plan, and I've left hard copies of it for you with Carissa, which she will distribute to you later so you don't have to look it up online. I'll read to you excerpts from the first paragraph explaining the purpose of the chapter. The purpose of the coastal management element is to provide for the reasonable use and management of coastal resources related to development activities, protection of human life, the limitation of public expenditures in areas subject to natural disaster. It goes on. The 2015 Florida legislature passed legislation to address redevelopment components of coastal management elements that outline the principles that must be used to eliminate inappropriate and unsafe development in the coastal areas when opportunities arise relating to the effects of coastal flooding. It goes on to say in the second paragraph that the county will promote consensus among the coastal communities to identify and implement common solutions with a reliance on recognized scientific studies to meet common goals. This is powerful guiding principle that is written in plain and clear language. I will direct your attention to Objective 11.2.1 and the policies therein. Volusia County will continue to implement land use regulations that provide for the location, extent, and distribution of land uses consistent with the protection of coastal resources. I direct your attention to Goal 11.4 and the policies therein. Protect, enhance, and restore the functioning of the beach and dune systems and prohibit development activities that would damage or destroy such systems. And then there is Goal 11.5.1 and the policies therein. Lessen the impact of a destructive storm on human life, property, public facilities, and natural resources by discouraging the location of new development in the coastal high hazard area through limitations to new public expenditures in these areas. I urge you to read and study this entire chapter. It has powerful and clear language in it setting out the county's goals, objectives, and policies. Are we required to follow the comp plan? That is a question on the table today. I will be back later to share additional thoughts with you about that.
Thank you. Michelle Utter.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today? I decided to come back and talk to you again. I've been here several times. You do say that you get back to us. I've gotten emails back and forth, but actually we've never been able to resolve anything. So when you say that you contact us, you do, but you don't really resolve anything, and we haven't discussed anything that we really needed to. So that's why I'm going to be back, and I'll continue to be back. I'm vaccine injured from the Pfizer vaccine. I took it because to see your kids in the military. I have 3 kids serving in the U.S. Navy. And also because I work at a local hospital not too many around, so you can pick one or the two. Anyway, just to see my kids, I had to get the vaccine. From it, I have demyelation of my short and long nerves, tinnitus. Today, I have tremors really bad because tomorrow marks 23 months of having IG, that's intravenous immunoglobulins, that I have to take to live and have everyday living. I don't know what's in store for my future. If you add up all the time, I have 200 hours sitting at an infusion clinic for 6 to 10 hours. That is no way for anyone to live. There's been times where I have wanted to give up because it's taken 2 years of my life. If you knew me, I was a kick butt kind of girl. For 54, I'm pretty hot right now, but I used to run 3 miles a day. I did CrossFit. 3 miles a day, I'd love to run again. Also, I did martial arts and ran Spartan races with my children. I was very active. And if you asked me to jump out of a plane, I would have jumped out of a plane in a heartbeat because that's the type of girl I was. But since then, my government has abandoned us, including the hospital that I work at, because vaccine injuries don't exist. I have to see a doctor at Shands University in Gainesville, and I also have to go to Jacksonville because nobody here will see me. I have to go far away because they don't exist. We do exist, and we're out here, but nobody wants to talk about it because Volusia County is too busy putting their hands over their eyes, their ears, and they keep their mouths shut because they don't want to help us. The hospital gets kickbacks by Big Pharma. Who else has been paid off by Big Pharma? People that need help. You're not going to get it from here or our government. I didn't want to do this anymore because it takes a lot on your body, and I have no idea what my medical future is going to be. But if it wasn't for people like React 19 that I met with, it's a nonprofit organization that helps people with vaccine injuries to help them. Of course, you're not going to get help here. They help you. I don't know where I would be right now, including canwetalkaboutit.org. They help people with vaccine injuries. So no one's going to hear about it here, but I'll tell you, if you need to contact me, I'm Shelley on Twitter, and you can contact me. I'll help you because Volusia County won't, or our government. I want to be on the agenda. I've asked several times.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. With regard to the elimination of our beach patrol, if it were merely a pissing contest between two department heads on who's going to control the sheriffs, I could care less. I'd hand them the tape and say, go at it. But to me, it's more than that. It's another nail in the coffin for home rule. Because we, 50 years ago, decided what we were going to do with our beach and how we were going to run it. And now Tallahassee's telling us, well, sorry, you can't decide on your own anymore. We're going to decide for you. Now, this is the fourth time that they've done that to us. All right? So when I look at it, I've known Chitwood 20 years. He was our sheriff. All right? I've known Andy for a while now. I like them both, and they both have important things to say with regard. I don't think Mike understands home rule. His focus is on what's the best for the sheriff. And whether it interferes with home rule or not is not his ballywick. So we on Beachside are going to suffer. I don't know if you know, for the first 20 years I was here, the city of Daytona Beach only sent 2 police officers to Beachside. 1 officer for every 50,000 people. That's not a lot of police officers. You got 1 police officer north of Main Street, you got 1 police officer south of Main Street. That's not a lot, especially when we get 125,000 on average for 7 major events. So I'm asking you, I know it's a done deal, but fight. Invite Mike to tell us what he plans on doing, because it will affect us. He said, okay, well, I'll give you, well, I heard one story, 2 south of New Smyrna Beach, 2 north. Well, 2 police officers for 250,000 people is not a lot. Well, no, now it's 4. Well, 4 police officers for 250,000 people is not a lot. So it's more than just a pissing contest. It's more than just who's going to rule, because it's a very unique beach. Not only is it driving on the beach, we have an unusual flat surface off of our coast. We get rip currents and bad rip currents all the time. We really do have Florida's busiest beach. Number of people, rescues, the whole 9 yards. We need more and deeper look at what's happening. I'm asking you to invite Mike Chitwood to the council to at least explain. If we're going to get screwed, tell us what you plan on doing. He thinks it's fine. He's done some tremendous things. I like the body cameras. I love the school that he has. It's fantastic. He may have a good plan. I'm asking you, for all of us on Beachside, ask him what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay McGrain.
Was in an altercation. I'm Jay McGrain. I'm from Edgewater, and I think Chitwood's a bag of shit. Whoever denied, he's just. I've had a conversation with him, and he's just.
Chairman, point of order.
What's your point?
I think the rules that govern this body, we don't allow language like that in these chambers. Am I mistaken?
Which language
in
can I
seeing
use?
that?
English?
Okay.
Pardon me?
Keep your language, clean it up. So
Clean it up a little bit.
thank you.
Anyhow, Chitwood, whoever thinks Chitwood's good has never had a conversation with the man. The man is just a power greedy person. His people are just, I don't care for him. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because my girlfriend, who's a paraplegic, was assaulted on the beach by his group of goons. And luckily, they had me. I was looking at 15 years in the slammer for illegally parking. 15 years. Do you know that's more time than that cop that killed Floyd? I was looking at more than that because they drummed up charge after charge. But luckily, and they even trespassed me out from the beach, so I couldn't go there to get all these video cameras. There was video camera, everybody, but I couldn't go back down there. But luckily, somebody from Titusville called us up and said, hey man, whatever happened on the beach, it was such an egregious thing. They found us to give us that video that's in there. I had a consultation with him this morning. He's saying it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. I got a video. You know what I'm saying? My girlfriend, they impounded my vehicle, put me in jail for 2 days, okay? This is the beach rangers. This is the pride of our Volusia County. They're taking it down like the toilet. Am I allowed to say toilet? Anyhow, it's allowed. It's taking it like a big turd down the toilet. Those people need to get rid of. Those people have attitudes. They're bad attitudes. They impounded my vehicle. My girlfriend in a wheelchair had to wheel herself 5 miles to get home because they impounded my vehicle. That's how compassionate these people are. One of them spit in my water container, and he denies that too. They pulled my head, so they slammed the door on my head while I was handcuffed, and I was, what they call it, hogtied. You need to stop these people from being hogtied. Hogtied hurts people. It's in there. Hogtied kills people. I got handcuff neuropathy from these handcuffs that these guys do. They're hinged, and if you hinge them like this, they're constantly twisting at your veins and your nerves. But the cops like it, and it gets them giddy. I think they were getting, am I allowed to say erection? I think these guys were getting erection because I was in such pain. Is that it? Anyhow, you need to look into these guys. These are not good people. They're not emissaries of our beach. I'd rather see them gone and the beach closed.
Thank you. Your time is up. Marjorie Johnson.
Marjorie Johnson. I'm here today to talk about diversification of our workforce and also the boards of Volusia County. I served as president of the NAACP, and that has been a problem for many years, and I have not seen much progress made in this area. I walk through here occasionally to see if anything has changed, and there is a need to diversify our workforce and our boards. And I'd like to thank the county manager, Mr. Renewal, for meeting with me on a regular basis. And I discussed these issues with him because I like to see them resolved. And he's doing an excellent job meeting, and we have accessibility to him, and we don't have to some of our other representatives. I'd like to thank Mr. Matt Renewal Hart, because he met with me at the library and discussed the issues, and he seems to be concerned, and he's doing a good job of listening to our constituents. So I like to say to all of you here today, you, County Chair Jeff, and Jake Johansson, and Danny Robbins, Don Dempsey, Troy Kent, we need you to look at these problems and solve them. This is what we pay you for. These people have come to this podium today and addressed a lot of issues. And I would like to see diversification not only of the workforce, but the county boards. And I feel that you can do more and that you should do more. And I'd like to encourage you to resolve these issues, and I will come back here on a regular basis to remind you to diversify our workforce and our boards. We are all residents of Volusia County, and we pay taxes. I'm a taxpayer in my home for 53 years on Key Street, right off of International Speedway. And I'm concerned about all of the residents and all of the people. So we pledge allegiance to a flag and say justice for all. So since there's justice for all, let's resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public participation today. We will move to item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull for discussion or a vote?
Chairman, I'd like to pull item H for a vote.
Councilman Kent pulls item H for a vote. Anyone else? Danny Robbins?
Chair, I was just going to make a motion to approve consent agenda minus item H.
Motion to approve the consent agenda item minus item H.
Second, Johansson.
Motion by Robbins, second by Johansson. All in favor? Any discussion on the other items? All in favor of passing the consent agenda except for item H, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We will go to item number H. Renewal of contract with Volusia Turtle Patrol, Inc. for sea turtle nesting monitoring services. And we have Clay Irvin, Ginger Adair. Did you want to hear from them before you ask a question?
No, I just have some questions. I just didn't know if you wanted a motion on the floor first or not, Chairman.
Motion
If not,
to approve item H.
Pardon, what was the motion?
To approve item H.
Motion to approve H by Jake Johansson.
Second.
Jake, second by Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. May I now?
Please.
Mr. Irvin or Ms. Adair, just a couple of questions on this. So $32,500 that we're going to give the Turtle Patrol. What else do we give them to be able to count the sea turtle nests that we have? What else does the county give them besides $32,500 cash?
We provide, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. We provide one vehicle year-round for the principal permit holder. We provide...
What kind of vehicle?
A truck or SUV, depends on what's available, but typically a truck.
Do we provide insurance and gas?
They provide insurance. We provide fuel. They fuel at our fueling station.
Okay.
We provide 2 vehicles that are just in the sea turtle nesting season. So for 6 months of the year, we provide, up until this year, it's been 1 additional vehicle. This year, we're adding an additional route because of the construction activity that's occurring so that they can get on the open to vehicular traffic sooner.
Okay.
Providing a 3rd vehicle for 6 months.
Okay.
We also provide cell phones, radios so that they can communicate with beach safety and with our staff, and we provide tablets that they use to collect the data that report every year as part of our permit.
Do we have a price tag on all of that?
I don't have a price tag of all of that in my head, but I certainly can calculate it. Yes, we know how much we pay for the vehicles and the equipment. Yes, sir. The other thing that we provide is nest marking materials, the stakes and the flagging tape.
Right. And I'm probably going to vote for this. I think it's great that we have a group of volunteers that go and do this service. This is an actual service that we need. I sort of think there's so many turtle-loving volunteers out there that we could have people that would do it for free. I don't think we would have to pay them. I understand after some of the questions I had to upper management that we have to have a principal marine turtle permit, and the only person in this neck of the woods that can have it is a Beth Liebert, apologize.
Yes.
Beth Liebert. I had a question, what happens if Beth leaves? How do we get another one of those permits? Because it can't be a staff member, if my memory is right. It has to be somebody outside of staff. So there were lots of questions about that. So they provide a service. And council, I just want to say that's a good thing. I think that we'd probably have people that would do it for free of charge. But then we have people like Daytona Dog Beach Incorporated who are also providing a service. They're bringing people down to the beach to clean the beach with hundreds of pounds of litter. And we don't give them a check. In fact, we at the county say, pay us with a fee to do this. Oh, and by the way, you've got to carry X amount of insurance in order to do it. Not for right now, but maybe later on tonight I'll talk about us having an agenda item where we can talk about any group that is helping the county. Maybe we waive fees for them because they're providing a service. They're doing something that is beneficial for the county. And this just struck me when I read this. I thought, wow. So we have a group that are lovers of turtles or fanatics with turtles, and they want to help, and they provide this service. And the county says, we appreciate that. We're going to give you $32,500. We're going to give you 3 vehicles. We're going to give you radios. We're going to give you tablets. We're going to do anything we can to help you. And I'm appreciative of that. But for other groups, and I'm not just thinking about the beach, I'm thinking about our springs. I'm thinking we probably have groups that want to go and help out at springs and things. And are we charging them permit fees? You know, thousands of dollars a year like we're charging Daytona Dog Beach. So I really don't have any other questions. I'm ready to vote for this.
If you'd like some clarification, this is not like a voluntary service. This is necessary for us to open the beach. Part of the incidental take permit and part of the requirements from the Habitat Conservation Plan requires this. Volusia County as a whole cannot own that permit. It is issued to a private individual or private corporation. So we ourselves could not hold it or could not implement any of it with our current staff. That's why we have to contract not only for this particular portion, which is north of the inlet, we also have a similar contract for south of the inlet. And so this is more of an operational need in order for us to say that the beach is clear and safe for us to open it up. The reason why we provide the vehicles is for expeditious clearing of the beach. We want to make sure that we can have the beach open by 8 o'clock. So if we are able to provide them with the vehicles and all the other data, specifically the tablets, so that we can collect it in the format that can be utilized for our annual reports. Just want to make sure that it's the clarity of why we're bringing this forward and the importance of the activities that they do.
Appreciate that, Mr. Irvin. And I'll just add, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, once I'm able to dig into this and read a little more, it's absolutely necessary. It can't be staff. It has to be someone else, which is why I asked the question, what happens if the principal marine turtle permit person is no longer here and we have to get someone else, to get that permit. Absolutely. And I understand about the expeditious manner of getting everything cleared. But I just wanted to make the point that we do have other people that are providing services. And I know this is about our driving and our take permit. I get all of that. But we do have other groups, and maybe this elected body as a collective group wants, and maybe they don't, maybe they want to discuss how we treat those other groups down the road, since they are providing a service that is beneficial to the county. Thanks.
Ben Bartlett.
Yeah, just want to, we got the word the other day about the change from FWC and allowing construction to continue through turtle nesting season. These turtle nesting folks are a big part of that. Our environmental staff drafted up a set of rules that allows the monitoring to continue during turtle nesting season, and I believe, they're going to be a big part of that in helping us get to that. And also, they work very well with our coastal staff so that we can get out there and get that beach open right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Clay, if I could ask you, you said FWC gives this permit?
Yes, sir.
How do they pick? Do you apply for it?
Yes, sir.
Can anybody apply for it?
Yes, sir.
Where do
Anybody
you
but
apply
us.
for it?
Beg your pardon?
Where do you apply for it?
You can go online. FWC has a website for the turtle protection permit.
Okay.
It's an online application. They review it, the education, experience, and qualification. There's a handbook that's associated with what you're supposed to be doing as part of the function of this, because this is the group that goes out, determines the viability of the nest, makes a determination as to whether or not the nest has to be relocated. They, as I said, Beth is basically utilizing nothing but volunteers for this. So they have to go through that training. They work under her permit just to make sure we understand the concern of, if she hit the lottery and decided to move to Mexico tomorrow, how would we handle that? The fact is working with FWC, either the existing permit holder for south of the inlet could assume it for temporary until the final permit is issued, or if someone on her current staff who's a volunteer wanted to carry it over until it had been finalized, that's basically how we would believe it would be addressed in our conversations. So
Thank you.
it does have they look at it, they evaluate it for your capability. Volusia Turtle Patrol also operates in Flagler County as well, and St. John's.
Do we know how they spend the $32,000?
It's primarily for covering her expenses, her basically paying herself, and covering her expenses for the operation. It's a 501c3 operation.
This is the cheaper of the two as well, the least expensive. Okay. It is an interesting topic. There's no doubt it's absolutely necessary for driving on the beach to keep the beach open, but it does deserve discussion. I appreciate you bringing it up. Okay, if everybody's, no other questions? If everybody's ready to vote, the motion on the table is to renew the contract with Volusia Turtle Patrol, Inc. for $32,500. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. And that brings us to item 2. Contract with AM Weigel Construction, Inc. for the construction of a management general contracting for the new correctional facility inmate isolation dormitory. Tad Casbeer.
Good evening, Tad Casbeer, County Engineer. This item is a contract for Part B of the construction management general contract that we have with AM Weigel for the physical construction of the correctional facility inmate isolation dormitory. This dormitory will provide 6,500 square feet, 66 beds, as an addition out at the correctional facility as shown in the aerial. The guaranteed maximum price from our contractor is $4,368,000, and we recommend approval. Answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Fantastic presentation. I move to approve contract with A&M Weigel Construction, Inc.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. On discussion. Not seeing no discussion, I will call for the vote. Before I call for the vote, I'm sorry, I almost forgot we have a member of the public who would like to speak on this, and should be heard before we vote. Phyllis Stauffenberg.
Good evening, and thank you so very much for receiving me this evening. My name is Phyllis Stauffenberg, and I live in DeLand. I think it's probably futile for me to be here because I'm for the $4,369,000 for this isolation dormitory, simply because I've done some research on it and found it to be very beneficial to everyone in Volusia County. It's my understanding at some point it's going to be the housing for inmates that will be productive in a workforce in Volusia County. That would be farming for vegetables and chickens, eggs, and also seafood. So in order to make money, you have to spend money. And I encourage everyone to vote yes on this $4,369,000. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I was kind of waiting to see if anybody would jump in, because usually when you have a big price tag on something, there's usually questions. As everyone's aware of my background, with 30 years of construction, I've worked with A.M. Weigel when we constructed the dormitories that we have out there that replace the old barrack-style dorms. And I can tell you they do top-notch work, and I can say that with confidence. I've dealt with them. And the area that this is going to be located could be used for the inmate workers. I mean, it's in an ideal situation. Anytime that you can remove the element of having your inmate population come from the outside working, come through the institution, and then to their regular housing is not ideal. This particular area has its own fence, its own entry point, its own exit point, and so you can bring inmates in and out from that area. This is ideal. And as far as the price tag is concerned, I mean, you can contain your medical out there, you can contain your counseling areas out there. This is simply replacing what is already existing out there with the West Wing. So I appreciate the fact that this is finally coming to fruition, because we've been asking for a long, long time. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your insight. There apparently are representatives here from A.M. Weigel.
There are.
Would you stand? Thank you for coming. Apparently, nobody has questions for you. I think there has been a lot of questions asked of staff, and we'll find out how many concur.
I was
with
ready.
Mr. Reinhardt here. So thank you for coming. Okay, no other discussion. All in favor of approving the contract with A.M. Weigel Construction, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Let's get it done.
Mr. Brower, can you please clarify who the second?
The second was Jake Johansson, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, that brings us to item 3, extension of contract for employee leasing and temporary services.
Move to approve extension of contracts for employee leasing and temporary services.
Second.
Dick Johansson makes a motion to approve, second by Vice Chair Robbins. And we have...
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy King. So to Chair Brower, council members, and prospective staffs, I'm here today requesting approval of the 1-year renewal of the temporary and leased employee contracts. These are contracts with 5 temporary and leased employee companies that are utilized to supplement county staff on an as-needed basis. Our contracts are also utilized by our constitutional officers as well as Votran when necessary. For example, these contracts were utilized for precinct workers during this past year election season. In addition, temporary workers assisted with the cleanup efforts after the 2 storms we had this past year. Also, environmental management utilizes leased employees in the environmental learning centers, such as the Marine Science Center, and the Lyona Environmental Center to fill gaps in the operations, including greeting and educating visitors, caring for resident animals, and maintaining water chemistries and life support equipment. When there are special projects where we have to staff up quickly on a short-term basis, we rely on the temporary labor pool. With that, do we have any questions?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're making it easy for you tonight. There is no other discussion. I'll call the vote on the extension of contracts for employee leasing and temporary services. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Well done. Item 4, a resolution for rezoning of 2.41 acres at the northwest corner of South Samsula Drive and State Road 44. Presented by Clay Irvin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Paolo, this is also quasi-judicial, so we will need you to do ex parte communication.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Has any council member had any contact with the owners or anyone involved with this?
No.
I
did,
had a
Chair.
meeting, I had a Zoom conference with the developer and the
Okay.
attorney. Yeah.
Okay.
Me as well.
Zoom conference? Thank you.
As have I.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a rezoning for 2.4 acres located over at the northwest corner of Samsula and State Road 44. Anyone who's traveled State Road 44 has seen this building, at least that we know of, since 1926. It has had many different uses in it. It's been a commercial grocery, it's been a gas station, and a variety of different types of uses. Before you today is a PUD to address a desire to expand the building by including a 1,600 square foot pavilion and legitimize a commercial use that's not otherwise allowed in the A1 zoning. So to provide some clarification, this subject property is zoned A1. The minimum lot area for A1 is 10 acres, and commercial uses are not allowed by right in that zoning category. Also, the structure does not meet the setbacks for A1. So we have a non-conforming use, a non-conforming lot, and a non-conforming structure. They would like to continue utilizing the structure and the property for the use. The community itself has also identified that as part of the public hearings that we heard at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Property owners sought counsel from our staff and said, how can we work through this? We identified that the rezoning to PUD would provide the protection that they need in regards to the nonconformities that they're facing. By rezoning to PUD, you legitimize the size of the building, of the property, you address the setback issues, and you provide for the use to be allowed in there. If you read through the PUD document, you'll see that the only thing that they're adding is that they're allowing bars and restaurants in addition to the uses that are allowed within the A1 zoning district. So it really does fine-tune what could happen here. This does carry with the land, so it's not as if the owner went bankrupt, this would not be allowed. So this does carry with the property, and if it's sold, it could continue based on the approved PUD. This went forward to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from your staff, and it's coming to you with that as well. It's a 5-0. One of the members had to recuse themselves because they did have an interest in the property, and the other member was absent. The applicant, Mr. Watuniak, is here. If there's any questions for he or staff, we are available.
Thank you very much. Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve, Chair.
Danny Robbins makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Second by Jake Johansson. And for discussion, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. This property happens to be pretty close to my house, and I've been there a few times. And you know, one of the concerns I always have when doing something like this is here we are in an agricultural area, putting a restaurant, but through my time there, I've realized that this place is a place that, Chairman, actually you've mentioned in I think it was a low impact development conversation we had with VCARD once about that neighborhood place where everybody goes and they meet and they eat and they talk about the stuff. This is where the folks of Samsula meet to do stuff. I think the tractor parade was reborn in that location. So I really think that in this case it's a win-win to keep something like this here and kind of make it right so they can move forward. And I've also been there in the summertime out in the heat listening to music, and it would be nice to have a pavilion, to tell you the truth. I don't think we're increasing, maybe a little bit, increasing who's going to go there. I think they are going to protect the people that already are there. So I guess I'm telegraphing where I'm going to go with this vote, but those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure still where you're going to be on this, Jake, so I'll ask a few questions. Clay, quick question. I know it's a non-conforming use as the property is being utilized specific to setbacks and building requirements. Like if this were to be built today, it would not be built in the way it is. Is that correct?
It would have to meet the setbacks associated with it, or we would work out. In other words, if it was a vacant lot, yes, the location would be in a different part of the property.
Gotcha. And I'm okay with the non-conforming use to do it. I'm just asking questions. If in the event that the property was, let's say, a total loss, right? I'm not hoping that, but if it happened, could they build back exactly the same way under the PUD, or would it require them to then come into compliance with the requirements of the code?
It requires them to build, it allows them to build back to what they have.
And putting something like that in a PUD, would that be inappropriate, or what are your thoughts?
That's a determination that you could make here if you feel that it's appropriate, that if the building is damaged beyond 75% of the value, which is our current standard, that they would have to replace it in accordance with the setbacks and you could identify what that would be. Right now, what we're saying is basically it's a snapshot of what you see is what you get, and if it's destroyed, it could be replaced in that.
And that 75 number, I wasn't aware of it, that you'd mentioned. Is that something that we've applied to others in the county?
That's in our code.
And have we utilized that and enforced that?
Yes, sir, and also we've used FEMA's 50% in other locations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Clay, I'm looking back at the notes on this. This business had been here for almost 94 years?
Yes, we can trace back to 1926. That's why there's a non-conforming use letter approved for it.
Why does it come up right now? Change of ownership?
Because they're trying to expand it. We do not allow for non-conforming uses to expand.
Okay. This is, I agree with Jake. This is like the Cheers of Samsula. We still have to abide by the law, but it's, this is interesting. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm excited to approve this and support this evening. Clay, I just want to double check. There's no wet storage that's going to happen with a pond on this property?
Based on the what is proposed in the PUD, there's no need for a wet detention pond.
Gotcha. And I only bring that up because I mentioned it with this council before, but at some point, maybe I'll bring it up again tonight as well, another thing, but maybe we could have some updates from staff. But I would like to see personally, anytime there's going to be wet storage, wet retention pond, I would like to see on a road that's heavily utilized, like 44 or Granada or Dunlawton. I mean, you name them, you pick them, anywhere in Deltona. I would like to see a fountain. I'd like to see it lit up. I just think it adds something, and I think Volusia County is that good that we should have that. So I think it's a discussion we'll have in the future.
Staff is aware of that. This application came in before that point was brought up, so we were proceeding under the existing standards. I'm sure that if you wanted to put that as an additional requirement.
I don't because that's pulling the rug out from somebody, and that's not fair. I'm talking about in the future. So maybe this elected body, having that discussion with your great counsel, Clay, and moving forward from there.
David Santiago.
Thanks, Clay. Back up on deck here. By the way, I've never been to this facility, so I don't know where it is. I don't know. So,
It's not in.
it sounds like a great place, right? So, but I'll attend one of these days. I'll come visit you. And I'm for I want to make it very clear that I'm okay with the conforming use, the non-conforming use, allowing this facility to stay there. But a couple questions maybe to get to somewhere to make sure that there is a standard application for folks to be treated similarly. And that's where my motive is. Does this building represent any iconic look, stylistic, or something that is of worthy character from we got to preserve this thing? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying does it look bad. I'm just saying does it have historical value? That's probably a better word for me to put it, besides it being 93 years old.
It's 93 years old, and it's built, and it looks like an old gas station that's located out. It's not architecturally. You could argue that it has historic qualities because, again, it does look like some of the nicer buildings from the 1920s. In other words, if you would like to have it required that it meets certain architectural styles if reconstructed, it is on State Road 44, and that's part of our standards for commercial.
What's the lot size?
It's roughly 2.4 acres.
Okay, so it's got plenty of room to accommodate. Members, I'm only asking, in the event of something in the future happens, right? And if we apply the 75%, if 75% of a building is demolished, it has to comply with our latest codes. I think we should be fair across the board and apply that to everyone. I don't wish your building harm, but I don't know if there's any love for that, but I only have the motive of making sure that we're treat everyone the same. And if the building were to have a 75% loss or more, then it should comply to this. Can we preserve the existence of the type of building and just require that it be set to setbacks and proper facilities?
Let me kind of throw something out. Is that what you would put into the PUD as a new condition, saying that if the building was damaged beyond 75% of the assessed or the appraised value of the structure, that it would have to be reconstructed in compliance with the A1 zoning dimensional setbacks? But it would still allow a commercial building, right? Yes. I'm looking to the owner because I'm sitting here, I'm throwing out conditions that.
I'm not trying to derail the thing. I'm just trying to see if we could apply a standard.
Michael Watuniak with Engineer Permits Inc. And Clay, this is actually maybe a question or the PUT also has a provision in it that if we have any major amendments that we have to revisit the PUD, and the zoning manager has to make a determination on what we put back. So wouldn't that kind of fall into play that we'd have to come back in front of the board? I mean, I don't want any harm to come to the building. And just, I know you brought it up a few times, but actually if you look in your staff report on page 3 of 36, there's that original picture. You can see there's a couple old pictures that Mr. Lawson was able to find of the building back from the 20s. This is a little history, but the answer, I don't know if is that already kind of covers that in the PUD?
Unfortunately not, because in the PUD, it's basically amending zoning regulation. And so it puts in place setbacks that would be applicable now and in the future. And it does not have that qualifying statement that these only apply to the existing structure, and if that existing structure were destroyed beyond 75%, they would still apply. And so that's why you see 15 feet, 50 feet in the existing PUD development agreement.
And I'll just leave it here. If there's consensus amongst the council to do that, is that something we could just apply in a verbal amendment?
Right now, in this case?
Yeah, I would think so.
I think, well, here comes Bob.
This is the final action, so if you seek to amend that, we'd work through the language, and then you would approve the development agreement with that modified language, such that if the primary structure sustains 75% or more damage as determined by the property appraiser, then it shall be constructed pursuant to the A1 zoning setbacks. They keep their uses, but the setback provisions of A1 suddenly apply. I think that's maybe like, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that could be done as an amendment if you choose to do that. Did you?
Can I offer language saying that if it's damaged beyond 75%, there's a mandate that they have to come back in front of the county council? Because what we're looking at is the front setbacks and rear setbacks for A1 are 50 feet and 100 feet. And I think you wind up with a shotgun shack given the dimension, the depth of this lot. Also, Patricia Smith, our planning manager, pointed out that this part of the issues with this property was that additional right-of-way was taken with the widening of State Road 44. So there was, again, depth of the lot was taken as part of the right-of-way. So what I would recommend, if there's a concern about the building location in the future, if it's destroyed, just mandate that it would have to come back in front of the county council for final determination of appropriate setbacks.
I'm okay with that. And this is the unlikely chance that that'll happen, but, I mean, and then let another council decide what the future is, if it's destroyed.
So you're making that as an amendment?
Yes, I'll propose that amendment, and again, motive is to make sure that we're applying a standard across everyone. I'll now patronize this place. Jake, when are you going to be there? I'll meet you there.
Troy Kent, second.
Okay, David Santiago makes an amendment that if the building is destroyed at 75% or less, it has to be rebuilt. Or more, I'm sorry. It has to be rebuilt according to all the...
No.
Comes back to the county council.
Clay just changed it. Comes back to the county council for decisions on what should be done. David Santiago, and the second was by Troy Kent. And is the discussion still on the board for this amendment, Jake or Danny? I'll come back to you if it's not.
Not on the amendment, no.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? All in favor, then, since I see no other discussion on approving the 75% damage, comes back to the board for consideration. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your amendment carries 7-0, which brings us back to the main motion of approving the rezoning. Owner's representative got to speak. Anyone else? There's no one from the public? Okay. And you are done. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Just general thing. Councilman Kent brought up a good point about the fountain that we had chatted about earlier. But I want to make sure we don't get caught in putting a fountain wherever we have a place. This particular place would look kind of funny if it had a lighted fountain anywhere on the property. If it was able to have one, and it would. I don't know what it would result in, but it would look kind of funny. In areas that Councilman Kent and I and the rest of us travel, Dunlot and Saxon, all the main thoroughfares, stuff like that really looks great. But out in the middle of Samsula, sometimes a fountain doesn't look good. There are a few farms that have them, and you're like, So I caution using that as a general term. 44 is still kind of country down in that place, and there might be room for it in the future, but I just want to make sure that we keep the culture of the area, which Samsula loves that culture of that area, that farmland, to leave it that way as long as we can. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, then I'll ask for the vote for a rezoning of 2.41 acres in the corner of South Samsula Drive and State Road 44 from prime agriculture A1 to planned unit development, so it can continue its 98-year history. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. And you got the motion and the second? Chris agreeing on that? Okay.
Guys
Thank you,
notice
gentlemen.
in that picture from 1935, how young Jake looked in that picture?
Is he at the bar?
So Danny whispered it, but
I said Jake's historical.
thank you, Don.
Wow. Okay. And item 5 and item 6 have been pulled. We will move to item 7, the first reading, ordinance 2023-16, amending Chapter 72, Article 2, Section 72-241 of the Code of Ordinance for the Southwest Activity Center. Clay Urban.
Thank you, Clay Erb, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you tonight is an amendment to our zoning ordinance to address some inconsistencies that were identified by the property owner back in February of 2022. Specifically, Alex Ford, representing Ford Properties, sent a letter to the county council indicating that as they have proceeded through with interest on their property, which consists of 486 acres located west of I-4, north and south of State Road 472, generally east of Blue Lake and its extension, that they had discovered that there were some major inconsistencies that were creating difficulties in them proceeding in with some interest on their property. First was pertaining to residential properties. This particular property has a long history. I will try and make it real brief, but basically this area has been identified for activity centers since the original 1990 comprehensive plan. In 1994, we amended it to further include greater area and greater depth of use. In 2003, Volusia County partnered with DeLand and Deltona to do an area-wide DRI in order to facilitate economic development. At the goal of all of this was attracting new industries here to create jobs. The DRI was approved just in time for one of the largest recessions this country has ever seen. So therefore, unfortunately, there was not further follow-up on the effort that the cities and the county had put forth. Subsequent to that, portions of it was annexed into Orange City. Orange City and Deltona abandoned the DRI. Volusia County and DeLand followed suit in 2018, where Volusia County was looking at the fact that we had put in all this time, effort into the master planning for this economic development engine, basically cut and paste from our DRI and put it into our comprehensive plan. The whole goal was to maintain the continued uses, maintain the restrictions that come with DRIs, maintain the requirements of the developer for certain improvements, and also acknowledge the vesting and entitlements that were identified through that. So in 2018, that is when we took the issues that were in the comprehensive plan, or excuse me, in the DRI, put it into our comprehensive plan and created 2 zoning categories: the Southwest Activity Center Community and Southwest Activity Center Commerce. That is reflected in the maps that you see in your packet and what's on the screen. Unfortunately, it's hard to differentiate the blue and the green on that, but what you're seeing is the Commerce District is the property where we have more intensive uses. It's adjacent to I-4. It's supposed to be there for identification of major corporate centers for industrial and manufacturing. Then it transitions out as it moves towards the west into the Southwest Activity Center Community, which is your residential area, which also has related commercial uses, kind of neighborhood type of shopping situations. So it was all of this live, work, play type of design. Unfortunately, there were 2 things that came out. We did not identify the distribution center and warehouse uses that are identified in the activity center in the comprehensive plan in the appropriate zoning category, which would be the Southwest Commerce, which is pertaining to that property that is, again, closer to I-4, more segregated from the pure residential areas. Then the other issue was the size of the lots. Again, because what we were shooting for was more of a live, work, play type of thing, the county adopted a minimum density of 4 units per acre in the Southwest Activity Center community. When you do the math with a 7,500 square foot lot, you include in the stormwater requirements that are there, you include in the minimum open space that is required, and you include in the roads, they can never get to the minimum density, so we would not be able to approve subdivisions with that configuration. So the request is to modify the minimum lot size from 7,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet. So you have 2 requests right now. One would be to add warehouse and distribution to your permitted uses within the Southwest Activity Center Commerce Zoning District, and change the minimum lot size for single-family residential development from 7,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet. Mr. Watts who is representing the property owners, sent in a letter on Thursday that requested some dimensional changes. Staff reviewed that, and it was something that was discussed through the PLDRC, but unfortunately never made it into the motion per se. And what it's pertaining to is the side yard setbacks and maximum building coverage. When you have a 7,500 foot lot, we require currently 20 feet split between 8 a minimum, 12 on the other side for your side yard setbacks, and a maximum coverage of 35%. Mr. Watts is asking for 5 feet on either side and 65% building coverage. That is generally consistent with our current R5 zoning requirements, which allows for the 5,000 square foot. So it went forward to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and there was a little bit of time spent between when we were directed in June from the County Council to go forward with this till it actually went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. It's coming to you with a recommendation of approval with a 5-2 vote. Mr. Feller and Mr. Mills voting in opposition to recommend approval of both those amendments. If there's any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them. Mr. Watts is not here. I know that Mr. Woods is available, as is Mr. Ford. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
And I understand that you don't need a motion for this tonight. This is the first reading. It's coming back to the second reading. You don't need a motion to include the extra
I'll let the
request
attorney
from.
answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
We do need a motion for, if the council so chooses to proceed and respond to Mr. Watts' suggestions, just a motion to direct staff to make those changes. We will bring those changes back on the second reading. It's within what's called the general notice requirement, so it wouldn't affect the legality of the second reading because it was brought up at PLDRC in the notice component dealing with dimensional requirements and uses. Allow for that type of discussion of what's appropriate. That's why there's this 2 hearing process.
So you will need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir, I was going to make that motion to include Mr. Watts' 2 ticked items to reduce the required side yard setbacks and to increase the maximum lot coverage.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Don Dempsey. And for questions, discussion, and then we do have members of the public who would like to speak to. David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wait for my debate after the public. Okay.
No one else has any questions. Let's call the people that have signed up to speak. Wendy Anderson. And then Alex Ford and Michael Woods.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Wendy Anderson. I live in DeLand. I now speak to you as a member of the Victoria Park Homeowners Association Board of Directors. Victoria Park is the neighborhood with 8,000 residents immediately north of the Southwest Activity Center. I bring you back to my question from earlier. Is the county required to follow its own comprehensive plan? Or can it follow the comp plan when it's convenient and ignore or amend it when it's not? Now, Mr. Irvin and Mr. Watts or Mr. Woods are trying to convince you that you are required to make the zoning code consistent with the comp plan. Be careful here, because there's an awful lot in the comp plan, like that rich chapter 11. Okay, the comp plan says that the SWAC is supposed to be an economic node along I-4, much like the Heathrow development. The Heathrow development is not dominated by warehouses and distribution centers. We already have 2 massive Amazon distribution centers on the east side of I-4 in that same area. Deltona beat the rest of us to that. They got the hospital too. Let's bring in some commercial diversity to actually serve the needs of the West Volusia residents. Not just my 8,000 neighbors, but the additional 20,000 residents who are already moving into the brand new homes that have been approved, homes that are selling for $300,000 to $500,000 along the Martin Luther King Jr. Beltway in that area. Those people need more retail, more office space, more entertainment options, not warehouse jobs. The residents of Victoria Hills have waited for years to have the Blue Lake extension completed to give them a required by code third egress out of the southwest end of the neighborhood. That extension finally got approved and funded last year in a coordinated effort between the county and the city of DeLand. We want to ensure that the Victoria Park residents using the Blue Lake entrance off of 472, not to mention the new residents of the residential component of the SWAC under consideration today, will not have to merge with heavy truck traffic coming and going from warehouses and distribution centers built on that same site. The National Transportation Organization has completed a study in Florida that identifies the hot spots of collisions between passenger vehicles and cargo trucks. Where those hot spots are not the interstates and highways. They are the places they're places like this with tight turns, limited visibility, where residents are in a hurry to get to work and truck drivers are in a hurry to deliver their loads. For the health and safety of these residents, I ask you to not allow this particular commercial use. I ask you again, is the county required to follow its own comp plan? If it is, I will be back to talk to you more about Chapter 11.
Alex Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Alex Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue. To answer Ms. Anderson's or Dr. Anderson's questions, the answer is yes. You can amend your comprehensive plan, but I think your attorney will tell you you do have to follow it until you amend it. The discussion that she had regarding the SWAC and the distribution centers in Deltona and that kind of stuff, that's not in the county. We're here on the county's comprehensive plan, the county zoning ordinance, and those items are really not, outside of the county zoning, aren't pertinent. And then the other thing I just want to mention in response to what she just said, we cooperated with the county. She described the city of DeLand, the county of Volusia. There's also the landowner, that's us, who cooperated on the Blue Lake extension. We could have forced it to condemnation and challenged the condemnation. We did not do that. We chose to work with the county, never imagining it would try to be used against us here today. To use against us here today to do what your plan has always contemplated since 1990. Prior to 1990, part of this property was already zoned industrial and property around it. You see the T.G. Lee plant that's been out there probably since I was a kid. Got lots of gray hair here. The concrete plant, also kind of triangle out in our property, is there, and the warehouse for the construction materials on the north side of 472. So these uses we're asking to add as permitted uses have always been contemplated to be used on this property. I think the county staff has acknowledged that it was a scrivener's error that these uses were not included. So we ask that you do include them, again, following the plan that's been in place since at least 1990. You guys and your staff often get accused of not planning. This has been the plan. when the people, Dr. Anderson and her neighbors moved out there. This was the plan. This predated that development. So I'm just asking you to follow your plan, as I think your county attorney will recommend as well, if you ask him. As to the community district, she did not address that issue. I've not heard of any opposition to that. The one thing I want to point out to you is this allows us to develop in keeping with the minimum density allowed, the minimum. The maximum, which we could, by the way, right now of right, go in and seek apartment dwellings or townhouses or duplexes. What we're trying to do is be permitted to develop single family. And so I think that's probably why you aren't hearing a lot of objection to that. We think that's consistent with the neighborhood. One of the gentlemen who spoke last time, may I have just a moment more?
Council? You'd have to suspend the rules. This is a legislative hearing, and it's important. So council has to decide if you want to suspend the rules and allow the speaker. How much time do you need to?
Another 15 seconds, 30 seconds?
Chair, if he's the applicant.
He's the applicant.
He's good to go.
Technically, we're...
This is a county directed. This is a legislative change, which is why we're going through the 2 hearing process. So we're changing a zoning district.
Go ahead and finish.
Okay, just the only other thing I was going to say is at the PLDRC, one of the neighbors asked about limiting the distribution center to the south side of the road. Some of y'all may be interested in that. If you are interested in that, we have no problem limiting distribution centers to the south side of the road. I think that's, with the Blue Lake extension, I don't think the north side of the road really is suitable anyways. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, or I'll be glad to sit down.
Did you have a question for Mr. Ford? Or okay, we have one more person who would like to speak. The attorney, Michael Woods.
Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Woods, Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, on behalf of potential developer of the project, and I will save you the time that you graciously granted to Mr. Ford. Really, from Mark's perspective in the letter, it is taking that long-term planning document that is at 40,000 feet. When you come in and do the actual application of the math, they found out that there was some math errors and complications. So that's where you get with the lot size to be able to hit that minimum density. We usually aren't dealing with that kind of problem of having hit that bottom level. We're always usually arguing about a few more units per acre. I mean, this is an interesting position to be in as a development attorney. And then just the letter there was to recognize that along with that, in order to make those lot sizes work, there's obviously some additional tweaks. And just being clear, since we have the opportunity to be before you now, you're aware of it, you can instruct your staff to put that condition in, and it ensures smooth sailing moving forward. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, before I make my comments, can Clay possibly address any of the comments that were made regarding what the staff has done toward this? I think there was a lady made some comments.
Just to make sure everyone's clear about the comprehensive plan, and I'm reading from page 76 of 169. This is section 4B1B. It's talking about the Southwest Activity Center Commerce. And it says this district is considered the core of the Southwest Activity Center, is located on the north and south sides of State Road 472, west of County Road 4101. This district facilitates moderate to high intensity development, generally with a mix of office, light, industrial, retail, and hotel uses. That includes office park, light, industrial, commercial, commerce, neighborhood commercial, and then public and semi-public and residential. Under light industrial business park, this is why staff is saying that we have concerns from a Burt Harris Property Rights Act, because it says the intent is to provide for light industrial development and complementary uses. These parks may contain a variety of uses, including but not limited to warehouse distribution, light manufacturing, assembly, research and development, flex space, industrial and business headquarters offices, general professional offices, wholesale retail showrooms, and incubator space for emerging companies. And in regards to the comprehensive plan, we have identified that entitlements consist of over 1 million square feet of office, over 660,000 square feet of light industrial, over 659,000 square feet of retail, 197 hotel rooms, 1,939 multifamily units, and 220 single-family dwelling units. So these are things that are already in our comprehensive plan that are carryovers from that master DRI, the Development of Regional Impact that we approved back in 2003.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I guess there's a motion right in place. And thank you for that explanation, Clay, because that's kind of sort of what I thought. I still take this as a kind of sort of an oversight that happened when the transition happened, but I think I'm the only one. In 2003, I was a part of this DRI when I served on the local commission, so not exactly familiar with this Scribner's error, but serving still, right? But I just wanted to, Mr. Chair, say this particular area is the right place for this. This is kind of sort of the last frontier along that I-4 corridor, somewhere near where people can get to work easily, and it just makes sense. But I wanted to share with the council something that I found personally disturbing or bothering me as I ask more questions about this process. So my understanding is the historicals is that this was sent from council about 6 or 7 months ago to the PLDRC for their action. Is that correct?
The letter from Mr. Ford was received in February. The council acted on June of 2022 to direct its staff to go and send it to the PLDRC to address the two issues of the 5,000 square foot lot and office warehouse use.
And the reasons, when I started digging into that a little bit, I learned also that it's before us now, it took so long, right? Many of us have talked about the bureaucracy on how things take so long. It's always the criticism of government, how they interact with us, and we're the faces. And learning about what occurred on a 30,000 foot level, that why is this taking so long to get to us? I learned that there were motions to postpone at the PLDRC continuously, not for any real, from what I've learned, legitimate reasons. It was, in my opinion, from what I've learned, it's more of a gamesmanship that may have been happening along the process. That bothered me because I'd like to be a eliminator of red tape, making government more efficient, and we should not allow the possibility of one or maybe two individuals on a board like that to send the wrong message that we're not consistent with and allow the system to be gamed. That being said, I support this project, but later on, members, I'm going to make a motion or direct staff to get consensus, and I've asked legal, I think we're okay to do this, is to amend our rules in the PLDRC that they can only table an item once. If they can't deal with it after tabling it once, then it comes automatically to the council for a hearing. So I just wanted to give you guys a preview that I'm going to suggest that later, but I'm supportive of this project, and I think there's a motion in order.
Thank you. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'll disclose I had ex parte communication this morning with the developer, property owner, as well as their representatives, their attorney, Mr. Watts. But yeah, I'm very familiar with this intersection, and the thing that I like most about it is I understand Ms. Anderson, and I've got a lot of emails in opposition to this. Rightfully so, and I understand you guys are concerned about a lot of big trucks and your accident statistics. I'm going to have to start yelling apparently, so don't take it personal. But what's good about this location is it's close to I-4. I mean, I don't even think it's a half a mile from I-4, maybe in that neighborhood. But what I don't want to see happen is, okay, this doesn't become a distribution center, and then somewhere west of DeLand, they get a distribution center. And now we're going to have those big trucks rolling right through downtown DeLand, right through the main intersection of town, going eastbound to I-4. And we don't want that. I mean, big trucks are dangerous. So if we can keep the big trucks as close as possible to I-4, I would think that'd be better for the community than just, saying no to this, and then 5 years from now, we get a Walmart distribution center west of here, and now we got to deal with that traffic going through town and through more neighborhoods. So if we've got to do it, I think we got to do it here. My other concern is, my other thing I'd like to point out is if they're willing to limit it to the south side of 472, I think that's awesome. I understand you don't want a 2 million square foot Amazon distribution center, because that one across I-4 is huge. And I don't know if I'd want that in my backyard if I was one of your residents of your neighborhood. But I think if they're gracious enough, because it sounds like under Bert Harris, they might be able to force their way to get this ultimately. So if they're willing to concede that, and at least that would keep all the heavy traffic to the south side of 472, and I wouldn't think it would bring many tractor trailer trucks up Kepler or Martin Luther King. And so I think if we could just, if they're willing to do that and just limit it to everything south, I think that would hopefully be a pretty good compromise. And then the other thing is, so I'm glad you're giving me a thumbs up. And the other thing is their request for the lot size changes. I think that matches, my understanding is from our meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that matches the existing property sizes to the north, the adjoining one. So I don't think they're really trying to make it more dense or anything crazy. They're just kind of keeping it with the neighborhood. So I'm in favor of this, and I might move to amend it just so that they could only use the south portion, south of 472, for warehouse and distribution center, and not on the north side of 472, which would abut the, Arvida, Victoria Park, whatever that neighborhood is. If that's, yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, you're the applicant. Come up and speak.
Mr. Dempsey, the distribution we distinguish from the warehouse, because there already is a warehouse, an existing warehouse on the north side. We might want to reserve that use on the north side. I don't think it's necessarily going to go that way, but if y'all could see fit to just restrict that to the distribution center.
Just to the distribution center. Okay, okay.
I think it's likely going to be, I think the more likelihood is that the north side probably will not see further warehouse, but we would like that flexibility.
Okay, so if I were to make a motion in the Southwest Activity Center Commerce classification to allow for the distribution center uses by right to only be in the portion south of 472, that would be okay with y'all?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all. And I would like to point out that they actually are the ones that provided the Moore property. In case anybody from Victoria Park is upset, they're the ones that actually provided the availability for the Moore property so they could have a conservation area within Victoria Park. So I don't think they're ignoring the best interest of Victoria Park either. I think they've care about them.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Come on up, Paulo. We have an amendment right now made by Don Dempsey to limit the distribution center to the south side, just seconded by Matt Reinhardt, attorney. Paulo.
No, just making sure that we're on track, because right now you've got a motion that's just on the side yard setbacks and the lot coverage. This amendment would direct staff to do that, as well as limit distribution centers south of 472. And we'll come back with those changes if the amendment goes through and if the board directs us to do that.
Okay. I'll just say what I was going to say now. When this came up last year, I voted to send it forward. I wanted to see how it came back. I'm going to do the same thing today. I want to see how it comes back. I don't think we have to declare parte, but I did speak with the attorneys, with the Fords, and we actually had a very productive discussion about what the final result may look like, because right now you don't know exactly what's going to be proposed. I wish you did. That would help us all, but you don't know. This is a super long-term project that's been in the works. But we discussed, flooding. We discussed the neighborhoods. We discussed, as Ms. Anderson did, the need for better jobs. But you brought that up, that we needed better jobs here, and you hoped that this was an opportunity to do that. There's a lot of moving parts. I want to see what it's going to look like. I'm I'm pleased with the very productive conversation that we had yesterday. So with that, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, Mr. Dempsey, I'm glad you brought that up because I would say the same thing on that side. And going back to what you had said, this has been in the plans for several years. I've been in Deltona, I think I pointed out, since 1969, 1970, and graduated from DeLand, and they were talking about it back then. So not in the 60s, but later on in the 80s. So yeah, I was there before you. So, but it is important. Anytime that we can keep jobs within this area, I'm a big advocate of our job component, of our economic development, and keeping people in this area, spending their money in this area, living in this area, as opposed to working outside. That area that we're talking about in Deltona has always been a melting pot of people working outside of the area, and I want to kind of try to contain that. If this will address that, then that's a win-win. Now, where I'm at in Daytona, we have that warehouse issue. We Amazon, it literally right down the street from my house, and because of the proximity, that's why they chose that area, is because of the proximity to I-95 and I-4. This kind of does the same thing. So I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I wanted to let them know. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey, for bringing that up. That's why I seconded that. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have two amendments to deal with here. The first one by Jake Johansson, seconded by Don Dempsey, to change the lot dimensions, lot size, and reduce setbacks. Let's vote on that one. Any questions on it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries 7-0. The second amendment, remember, this will all come back to us to see again, was to limit distribution centers to the south side only. By motion was by Don Dempsey, second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor of that, say aye.
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 Any opposed? They carry. Do you need anything else? And that will come back. It will be noticed, and
The first meeting in May, May 2nd.
okay.
Hey, could I ask Clay something real quick?
Yes.
Could I?
Clay,
Was there a requirement, in Mark's letter, was there also another request that the maximum lot coverage be set to 65%? Did that
That was included in the motion.
It was included? Okay, I didn't know.
That was included in the first motion.
It was, okay, good.
There.
Item 8. Emergency Services Budget and Service Level Presentation. James Judge.
4 to 5 hour meetings. They should be.
Yep.
Well, good evening, Chairman Brower, members of the council, Jim Judge, Director of Emergency Services. Good to see everyone tonight. And tonight we have a service level and budget update for the council. So, all right. Well, so we have a couple of us that are doing double duty right now. I'm also looking after emergency management, and also Mark Walcott, besides looking after emergency medical administration, is looking after emergency medical services. But we do hope to bring the replacements for these two positions before you here, before too long. And of course, Chief King is with us tonight too to update everybody on fire services. So the Department of Emergency Services funding, we basically, for the full department, is just over $121 million and 493 FTEs. And of course, we're going to provide a breakdown of that as we go through all 4 divisions. And of course, the department was split back after the budget was approved, the 22-23 budget. So the dollars you see down the middle are basically a reflection of both public protection and emergency services. So as we go into the 23-24 budget, this will obviously be broken out, and 8 positions 4 will go to public protection, and we have 4 in emergency services. So emergency service, again, 4 divisions. We do have an internal affairs officer, Mr. Ray Manchester. And of course, we administer the department functions, scheduling, EMS records management. Of course, we have a number of grants that we manage. And then, of course, emergencies that do come every now and then. And of course, a lot of data mining as we look at every aspect of the organizations. Again, licenses, and again, this is both public protection and emergency services, from software to GIS to telestaff, professional development. We have the advanced CISM training, which is critical incident stress management, and then also the CVSA, that's the voice stress analysis that we use for fire, EMS, also corrections and beach patrol. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'll go into emergency management.
Go ahead.
Right. So, emergency management, we have a position in EMN, activity project manager, and we have a number of planners and administrative specialists. Here's the organizational chart. And personnel services, of course, 23-24, we're looking at potential FR rate increases, health insurance costs, but the adapted budget for emergency management's just over $593,000, operating at $371. And of course, operating includes quite a few things, anywhere from vehicle maintenance to HERVAC. We do have a number of different proprietary products that we use to manage the weather, from weather bug systems, storm geo, PC weather products. That really helps us keep up with the weather, and certainly as we move toward the hurricane season. Down below it says 6 full-time. We actually have 8. 2 of those positions are funded by grants, and we do have 2 grants, the Emergency Preparedness and Assistance Grant, and then also the Emergency Management Performance Grant. And something we did for this year was basically generate some revenue through payments received for the review of comprehensive emergency management plans. It is a statutory requirement that we review these plans, adult daycares, assisted livings, nursing homes, and so on, even the hospitals. And we started this program as we would get plans from these facilities, and we would review them. There would be updates that were necessary. We'd kick it back to the facility. It would come back. So we were going back and forth quite a bit. So in order to help the facility, help us, that when they bring the plan to us, it's complete and updated, and maybe just minor tweaking. So that's actually worked very well. In addition to that, we've also started training. So we find out the areas that a lot of these facilities miss, and then we put on training programs. Yolanda Buckles, that oversees this, she's also willing to go to the facilities and help them to complete the process. And then in addition to the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, we also review their power plans. So all of these facilities, especially the nursing homes and assisted living, daycare, they have to maintain a temperature of 81 degrees. So they have to have the generator power, backup food, backup water, transportation resources. So there's quite a bit that goes into the review of these plans. And I mentioned the grants, the Emergency Management Performance Grant. Again, that funds 2 positions. And then also the Emergency Preparedness and Assistance Grant. We use this for training, planning, and exercises. We've also used the money for a MCI, multi-casualty incident trailer for fire services. We've also used it for purchasing animal control supplies. So as they support the shelters for the hurricanes. So we've used the funding for quite a few areas, and also for exercises. So we have quite a bit of that we do all year long. And then, of course, the training and exercises I mentioned, EM partner preparedness, situational awareness. We do have 92 different plans and procedures that we have. Of course, working with Kevin Captain on the news media. And we, of course, as we get into the hurricane season, we're already working on a video, which we're quite excited about flood insurance. And then we're also working on a how-to video, how to use sandbags properly, because oftentimes we see that that's not the case. And then also, you know, the response part of it, looking at the EOC activation, duty officers, the speedway events, large gatherings with, we've got Jeep Week and so forth coming up. So we also play a role in all of those. And then also the coordination of Local Mitigation Strategy Committee and the Local Mitigation Plan, which is so important right now as the county does get funding to be able to enhance the areas of the county that need some funding in some critical infrastructures. So the operating expenses, the contracted services, again, WebEOC, our emergency management app that we are always trying to highlight, weather tracking software, again, such as PC Weather Products, Storm Geo, and others that, again, help us monitor the tropics. So if there's a blip on the screen out there, we know about it. And then, of course, liability insurance, computer replacement, fuel maintenance, and then the remaining budget, we've got about over 55,000 of the total that's still available. Future challenges, of course, climate change. You know, we're constantly in courses as we get updated on potential for sea level rise, needed mitigation efforts to lessen future damages, and of course, the county is growing. Lots of people moving to Florida from all over, so we always work hard to make sure that they understand the preparedness activities, not just for hurricane season, but other things throughout the year. And then, of course, the long-term planning and recovery process from both Ian and Nicole that are ongoing. And also of note, coming up on May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, we actually have the Florida Division of Emergency Management coming to Volusia County to try out their continuity of operations plan, because if FDEM has to get out of Tallahassee, they're coming to Volusia County, and that also includes the governor. So there'll be about 85 individuals that we'll be hosting to help them through their planning and coordination process, so that should they need to come to Volusia County, that we're ready and willing and able to help them, and then also they can exercise all their information that they need. Any questions so far? All right, we'll move into Mr.
Hold
Walcott
on.
right now.
Not
I'm sorry.
that easy.
Not yet, okay.
David Santiago first.
I think I heard you mention Jeep Beach coming
Yes.
up. Now, I own a Ford Bronco. Is there a Bronco event coming up?
Not that I'm aware of, but we'll have to check on that. We could start one.
There we go. We're on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We do have Truck Week, which is a harder event to,
Yes, it
to
is.
control. Jake Johansson.
Jim, real quick, the CEMPs, cities do those too, right? And do you still?
Actually, we do it for the entire county. So I believe there's 147 different facilities that we.
And you're kind enough not to charge the cities, but you'll.
Well, we charge the facilities
Got it.
for reviewing their plans.
Any thought of charging cities for reviewing? I mean, now that I'm not in a city, maybe that's.
Making friends.
But we did send a few your way, and you did a pretty good job of reviewing them. But
And again, it's not a lot of money. It's it depends on the size.
They shouldn't feel so bad, should they?
It's not, and again, it's the size of the facility, depending on the number of beds. Of course, the hospital is going to be a little bit more. If it's the first review, then that's a little bit more money. But the first review could be anywhere from $35 to $40 for the first review. And then a second review is going to be up to $65. And then if they don't get it right the second time, we go back a third time, then it's a little bit more. So it encourages them for us to work with them to get these plans completed, submitted, and ready to go. And then, of course, we're not the regulatory agency. We have a responsibility to review and approve the plans, but then ACA, the Agency for Healthcare Administration, if there's a problem, they're non-compliant, then we go to ACA, and then they come down and review the facility and take whatever actions needed.
Got it. My next question is, you have two people you're paying on grant money.
Yes, sir.
When that grant money goes away.
It's we've had that grant for years, and it's all been
Got it.
approved for years to come.
Okay.
So no danger at all. If anything, we may get more money in that grant.
I appreciate
So
it.
that's something that we're looking at too, and hopefully both of those EMPG and EMP grade grants will only continue to provide additional funding.
I do have one, oh, by the way. Did the state give or grant us any extra money to make our facility more robust for their possibility coming down here?
Well, that's a good question. We are, and I have it in the budget for emergency management. What we hope to do is to bring something back before the county to be able to enhance the facility. It's wonderful. But what we'd like to do is have like a multi-purpose facility that would be adjoining to the EOC, which we have is more showers, more training offices, and then certainly sleeping areas, because we can end up with as many as 280 to 300 individuals in that facility when we're fully activated, and we run out of room very quickly. We're in the hallways, we're in offices, everywhere we can get to find some sleeping quarters. So we are working with John Booker through the legislative process to see if there could be some government funding coming down for that. We did work on a brick grant, and we actually have done a lot of work in how the design would go with that. So we feel really good about putting aside in the proposed budget about $550,000 to be able to put that, all the background information and everything for that facility. Of course, we will, once the state gets here, we'll have Kevin Guthrie and his staff down here to be able to talk more about that and see what help we can get from them, you know, when they come down to visit with us.
We're already helping them, in my opinion. When the federal government encroaches on people for continuity of government issues, they write the check to make it robust. So we ought to put a lot of pressure, George, on the governor and his staff to throw some money down this way if we have to make it robust enough to support them for, if they're coming from Tallahassee, it's not going to be for a day or two.
And I think once they get here and they see the facility, and then again, just the limited space we have for the sleeping of it. We do have some training rooms that the sheriff uses quite a bit because they're constantly training new communicators and also updating their software, and then also as they continue to upgrade their dispatching software. So it would give us additional training areas, it would give us additional sleeping space, but then also showers, bathrooms, and would really enhance a wonderful facility even further. But with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Mark Walcott.
Just before. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Before you're off and running, Jim, hold on.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out to your point, Mr. Jansen. This county invested and built that facility, the EOC and the comm center, all with general fund dollars. We didn't get any grants at the time, and actually Craig Fugate came down when he was the head of FEMA. Yes. And of course we have connections from his days in Florida. He was very impressed with the facility at that time, and it was noted again that we had no federal money, no state money. We did that as a community on our own. So I don't feel bashful about asking for a little help as we upgrade it, and again, as, like you said, as they take it over.
Craig Fugate called it probably one of the finest emergency operations centers in the country. Brevard County is modeling their upgraded EOC after ours. Charlotte County, many others, even in the southeast, have come to visit to look at our operations and look at our building and see how we did it. We good? Okay. Let me bring up Mr. Walcott to talk about emergency medical services.
All right. Good evening. Mark Walcott, Emergency Medical Administration. I'll move through these slides as quick as I can. Stop me if you have a question. We'll be happy to answer for you. Emergency Medical Administration is one of the 4 divisions in emergency services. We're the smallest, 4.5 employees in the division. So we're small, but we're mighty. We've got a lot of responsibility, and that's what I hope to showcase for you tonight a little bit. Most of our activity revolves around administrative regulatory oversight, and our medical director is the other component of that really brings a lot of bang for our buck to Volusia County Emergency Medical Services as a whole. We're funded purely from the general fund. I'll note that I guess the elephant in the room is our budget is disproportionately high for 4.5 people at $9.2 million. And I'll walk through that for you real quick. The interfund transfer at $6.6 million. EMA is used as a placeholder. It's an accounting process. That money is transferred through or passed through over to EMS. That's the general fund contribution. We'll revisit with the next division. The grants and aids, the $1.7 million you see for the Florida Public Emergency Medical Transport Program, that's an investment we make. I think that yield is about $4.8 million by the time it comes back to the county. So EMA works with a little bit less than 10% of that entire budget, with $587,000 at personnel services and $308,000 for operating. In addition to that, the division oversees the trust fund. The Fund 717 you see at the bottom of that slide, holding about $409,000 right now. That's an annual award by the state of Florida, Bureau of EMS, and that's to enhance or expand the EMS system. Enough said with that.
At a 30,000-foot level, emergency medical administration does regulatory oversight, does clinical oversight, and it's really taken on a new task of analysis. A lot of data that we collect, a lot of data that the system collects, and that's where we spend our time and focus. On the next slide, I'll point out really the numbers on the right is what I want to draw your attention to. Telecommunicators for the Sheriff's Office Comm Center, 170. Between emergency medical technicians and paramedics, its number sits just below 1,000 system-wide. EMA, unlike a lot of county organizational units of government, we not only oversee the county system, but we see municipalities as well. We'll talk about it a little bit more here on another slide, but it's that nearly 1,100 people that all work under the medical license of Dr. Gershon, our medical director, a full-time employee with the county. So it's the oversight of that entire collection of people rendering care in the field that we're managing. So what are we doing? Legislatively mandated activities. For the medical director side of it, the state mandates a quality assurance program. She has to manage and develop a program that reaches out, that does timely review of patient care charts. We find exemplary care. We sometimes find care that probably doesn't meet the par that we're trying to hit. So through that quality assurance program is how we find that. We develop training through Dr. Gershon's office. And we bring that back out to the providers. If it's not a systemic issue, we bring those individual clinicians in, and she has discussions one-on-one with them. She gives us access to prescription medications and medical devices. Again, that medical degree really helps us out in that case. She also credentials every paramedic that works in the county. Every paramedic that comes to work for any individual agency in this county, she spends about 2 hours with. She's doing probably about 3, sometimes 4 a week, so a good chunk of her time is taken up just working with the medics, making sure they meet the standard that she wants. Administratively, we do the licensure and regulation. EMA takes care of all state and federal licensure for the DEA, for the Department of Health. We work through the process with Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services as a Medicare provider. And in addition to that, we manage the software reporting platform, one I'll spend just 2 seconds on. This summer, hopefully before the end of the fiscal year, we hope to migrate every EMS provider over to a single platform. First time in 40 years, we'll be on one platform and able to do some true system analysis to see what direction we're heading. Operating expenses, $231,000, $232,000. That's about 75% of EMA's operating budget is all going to that software I just mentioned and a couple of other small components. The professional development, the vehicle replacement, medical malpractice, and liability insurance each take up about a total of 15% of that budget, leaving 7% left over 17 object codes. What are our challenges? Our challenges are embracing technology. All this technology we're bringing in with a small group. We use that to try to manage the system the best we can, find our weaknesses, find ways to improve upon those weaknesses. And our second challenge is the conversion of the software platform we're on today to what we're going to by the end of this fiscal year. So we're excited about that. We're running full speed into it and hope to achieve that by September. With that, short, sweet, any questions?
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at your slide, the calendar year 2022 system-wide by numbers, and it sparked a thought for me from a delivery of service and availability of services, and particularly on the west side. And do you track the data, how often we have to take patients across the bridge into Seminole County?
Yes. Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head. HCA Florida Lake Monroe receives a very small percentage of our patients overall. I'd ballpark probably 8%.
And is it for any specific type of service that they're going over there because they can't receive it in West Volusia?
The HCA Florida Lake Monroe is our only level 2 trauma center on the west side of the county. We've got some discussions going back and forth now whether they want to be a thrombectomy capable or a comprehensive stroke center, which would be a great resource to have on that side of the county. Aside from that, no, nothing else stands out.
Who's proposing to do that service?
This is HCA Florida Lake Monroe Hospital.
You were saying stroke stuff, right?
Correct.
They're proposing to enhance and add those services over there, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And do we communicate with our partners on the west side, in particular, is we have Advent Health Fish, right? We have Advent DeLand, and we have Halifax Deltona. Do we communicate with them as to see what potential services and how we can assist or encourage so that we don't have to take our patients over across the bridge?
We do. We have a medical advisory board that meets regularly, and we discuss with the ED physician directors, and we meet with counterparts within the emergency departments, nurse managers. We meet with the staffs pretty regularly.
My underlying motive here is to ensure that our patients can be serviced in Volusia and not have to go across the bridge, because time, obviously in a stroke, time is of essence.
Right.
And I think, and I say this without knowing the latest information, but I think stroke patients in West Volusia are at a disadvantage. Now, I'm sure I'll probably get a call tomorrow, and that's okay, I'll take that call. But my current perception is that, I'll use strokes, for example, they're not being serviced to the level of, I'll just use the example, maybe accessibility on the east side.
As far as stroke centers, it's a state certification. There's 3 different levels: primary, there's comprehensive, and there's thrombectomy capable. The only thrombectomy capable center we have is Halifax Daytona. Everybody else is primary, so everybody offers some level of stroke care. The thrombectomy capable, that's going into the brain with a catheter and grabbing a clot out of a large vessel. I don't have the numbers, but it's a relatively low percentage of stroke patients.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Jake Johansson.
Yes, thank you for the briefing. I know we have cities that do EMS as well. Are they transitioning from Zoll to EMS as well, or is there going to be a disconnect there until they get on board? Or are they part of your conversion?
I'll split it in 2. Right with January 1 or January 3rd of this year, we transitioned all the non-transport assets onto a product called EMS Charts. All of the transport assets, including Volusia EMS, 2 with Volusia County Fire, and 5 other partner agencies, Port Orange, New Smyrna, Ponce Inlet, Edgewater, and Deltona, still are on the Zoll platform. The hope is here in the next 30 to 60 days, we'll test the connectivity with Ponce Inlet because of their small call volume. We can manage that data testing a little bit better. Once that's successful, we'll migrate the rest of the organizations onto a single platform.
Got it. And less of a question for you, more of a question, I think, for George. I know a lot of departments use GIS. Is this an overarching GIS contract and it's just parsed out and this is a portion of it? Or does each department do their GIS separately?
Well, we have several different GIS programs depending on their final function. So when you're in the emergency medical area, they have certain ones that they use, and they're more looking at response times, and they have that kind of module. Versus they're not into map making as much. They can make something, right, but they use some different products. We do have IT overall has a robust GIS area that they kind of oversee each of the departments that have separate GIS.
So we're looking at economy and scale and doing everything we can.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We'll move to the Emergency Medical Services Division. Again, Mark Walcott, I'm an interim director over there for the time. EMS, much larger division, obviously a lot more complex. You can see, just for the sake of color, the blue are the uniformed personnel, the yellow are civilian personnel. I believe we're sitting at about 93% of the staff have something to do with deploying an ambulance into the field, running that ambulance during a shift, or supervising that ambulance. So the vast majority of the people you see on that chart are definitely involved in keeping those ambulances moving. EMS budget totaling $44 million, with expenditures and personnel sitting at $22 million, 6.3 in operating and 1.7 in capital outlay. Our operations, what is EMS doing? It's a pretty simple one. We provide emergency medical care and emergency medical transport throughout the county. I'll throw in the bonus of, you're looking at one of the few divisions, few organizational units of government that literally touch every square mile of Volusia County. We go everywhere from Seville to Osteen to Oak Hill and back up to the North Peninsula. That service is run primarily through a dynamic deployment. Let's take out the word primarily. It's through a dynamic deployment, the number of ambulances on the road at any given point in time, based upon a demand analysis. That point in time is hour of day and day of week. So that historical review and analysis of ambulance demand is looked at regularly and the schedule is adjusted. Of course, with a healthcare organization this size, maintaining employee credentials is essential. We've got a robust training department that takes care of all the state and locally mandated credentials, and they move those people through pretty quickly. Operating expenses, I'll draw your attention really to the first bullet on this slide. That's the big one for us, is the service charge from fleet for $1.7 million. Ambulances are hard to find right now. In fact, next year, I believe instead of buying new ambulances, we're buying chassis and we're remounting boxes on them to help drive costs down. Dr. Robert Gilmore this morning, he said an ambulance last year, FY 21-22, cost about $202,000. This year, it's costing us about $292,000, 44% increase. Supply-demand chain is what would appear to be culprit for that. And again, with that limited supply and a high demand, it's hard to get the units turned around from the manufacturer. You can see the numbers. I won't read down them, but I'll mention fuel as well. The volatility with fuel at $830,000. Kudos to Mr. Gilmore and his staff for helping us navigate that process of estimating cost and volume. Revenue, here are the second bullets, the general fund transfer we've already talked about, $6.6 million. It's that top fee that's really kind of eye-catching, $19.1 million, and that's all from user fees. Again, I'll give a shout out to Mr. Osowski, Mr. Van Cleek, Mr. Baumgardner, and Ms. Evans for doing a phenomenal job in billing these services out and collecting the fees. There's the public emergency medical transport at the third bullet. That's that 1.7 that ultimately yields fruit of 4.8, and the rest is just enumerated up there for you. Challenges are what the challenges have been for the past 2 or 3 years since COVID, and that is employee retention and employee recruitment. We continue to work on it. Previous councils have offered a $4,500 sign-on bonus with a 3-year commitment. That continues to this day. We're thankful for that. We have staff that do recruitment, spend a fair amount of time visiting job fairs. They visit colleges where EMS programs are taught. We try to get those people not only coming out of the class, but we go and visit during the classes so we can get them in a direction pointing at us. We'll help them with the paperwork. It's just a nonstop process they work through just to get the people in the door. Retention, the biggest piece on the retention we're doing is Daytona State College and sponsoring EMTs that are in Mr. Rechtenwald's words, homegrown. We're finding EMTs that are good performers within the division today and sponsoring them to go on into paramedic school. And we've met some success with it, but we still keep hitting some hurdles from time to time. Overall, I'd say we're meeting great success. Any questions on EMS?
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. You talked about the expense of $1.7 million for vehicle replacement. Does that include what you were talking about as far as just the chassis, that issue that you're looking at? Is that figure conducive with what you're saying, or is that going to change things if you go that avenue?
No, the 1.7 is for the current fiscal year. I think we've got 7 ambulances coming off the line.
Okay, so that number would come down some if that's what you're looking at doing. You said it's cost saving by taking the check.
For the remounts, I'm in our 20. The 1.7 is this year for new ambulances. I think the number is 7.
Oh, okay.
Next year, we're looking at remounts. So we will ship the trucks back up to Ohio. They'll take the box off the back of it and remount it on a chassis. But I still think there's a sizable amount of cost just with that chassis.
That would be trimmed. Also, that being said, and I know I'm getting in the weeds a little bit, forgive me, but with regards to taking the boxes and putting them on the new chassis, obviously money probably spent towards upgrades of the boxes. I mean, because there's new equipment that's available, there's new life-saving technology that's out there. I mean, obviously as any piece of new equipment, you have a new vehicle, it offers more stuff.
But
So-
most of the life-saving technology is portable. A heart monitor,
Oh,
for instance,
okay.
just sits
So
on a
nothing
shelf,
that's actually installed.
They clean up the box, they make it a little bit more cosmetically appealing after a couple of years of use.
But
They
it's
paint it,
basically the same.
But it's basically the same box.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll turn it over to Mr. King.
Okay. Fire rescue. Good evening. Joe King, your fire chief. We'll start off tonight with looking at our org chart, and not as pretty as Mr. Walcott's with colors, but what I want to pour down here is a majority of our org chart is our operations division. So of our 223 budgeted positions in fire rescue, 207 are assigned to our operation division and assigned to our 19 stations and work a 24/7 shift schedule. And of that, they respond to, last year responded to 18,532 calls. This is a look at our budget this year. Personal services is approximately 43% of our budget, operating being 15%, and a total budget of $65 million. To the right, you'll see our notes, which are our future projects for next year and future budget considerations. Fire rescue is broken up into 4 funds. General fund being just 3% of our fund. The largest portion of our fund is fire fund, which is 93%, which covers the unincorporated area, Lake Helen, Pearson, and Oak Hill. Our airport fund and impact fees are 2% of our budget. Revenue, this is actually just revenue above our ad valorem. So these are additional to our ad valorem. The service charge for Lake Helen's contract, transport services, which is $350,000, and that's comes from approximately 950 transports. Our 2 transports did last year, which one in Oak Hill and one in Pearson. Building permits come from our fire inspection and plan reviews, and then the fire training charges, the majority of that is from Daytona State's contract. This is an overview of our department. We're a one-stop shop. We do pretty much everything. In the center there, you can see our special operations. That is our county-wide services that we provide for hazmat, technical rescue, and our wireland firefighting. And then here's a look at our expenses. The 2 I'll point out is the same, which is our vehicle replacement, our fuel, and our maintenance cost, and that's for our fleet of 88 vehicles, as well as our maintenance costs for our 19 fire stations and training center. And additionally on this one, personal protective equipment. A lot of our safety equipment has a life cycle and has to be replaced mostly on a 10-year replacement. So we do our due diligence in trying to keep this budgeted and understanding the replacement to try and keep our 200 personnel staffed with all this equipment. And then the other thing I wanted to point out here is the temporary personnel. These are positions that we have. We have contracted positions, 2 fire inspectors that are part-time and 1 front desk receptionist. And these contracted positions have been in the fire service for several years. So the move is that we're requesting next year in the budget to have these be full-time employees with the county. Future challenges. In our future challenges, this is what really drives our decision-making when we move forward, and it follows our strategic plan that we've set for the department. So just when we look at this, our big concerns here is, though despite we have aging fire stations, we're still doing our due diligence to update them and meet our staffing needs, as well as increasing our staff and to provide a better service, and that's been supportive of the county, to increase our staff, as well as reduce overtime and our mandates. So with that, I will turn it over to questions.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, you came on board about the same time 5 of us did.
Right.
I had the pleasure of knowing you from Ormond and having a relationship with you back then and knowing your good work. I'll just tell you for your ears to know, because sometimes if people don't tell you, you don't know.
Right.
But when I had that wonderful tour at the airport and that specialized unit, is it that specialized unit, the men and women that I spoke with were so excited about your new blood as being their chief. And I was happy for them because of me knowing you. I just wanted you to know you've got men and women who are excited about your ideas and what you bring to the table. This is a huge undertaking you have with over 200 employees and that budget. My one question that I have for you is, so that specialized unit out there at the airport that they train for, hopefully never having to use what they train for with a bad air traffic accident there. They can go and fill in for firefighters at other stations when they're called out.
Right.
But those firefighters can't fill in for them because they don't have that specialized training, correct?
Well, we have a backup, our Station 12 crew that's on Taylor Road.
Right.
So those 9 are also trained to fill
Right.
in behind them.
My question was, because with talking with those employees, I got the impression that there are times, and you're right, there is that other fire station where it's like they're spread a little thin, and because of their specialized unit, they can't leave and take their truck and go pick up food. They have to rely on friends and family. If they're, say that they're going to do 24, and then someone calls out and they've got to stay, they're there again. My point is, I'm hopeful that you're going to have a plan to train more of your firefighters to fill in for that void. Because of course my question to them was, why would you do this? You've got all these other fire stations. Why this one? And it sort of felt like, why become a Navy SEAL? They're like, we know what we have is special. Like what we do, this is specialized, and we live for it, and we love it. And I love that answer. Right. And it was great. I just wanted to ask, do you have something you're thinking about down the road as far as training more people to be able to participate in that specialized unit?
Right. Well, first, let me back up and thank you for your first comment. I appreciate that, and I appreciate hearing that. And I do hear that from them guys out there. And part of that I want to mirror is the leadership that's out there, the lieutenants that are out there, the battalion that's out there. They act like a specialized unit. I mean, they are jazzed up about training. They work hard to be the best that they can be. And they push the guys at Station 12, the staff at Station 12 to meet those same challenges. So it's pretty neat to see that.
Chief, if you don't act like what you have is special, no one else will think it's special either. And it was a great feeling because they know that what they do out there is special. My only piece was I thought, a perfect storm of call outs or people getting sick and things like that. You have some people who they're there for days at a time. And that's hard. That's just hard on anybody, but it's hard on a family. Right. It's hard on friendships.
I've had conversations about this with Chief Whalen out there and succession planning, and he's a good guy. So thank you for that.
Jake Johansson.
Thanks, Chief, for the brief. Your temporary personnel at 187,000 that you want to make permanent employees. You've been in enough of these to know that we're kind of efficiency and effective team up here. What will you gain by moving these 3 folks to full-time that you don't have now as 3 contractors?
Well, one thing we're looking at doing is the 2 inspectors are part-time. Right. The proposal is to make 1 full-time, leave 1 part-time. And then the receptionist is a full-time contract. But the part that bothers me is they're not part of our team. I mean, we've been paying a contract for several years. The cost of this is it's minimal. I mean, even for the 1 part-time, I believe, I'm going to throw a number out of my head. My deputy chief of finance back there has been teaching me a lot lately, but, I mean, we're looking at a $14,000 increase to make that person part of our agency and not work through a contract.
That's
On
what
top of that,
benefits and everything. It's
benefits and stuff
14
like that.
grand.
And on part of that, we're paying the contract agency a part of that also.
Yeah.
So for the little bit of a cost for them to be part of our agency and be part of the team, I think is the big thing. That's our win.
Got it. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So if I'm understanding, the inspector is
We have
contract?
We have a fire marshal and a full-time inspector, and then we
Uh-huh.
have 2 contract inspectors.
Okay.
So we're
Because back in
looking
the
at-
day, it used to
yeah.
be Lloyd LaLund, and that was it. So, and I'm going back
Right.
several years. In your future challenges, you talked about the burn building.
Right.
How old is that burn building?
That burned building, I'm in the
96.
94.
Yeah. I went through it. I know.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
it's hurting. I mean, they're
Structurally, I mean,
structurally,
you
it's-
exactly. It's got to be wearing on the integrity of it as you
yeah,
utilize
annually,
it.
we got to do an inspection of it.
Okay.
And
And that was my next question. How often do they inspect that as far
annually.
as? Okay.
And then every year, they got to replace the paginite boards in them.
Yep.
Rotate them.
Okay. All right. And then that being said, that plan for replacement or whatever, obviously that's thrown in with the fire stations that you're looking at as far as.
We have that projected out in year 4.
Okay.
Our training center at 2.1 million.
Okay. Has
and that-
anything in that projection as far as replacement of the fire stations, have you looked at statistically what, if there's been more of a demand in another area, like maybe moving that station to another area?
Yes, fire stations wise, yes.
Yes.
I've been in conversation.
Yeah, not the training, no.
Right,
no.
training center, no,
No.
that's perfect in center of the
Oh, it
county.
is. It's ideal.
But our fire stations, I've actually been in conversations with several other fire chiefs, looking at municipalities and where our stations are and trying to, let's look at the future, because
Okay,
when you build a
good.
fire station, you're building it for 40 or
So we
50
are
years.
looking at that. That's what, okay, and that's important because times change.
Right.
Service needs change. So,
Right.
and as new developments are built, there's other areas. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. By the way, you know how I feel about you. Thank you.
County Manager George Rector.
Yeah, we did a study just a few years ago, and we'll take a look at the updating if we need to, but that very thing was looked at of where are our stations in relation to the city stations. So as they grow and move, we're not building a station next to each other, so to speak. So, and actually, I think part of their plan speaks at least one station I know of, trying to move it out of a neighborhood and down onto a main road to help with response time.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to accept emergency services budget and service level presentation.
Okay, we have a motion to accept these reports by David Santiago, second by Troy Kent, and discussion, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I didn't know if I could talk to the chief again real quick. I was born here, but I grew up in a coal mining area in southwestern PA in a small town, and we were littered with volunteer fire departments everywhere. I mean, that was the place to be on the weekends, was hanging out at the volunteer fire department. And I think a lot of people are familiar with that premise maybe 20 or 30 years ago.
Right.
Is there any feasibility to that ever working in Volusia County? Because it seems like the volunteer firemen back where I grew up, I mean, there was never a lack of people. I mean, the fire whistle would go off and everybody would run to the station and then they would tend to business.
Right.
And I didn't know
Biggest
if that's
problems
possible
today.
here. I'm sorry?
The 2 biggest problems today are the certifications and requirements. So 20, 30 years ago, all you had to do is sign a letter and waiver, and I want to be a firefighter. Today, you have to meet the same minimum requirements that a paid firefighter has to do by state law. So with that being said, I mean, who wants to do that? And you don't really have that line out the door wanting to be volunteers anymore.
Is that right? So you guys have looked into it at least as an option? And it's,
We currently still are a combination department. We actually have one combat volunteer that rides, he comes in 24-hour shift, rides out of 34 a lot. But other than that, all our volunteers are fire, police, support services, stuff like that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
George Rechtenwald.
Just pointing out that that has changed through the years, that I think when we had the fires in '98, you had something like 300 or 400 volunteer firemen at that time. And as he said, actually I think it was after '98, some of those laws came into effect. And of course we saw a big dwindling. We tried, there are some volunteer units out in the cities and stuff too, but for the most part, people just aren't volunteering. And partly because if you've got to go through all that certification and training, most of them, want to come on and have a job. So that has definitely been a big change here in Florida in particular.
Okay, thank you all very much. You left out one thing that your predecessor always used to say when he was here, and that was everybody wants to be a firefighter. And so I will just say that, this is one of the reasons we have local government, to provide emergency services, doing things together that we can't do well individually. And we have first responders and firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, the triple trained lifeguards that do a unbelievable job. We're proud of you. We're thankful that you're here, and just keep up the good work. Thank you very much. And with that, all in favor of approving their report, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Okay, council, we only have 4 items left that are appointments, but then we also have comments from staff and from us, which I anticipate might be lengthy. There's some important business we need to talk to. So if there are no other thoughts, why don't we take a 6:43? Why don't we take a half an hour break and come back at pardon? We'll come back at 7:15.
As soon as I stretch for a second.
I'm going to to finish my. And no, I was very.
I usually do it in the city.
Yeah, so my last piece is bringing to them a resolution for the Soil and Water Conservation District Board, which I'm the chair of. And we want to coordinate with them to host a workshop for the council and the staff on the coastal things that we talked about the other night. And bring Rob back and 3 or 4 other people. So
What about getting Hank?
So that's what I wanted to ask you is, do you have contact information for him where I could
Only
invite?
have the stuff that I was able to research on the internet. You can contact us through the governor of America. But he also, his number, he was a professor at Harvard. I think his class is finished this last season. He also has a company here called Rezoning. Do you have your card or anything? I can
Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Clayton Jackson and I'm joined by my co-host today, Pat Kewen. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors, the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. So good morning, Pat, and how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. And driving up here from Port Orange this morning, I noticed the skies are a little bit less smoky, so that's good news for us.
I agree. Actually, I live in Port Orange as well, and I was driving in yesterday to work, and I yawned, and I got a little whiff of smoke all of a sudden. I had a cough for a second, but I did not experience that today. So you're right. It looks like the smoke is clearing up. And to kind of go along with that topic, we have two very knowledgeable people regarding the world of fire services, and we're very excited to get in with them. We have on the show today, we have Julie Allen, a public information officer for the Florida Forest Service, and we have Chief Smoke. That is a beautiful name for a fire service with the Volusia County Fire Rescue. So before we get into everything, Julie, we'll start with you. So we've been working a little bit together. It's been a little hectic lately with the fires going on, and keep hearing acronyms. FFS, it was called FFS. They had a command on this. So tell us what FFS is and what you guys do.
So we are the Florida Forest Service. Several years ago, we were called the Division of Forestry, so it's super easy for everybody to just say DOF. And our amazing dispatchers with Volusia County always it's DOF, it's DOF. But we are now the Florida Forest Service. We, as an agency, we manage 1.1 million acres of land for multiple uses to include timber, recreation, and other, wildlife habitat. So that's what we are as an agency, but as the lead agency in wildfire response, we cover all of the wildfires, burn permitting, and things of that nature.
Oh, wow. Well, Pat?
Hey, and I hear that next week is Wildfire Awareness Week. So what's that all about?
So Wildfire Awareness Week was actually developed after the 98 wildfires. And this year will be the 25th commemoration of those devastating wildfires that we had here in Florida that scorched several million acres. So it just is a reminder to residents of Florida. And, in the last several years, we had a tremendous influx of people that have moved to our beautiful state. It's just a reminder that we do have wildfires here, so it's just an educational purpose, and we celebrate by providing all kinds of information about wildfires, how you can protect your home, your communities, and be prepared for a wildfire.
Oh, very good.
So wildfires, armadillos, and bears. I'm a Kentucky native, and I moved here in 2016, and those are three things that I was not aware that Florida has. So armadillos aren't as scary as wildfires and bears, but that when I guess in our perception we always think wildfires, we hear out west, all those so forth. But it's great. And what type of awareness events does the service plan on doing next week?
So it'll definitely be where we reach out to our community partners such as Volusia County Fire Services. We can provide talks to communities, homeowners association groups. We'll be visiting some schools in the area to talk to kids about wildfires and how they can talk to their parents about wildfires and have a plan for their family in the event that there is a wildfire.
And will there be any posts on social media, like tips and so forth? So we always want to encourage the listeners and viewers that to check out the FFS, the Facebook and Instagram, so forth, to find those tips and tricks as well.
Sure. There will be a big social campaign that we will talk about wildfires, wildfire preparedness. We'll include some Smokey Bear stuff, because remember, only you can prevent wildfires. So we'll have some information on our social media sites.
Oh, wonderful and wonderful. So, again, I said it's been really exciting here lately, the last couple of weeks. And there are actually some ongoing wildfires right now. So you want to tell us a little bit about those and what the status of them?
Sure. Currently, we have 9 active wildfires here in Volusia County. The larger of them all is the Double Gate Fire, which is close to Tiger Bay State Forest. That one, last night, it is deemed 100% contained at 1,901 acres. The other ones are the Pinewood Fire, which is close to that fire as well. That one is also 100% contained at 111 acres. All of our wildfires that we have in Volusia County are 100% contained now.
Oh, that's great. Now, I'm a veteran of the 1998 wildfires. Of course, I wasn't a firefighter, but I lived through it and all the ash falling on our cars, and it felt like the entire county was on fire, and we even had to evacuate Flagler County. So do you think we might be seeing a repeat of that?
I don't think that we'll see a repeat of the 98 wildfires. There's been, so much development here in Volusia County and Flagler County as well. We don't have that urban interface. That's where the woods meets the back of the homes or communities. So I don't think that we'll see devastation like we did then because of development, but also because of the efforts of fire prevention and mitigation. Scott and I have the incredible opportunity to work together on a lot of projects and programs where we have gone into communities and reduced their wildfire risks.
Right. I know you've been doing a lot more prescribed burns, and that's a great thing.
Absolutely. There would be, Florida leads the nation in the amount of successful prescribed burns that are conducted, and that plays such a huge role in the reduction of devastating wildfires here in Florida.
Oh, good for you.
All right, so kind of go back to when you said all the wildfires have been contained.
Yes.
So does that mean that the wildfires are completely extinguished, that there's no more burn, or?
No, when we talk about containment, we use dozer plow units in suppression of wildfires. So those dozers are plowing containment lines around the fire. So when we say it's 25% contained, that means that those dozers have got 25%, lines around 25% of the fire. So when they're 100% contained, that means that we've got a line all the way around the fire. And, while they're working on containment, there are other dozer plow units on that fire as well that are improving those lines. They're widening those lines, creating like a super highway around the fire to stop the forward progression of the fire. But when we talk about controlled, when we say it's controlled, that means it's dead out. There's no smoke, there's no active flame, it is out.
So just out of curiosity, once you have deemed it 100% contained, about how long does it take for, like you said, to be controlled, like actually extinguished?
Well, that really depends. Where the Double Gate Fire is, we did a lot of prescribed burning on our forest. So once it hit where we conducted that prescribed burn or those prescribed burns on the forest, it stopped the progression of the fire because the fuels were reduced. When we talk about fuels, we're talking about hazardous, dry, dead vegetation. So once it hits that area where a prescribed burn was conducted, it slows the progression, and then once it hits that containment line, it stops the progression. So our crews are going to be out there several weeks. They're going to be working on what we consider mop-up operations. That's where, we're getting assistance from our partners with Volusia County Fire, where we're turning the stumps over, we're spraying a lot of water out there, again, improving those containment lines until there's no smoke showing, no active flame or anything like that.
Oh, good. Now, do you have some safety tips for people, how they can prevent wildfires from getting to their homes and what they can do to actually prevent wildfires in the first place?
Well, fires are going to happen here in Florida. And Florida is a fire-dependent ecosystem, so fires are naturally happen in Florida. So before there were homes and businesses and all of the amazing amenities that we have here in Florida, it would every year would burn. And so, and every 3 to 5 years, it would burn all the way across the state. We have those afternoon lightning storms. So the ecosystem here depends on that fire to thrive. It reduces cluster of fuels, hazardous fuels, it reduces that. So what we encourage communities to do is have a plan for your community, number one, in the event that there's a wildfire, whether it's evacuation or things of that nature. Just have a plan for your family. The other thing we tell people is have that defensible space behind your home. So if you have that urban interface, or where you have woods behind your home, we encourage communities to have 30 to 50 feet of defensible space behind their homes. So in the event that a wildfire does happen in that area, it stops the forward progression.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break, but stick around for more Volusia Today.
Get ready, it's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Hey kids, safety in the kitchen is important for you too. So mom and dad, when you're in the kitchen cooking, make sure you create a 3-foot safety zone around the stovetop to keep the children safe too.
Go to volusia.org and check out the virtual classroom. It's made for kids, it's awesome, very informative, and it's fun. Check it out at volusia.org.
Practicing good fire safety habits saves lives.
Get ready, it's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Here's some quick tips for fire safety in the kitchen. Never leave your cooking pots unattended. Have a pot lid nearby while you're cooking. If you do have a fire, never put water on it. Put your lid on, take it off the heat, turn your burner off.
Go to volusia.org and check out the virtual classroom. It's made for kids, it's awesome, very informative, and it's fun. Check it out at volusia.org.
Practicing good fire safety habits saves lives.
Get ready, it's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Another good tip for the kitchen is safety for the children. We want to create a 3-foot zone of safety around the stovetop so that children can't access and get burned.
We're back. I'm Pat Kewen along with Clay Jackson, and you're listening to Volusia Today. This is a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Our next guest is Scott Smoke, who has an interesting last name. He's the battalion chief with Volusia County Fire Rescue, and he specializes in wildfires. So good morning, Scott. Let's start off with what Volusia County Fire Rescue can offer to residents besides fire safety.
Well, for fire service, we not only do the fire rescue, throughout the county, but we also provide educational opportunities. We'll go to schools, we'll go to different community events and just talk about fire safety. We'll talk about what firefighters do. We'll show off all our equipment. Everybody loves a big red fire truck. And so we like to show that kind of stuff off and talk about and just have that community involvement with everybody that we deal with on an everyday basis.
Very good. Now, we just talked with Julie about the current wildfires. And can you give us some tips about what residents can do to prevent wildfires? Things like outdoor burning and not throwing your cigarettes out the window?
Yeah, so with outdoor burning, we want to make sure that people, burn in like they're supposed to. And, we do have ordinances and we do have regulations and setbacks that people have to abide by. And, basically any type of outdoor burning, we just want people to burn vegetative material only. So if they're doing land debris clearing at their house, cleaning up their yard, tree trimmings, things like that, that's the things that they can burn. No outdoor burning involves garbage or, recycling material of any sort. They don't want to burn that kind of stuff. The other thing they can do is just make sure they keep their yard and their property manicured and safe and mowed down, keep the grass mowed down, keep the trees trimmed up, keep the trees trimmed away from their houses, keep their roofs clean from all the leaves that fall. It's that time of year now where the oaks are getting ready to start, have dropped all their leaves. So there's a lot of accumulation of oak leaves and pine needles. And so we just encourage people to clean their roofs, clean their gutters, clean up around their house so all that kind of stuff doesn't burn up along the side of their house. Keep it nice and clean.
Right. My brother just visited me from Arizona, and he had a good laugh when he saw that I had weeds growing out of my gutter. So I got up on the ladder.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is when my wife comes back from a BJ's or Sam's Club haul with a bunch of cereal boxes, chip boxes, and so forth for the kids, I probably shouldn't go out in my backyard and throw them in a barrel and light them on fire?
Nope, definitely not. Those definitely put into the regular trash hold, dispensing or recycling if you have that available at your house.
All right, just want to reiterate that for some of our listeners, because I do hear that happening sometimes.
It does happen often.
So say somebody would like to get a permit to burn stuff. How should they go about doing that?
Well, here in Volusia County, anybody can burn on their property as long as they meet the regulations and the setbacks, as long as that pile or the area that they're burning is less than 8 feet in diameter. Anything that's larger than 8 feet in diameter, they have to call the Florida Forest Service and get an authorization to burn. So Florida Forest Service handles anything larger than 8 feet in diameter. Anything smaller than 8 feet in diameter in size, they can do it as long as they meet the certain setbacks and requirements that they're allowed to burn.
And would they contact your office directly?
No, actually, they don't have to contact us for a burn permit if it's smaller than 8 feet, as long as they meet the regulations. And they can go onto our website, and it's all on there in reference to what the setbacks are. They have to be so far away from a road, their house, other houses, woods, things like that.
So smaller than 8 feet, that's fine?
That's fine.
Larger than 8 feet, they need to call Julie's team at the FFS.
Most definitely.
All right, that's good. That's good.
Now, at some point this summer, it's possible that we might issue a burn ban. And I'm wondering, how dry do things have to get before you declare a burn ban here in Volusia County?
Well, historically, what we've done is when the KBDI, which is a drought index that we go by, that is monitored, usually when that hits around 500 or a little over 500, historically, that's what we have done in the county. As an average for the county right now, we're not there. Now, there are certain parts of the county that are over 500 in reference to that drought index, but as an average, we are not there at the moment. So we look at this every day. We have communications and talk with Florida Forest Service every day about that kind of stuff and make recommendations. And ultimately, when that comes up, then there will be more discussions with the fire chief and other administrative people in the county to make that decision when they're going to issue that burn ban.
Oh, okay, I get it. Now, where are the driest parts of the county?
As of right now, the driest parts are usually when I looked at it earlier today, the driest parts are in the southern part of the county and also on the southern west and the western part of our county. So, DeLeon Springs, DeLand, Orange City, Oak Hill, Osteen, the southern part of New Smyrna area, Edgewater, those are the driest areas that we have right now in our county.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we had a red flag warning a few weeks ago. I think a lot of people understand about the flag warning and so forth, and they visit our beaches. They understand the different levels, the dangers associated with. But what is a red flag warning in the fire world?
Well, there's actually two different types of red flag warnings.
Oh, okay. There we go.
One of them is issued by the National Weather Service based on certain conditions, humidity, percentage, winds, and temperature. And then there's another red flag that actually the Florida Forest Service issues based on other things, and I can actually turn that over to Julie because she could actually explain that a lot better than I could in reference to what a red flag is.
Sure. So the Florida Forest Service would issue a red flag fire alert. So and that really depends on different levels. So we're talking about lack of rain, we're talking about the drought index, we're talking about resource availability, personnel availability. It's just something, different levels of where we would issue a red flag fire alert, not to be confused with a red flag warning, which is issued by the National Weather Service.
And does that how are citizens informed of when a red flag warning or watch has been issued?
The red flag fire alert or the red flag, the one that the National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service would put that information out, and Scott would share that information with residents of Volusia County. In the event that we issued a red flag fire alert, we would definitely share that with our partnering agencies. We would contact our media through a press release, through social media, and things of that nature.
Yes. Oh, wonderful.
Okay, now we already talked about fire tips for residents. We have them also posted at volusia.org/
stay with them. Pardon? Oh, no, I'll be here for your birthday. End of August. Not that old. Quite 3 times that. Thanks again.
No, go ahead. Okay. It's 7:19. We will resume the meeting. We are on item 9, appointments to the Cultural Council. Before I ask for nominations, I wanted to ask staff a couple questions on the Cultural Council Board. What is the procedure for eliminating a board? Everybody's looking at the attorneys.
We can take a look at it and see if there's any requirement. I don't think there is for this board in particular.
Is there?
But it would, some of your boards are established by resolution, some are by ordinance. We would just need to bring, assuming we can move forward, and some you can, we would just need to return either with a resolution or ordinance, depending on how the board was created.
Do we have current money budgeted and unspent right now for that board?
I couldn't speak to this one.
Okay.
We have somebody here who could answer it, but this one actually was created by ordinance, so we would just need to return with an ordinance for you.
You would need to what?
Return with an ordinance. I know that they do deal with, I'm aware, Cultural Council grants, so you definitely do have something that's appropriated. I just couldn't tell you that amount right now.
I'm going to suggest something unusual before we do this. This was created 25 years ago to help the cultural organizations in Volusia County grow. I am not against culture, but a couple meetings ago we eliminated all the $1,500 requests that we give to nonprofits. And I'm just wondering if, to be consistent, should we not allow the cultural committee, the cultural community that we said 25 years ago will help you so you can grow, should we not let them go out on their own and have their own fundraisers instead of us deciding that we're going to take money out of the general fund to pick who we want to give money to and how much for cultural. We have ECHO, that's what the C is in ECHO. That's taxpayers wanted that, and so taxpayers are choosing to fund it. I don't feel like I have the authority from taxpayers to decide how I'm going to donate their money to something else. And I just think, to be consistent, we should, this is probably a board that we could eliminate and let that $600,000 or so remain in the general fund to pay the bills that we're really going to need to pay this year. So with that, I'll open it up. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I never thought about getting rid of the board, but it's certainly something I would think about now. Mr. Dyer, do we have an answer on how much money's budgeted for the in the cultural fund?
Mr. Kent, if I could, off the top of my head, it's approximately $670,000. I don't believe that this fiscal year's allotment has been spent,
Right.
although I would have to check because I don't have that committed to memory.
Right.
I think you can eliminate the board and the monies. There is an accompanying comprehensive plan policy that calls for this funding that could be amended as well, but it would be a text amendment to the comp plan.
Do you know how much money, because the one we abolished, thank goodness, was $1,500 a pop, and it was 40 grand if my memory's right. This is now $670,000. How much can each nonprofit ask for?
My recollection is that the highest amount that was given to any one cultural organization was $75,000, with many far below that, less than half that amount. This was a grant program. It's interesting and unique in that it covers operational costs for these cultural organizations. It may be possible, if the council's open-minded, to look and see if an ECHO program could be devised to replace this to help support culture. That is one of the letters in ECHO is C.
Not to take you to task with your words, but I don't think I've met a council more open-minded than this one to talk about anything and everything. So I would just respectfully reply with, I think that this council, I'll speak for myself, am open-minded to look at exactly what what you mentioned. Do you know this answer? These cultural organizations, are they the same ones that come back every year and continue to ask for money? I see Mr. Reckenwald shaking his head yes. Because at some point, Chairman, it makes me think, at what point, because what is the point of this? Isn't the point to help a nonprofit so that they are now on their own and they're off of the taxpayer's dime and they're able to fundraise and exactly be self-sufficient? So this is something that I'm totally okay not making any appointments tonight, having staff bring this back to us discussing if we even need this board, and saving $670,000 for the taxpayers and allowing our taxpayers to take that money and put it where they want to put it. Thank you, Chairman.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure, for point of clarification, this is a cultural council, right? That's what these appointments are for. Is that the same thing what Councilmember Troy Kent was talking about in the chairman, about a separate fund that we do other type of cultural programs?
I think the only other group is ECHO, which of course is its own designated fund. They also support cultural activities, but programmatic. So it would have to be a re-WICARD program, but perhaps a small grants program.
They make the recommendations for that pot of money.
ECHO does, cultural does the general fund amount.
I'm trying to, I think the discussion needs to be had also to what services are being provided within this, right? And I don't think anything specific's been said, but because I think I would evaluate it from the perspective of, what public good does something do also, right? Does it fit a gap that otherwise, council or county or another government entity would be providing? So this one, because it's so complex and so many of them in there, I would caution to say, if the council decides to want to look at it, but I would certainly look at this one with a slightly more focused lens.
David, you know what I like about that is that I think this will give a thorough review. And I haven't asked the question, how long has it been since this was started, I heard 25 years ago, since there's been a thorough review?
Yeah. Don Dempsey.
I just want to parrot what the chairman just said. I'd be in favor of getting rid of this entirely. I mean, we've got too much other stuff that needs to be done that costs a lot of money. And if we could look for some place to save over $500,000, I think this would be the first place to go. So I'd like to take whatever measures we can do to just get rid of it. Thanks.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to just jog my memory, and I'd like to refresh y'all's memory that item 20 on our last meeting was the Cultural Council Advisory Board budget. Remember when we heard from Community Services? And there were, looks like 10 or 12 or 50, well, more than that, $611,758 $1,000 that went to all these awardees, ranging from the Daytona Beach Symphony Society, Enterprise Preservation, Halifax Historical Heritage Preservation, Hub on Canal, Museum Art of the Land, and Museum of Arts and Sciences, blah, 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 blah. The only thing that I caution, and I think we're leaning in this direction, is I think it's important that we put this on the agenda and allow those people to come and at least talk to us. I might still not want what they have to offer, or at least let them do it, but I think it's incumbent upon us to allow the right amount of people time to plan, and before we cut $611,000 out of the budget, which I want to do too. I want to find $611,000. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. So if council is interested in having this discussed, we can bring information back. I believe your cultural council, at least part of their funding is from the Florida Arts tag that can go to counties that participate. We could, now that doesn't mean cultural council necessarily has to be the body that appropriates it. Maybe it's council, but we can bring back information for you. I know your code also sets aside a portion of money to be set aside for cultural programs from buildings that you build. We can bring all that information back to you on sources of money and any restrictions, if there's any, to you for you to make a decision.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's interesting, and Jake, thank you for the list that you brought up. All of those are good things. And again, I'm not against culture. I don't think Don Dempsey is against culture. What I'm against is me picking how I can be generous with taxpayer money when we're looking at huge increases in insurance this year that $500,000, $670,000 isn't going to cover. But so I think we have to start looking at all kinds of ways to spend taxpayer money more wisely. And I'm not comfortable with this. I hope that what I'll hear next from a council member is to make a motion to bring an item back, Michael, and so that we can discuss it. And then, Jake, probably none of us know exactly what we'll do. There's tendencies right now, but I think you're right. We should hear it. And I don't know about inviting them all in, but it's a public meeting, so they can come. Reinhardt.
I'd like to make that motion for it to be brought back for discussion. That'll give the opportunity for those individuals to be present, like that was suggested. I'd make that motion.
Is there a second on Matt's motion to bring this back? Second by Don Dempsey.
Discussion.
And open for discussion, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask if it's so accommodating that we do not make it on the May 2nd meeting, because I will not be in attendance the next meeting. So I'd like to participate in that debate, as long as it's not that day.
Okay. Matt, are you okay with having the motion be on a date other than May 2nd? Okay, staff's nodding their head as well, so we can take care of that. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Santiago, we weren't going to vote on things unless they were on the agenda, but that flew out the window last meeting. You're here tonight. Are you prepared to talk about it tonight, or would you rather wait and hear?
I'm prepared today to discuss any issue that comes before us, right? And I'll always be prepared.
What I meant was, not that you're not prepared, I think you always are, but the idea of hearing from the individuals from these cultural backgrounds, hearing from them, would you rather hear from them, or would you rather tonight say, I'm ready to make a decision on this now? That was all.
Yeah, well, I would make a decision today if it came before me. If someone made a motion, I'd make a decision today.
Well, there's a motion on the floor to bring, and a second to bring it back, but, you know, I was all for, we agreed that we were gonna not do that, but then that changed. So I'm actually okay because you're here and we're all here, 7 of us, we could talk about it tonight. If the maker of the motion and the second withdrew, then I'd make a motion to remove it now.
And I'll deal with that decision. I'd vote no because I need more information.
Okay, well, that was my question, was that if you, then that sounds like you need more information from them, so, okay, that's fine.
You're good, Jake? Okay, and David, you're good? Yes, that's all right. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to bring this back, because they do have to bring back, you're going to have to bring an ordinance back, correct, that we have to approve as well?
Yes, and I think more importantly, we need to get together and find out what the sources of revenue for Agriculture Council are, and can they be spent differently?
Right,
You have to go
spending,
from other sources.
you need to see what kind of spending rules, or was it, if there's any rule that requires a committee other than the council, that's how we'll get all that information together.
Is it possible we'd have to spend the money from this year then, and it would be canceled for next year? You'll bring that back.
We'll
Never
bring
mind.
all that back, status of what they have been given, what they've, try to figure out what they've spent to date.
Okay. We do have a member of the public that wants to speak on this before we vote. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. If my memory serves me correctly, it wasn't the idea of giving them some money till they get in their feet and then they didn't need it any longer. It was, if I'm familiar with Tippin Davidson, the discussion at the Main Street Cafe was that the culture of a city speaks for the city, and that we wanted to be a city with a cultural background. And so when you sit there and say, we don't want that anymore, we don't want to be a cultured city, I'm fine with that. So if you want to do mud wrestling and pole dancing and give the money to Lollipops or Molly Browns, I'm fine with that. But I think the public per se, like softball and football and line dancing or whatever we do in all of our centers, this bespeaks of the community of Volusia County. So before you say, let's toss it, we have, I believe, excess funds in ECHO. And is there some way of using the funds, if we have excess funds, which I believe we do, roll this in to the cultural aspects of ECHO? I understand it's supposed to be brick and mortar, but this is important to us because there's no sense in having a building if there's nothing going on in the building. So find some other way of getting the funds from somewhere else rather than just doing away with the cultural aspects of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no other questions, then we'll bring this motion up for a vote to send this back to staff. They will bring it back at a future meeting, not May 2nd, to with an ordinance. We can consider all the information that we need so that we can all make an intelligent decision. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-1 with David Santiago voting against. All right. Item 10, appointments to the Spring Hill CRA. And I think we have one applicant.
Correct.
And we need one person.
Correct.
And And this is a citizen residing within unincorporated portion of the redevelopment area for a 4-year term, expiring March 31st, 2027. The one applicant you have is Anthony Hill, who is he's an incumbent, correct?
Correct.
And
at this time, the City of DeLand does not have a recommendation for their nomination.
have to do that.
Yes. They are currently seeking applications.
Right. Okay. Is there a nomination for the person that is has cleared the background check, Mr. Anthony Hill?
Move to approve Anthony Hill.
Okay. Jake Johansson would
second
nominate Mr. Hill, seconded by Danny Robbins. Any questions on that? Discussion? All in favor of Anthony Hill, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Mr. Hill is reappointed for another 4 years. Thank you for your service. Item 11, appointments to the Library Advisory Board. 7 nominations are needed, or seven nominations for appointments for the 2-year term commencing April 1st, 2023, expiring March 31st. And you do need 7 members.
Correct, and they must live within the council member's district.
Right.
The chair and at-large will make 1 appointment from within the county.
Okay. Jake, I'm sorry, but you're at the top of the list for tonight for nominations. You were ready anyway, Jake Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, I question reasoning behind having this board as well. I know they're probably happy doing it, but is this something, as with any board, and I'm starting to see people leaving other boards because their hands are tied due to sunshine and other things. Is this more of a group of people getting together and chatting about how to make our libraries better, and can that be done outside the constraints of a committee or a board?
Who is the attorney on this board? Do they have an attorney for the library board? No?
No, they're purely advisory. You're not required to have them. They are a sunshine body. I think any body you would have to give you advice on the library would have to be a sunshine body. Now there may be discussion that, how does your library get input? And, they could have public meetings or town halls, that type of thing.
John Nicholson gives us input and advice every morning and every afternoon.
He doesn't read.
For free, right? Yeah, I would say that these people could just as easily get together outside the construct of a committee, and as long as our librarian is welcoming them in, she can take the advice and give it to us. And they're all, as with any citizen, they're all welcome to come en masse wearing the same green T-shirt or separately to any one of us, and comment on where they think the library should be going if it isn't going there. I just
Got a motion?
It is a motion to get, but I will preface it with this. I would like to bring it up on a day, David, that you're available. But I don't want to do it now. I don't want to do it now because, as with everything I talk about, I think anything that is this important, I think the people that were kicking out of the club ought to be able to speak to it. And they're not here right now, and they didn't know that was coming up. So
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So your motion is to bring it back for discussion on a date other than May 2nd?
That's correct.
And
the next evening meeting.
Seconded by Troy Camp. Pardon me? Okay, we do have some discussion before we vote. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I was just curious from legal, Mike, or whoever, how do we monitor what kind of books are actually being put in our libraries so that inappropriate materials not being put in there that children can have access to. I know that's been a hot topic in a lot of schools and as well as the library. So how can we monitor the materials that are put in the library so that we can, if we have something that's controversial, that we could vote on it or this board could vote on it? How do we monitor what's being given to our kids?
No, that's a good question. I know there definitely is a process. What I recommend, if council is interested in that, it's a legitimate question that we get with your library director and come back with information to present on that. And I know there's been a lot of public attention on that subject, so you might be interested in doing that. We can certainly arrange for that.
Could we amend the motion to include coming back and actually have staff look into ways that we can better monitor what's actually being, any type of controversial books that we can address it and maybe have the ability to remove it from the library?
Well, I think Ms. Coley could come and report to you about, what processes do you have in place now for identifying your materials as well.
Would you be comfortable with having her come and talk, and then we decide if we want to make some kind of a motion to change that? I would even expand it to not just books, but to hiring practices and volunteers that are in the.
Well, when you start getting to hiring, that's over in my purview. I think what would be prudent right now was you're talking about the library board, and we can combine that with having Ms. Coley come in and describe your concern also. I think there's a connection. I don't still want to say for sure, but you've got an advisory board that I think plays a role, and I would like to have Lucinda come in. She's been a long-time director, and she can go over exactly what we do and how we do it and make that part of the library presentation.
Is there anything in place now that would actually, is there a review process if a controversial book gets on, gets on the map that people can challenge it?
I believe there is. I would need her to describe what that is. Okay. And again, we run a very large library system. We have regional libraries, local libraries, and there's a system that is in place. But I would have to have her come in and describe exactly what those programs are.
I would just add that I know there is a process. I just can't speak to it for objections to materials.
Could we just add that to the motion somehow, just to be able to have that put to the next meeting, have that option addressed?
If you make the motion and it gets seconded, yes.
Okay, I move that we add that to the next meeting on this subject, that we look into ways to monitor the books that are being placed and have a way of getting them out of our library system.
Okay, so you're making an amendment to the main motion, which is to bring information back on the entire library advisory board and whether or not we need them to include, your amendment is to include subjects of books and how books are chosen.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
The original motion was also specified to bring it not back on May 2nd, where Mr. Dempsey in his amended motion did state at the next meeting, which would be the May 2nd meeting.
I think he'd be agreeable to when it comes back.
Can you be here by? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't care. Any time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make it consistent, and we'll just keep it with that date. But I don't have a second on the on Don Dempsey's amendment yet.
Chair, may I say something? I don't want to button.
Sure.
Jake here. I don't want to get called I think, would it be more appropriate with respect to make this two separate motions? Don?
Might be clearer.
Or because it's totally two different.
I will withdraw my motion if we want to hear Don's. Bottom line, there might be some case where we want the advisory committee, if we all agree on this whole book thing, to be the advisors on what's controversial or not. So if somebody seconds Don's motion and we hear it, then we can figure out what to do with the advisory board after that, I think, in my opinion. So I will withdraw my motion to get rid of the library advisory board pending Don's motion.
And I think that would, by virtue of that motion, mean that there's no nominations tonight, because we're going to wait. So that makes the amendment the main motion.
And I'll second that.
You would like to do that. And Danny Robbins seconds the motion to bring back more information other than May 2nd to look at book selection at the libraries. Michael Dyer?
Yes, and one of the things we'll look at in talking with Lucinda, we'll address in the presentation is there might be a requirement that they have a library advisory board, maybe for some grant funding. I don't know, but we'll get that information together for you. I couldn't speak to that right now. Thank you.
And, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an interesting topic, not one that I was expecting to talk about tonight, but one that has been hot in the news. And I'm just curious, Don, are you when you're talking about this, are you thinking for children only, or are you thinking adults as well?
I think adults, I would think adults can pretty much handle anything, you know, it's their choice to pick it up or read it or put it down. But
Right.
as far as children and pushing agendas
Right.
into children,
Right.
propaganda into children, I think it's something that it's prudent to kind of at least have a
Right.
forum to hear complaints from citizens.
It's a healthy discussion, and it's a good question, I think. And staff is going to bring our libraries are in, sorry for the term, but you know, to let us know the process that they have. I just, before I voted on this tonight, wanted to make sure you weren't talking about adults, telling them what they can and cannot read.
No, I'm not
Okay.
pre-war
Okay.
burning of books or anything
I
like
just
that.
I just wanted to make sure. I didn't hear that, so I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I have a
I'm
feeling
good.
if this is put on an agenda, it might have a pretty big turnout. I think there's a lot of people in our community that are really concerned about what's being put in our libraries for kids to read. And so I think this might be worth bringing up.
It could be, and it may set our minds to these. I had a letter this week about somebody that was in the library in the children's section, and they saw a man go into the bathroom. No problem with that, but they weren't comfortable with it, so a library employee went out and kindly asked them to use the bathrooms in the adult section. I think that's good. It just shows they were watching over the kids. So we hopefully will get good news about how they're managing the children's book selections as well. But so your
Motion and second, we got it.
your motion to bring that back next meeting
No, not next meeting.
after May 2nd. I've said it 4 times. I think everybody knows we can't do anything else. Can we cancel the May 2nd meeting because David Santiago won't be here?
I said that one item.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries 7-0. We're not making many nominations tonight. Final item 12, one citizen appointment to the Value Adjustment Board, which I believe they really do need for the 2023 property tax season.
We can't get rid of that one.
No. And I think that's a vacancy they really need filled, correct?
We do.
Correct.
As quick as possible.
Correct. I believe their first meeting is sometime in July, and they do need, like Mike said, they do need to meet. There is only one applicant for this that I've received.
Motion to approve Ann Patterson, District 1 for the Value Adjustment Board.
Motion to approve Ann Patterson by Jake Johansson, second by David Santiago. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We approved one appointment tonight of Ann Patterson. Oh, it wasn't the last one. The complicated one, item 13, appointments to the Tourist Development Council. Do you really? Congratulations. So let me ask a question. The bottom, an elected official of a municipality within the county, this appointment could be made by council subject to a clean hands check. Monica Paris, do we need to approve her? Wasn't she elected by the city of Daytona Beach?
Right, so you
And
would have to
appointed?
confirm her nomination. So the city of Daytona Beach nominated her, but that could be any municipality within Volusia County. The city of Daytona Beach did send me a resolution showing that they nominated her. However, I have not received an actual application for her. So we would need to ensure, pursuant to resolution 2009-101, that she does not owe any money to Volusia County.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Is this kind of like when we did when David Santiago was appointed to the Value Assessment Board? I didn't see your application, by the way. Is that the same thing? I mean,
that is a little bit different. So for the TDC, as the chair said, it is very, as you could see, the motions didn't even fit in the motion box, so I had to break it out. For the specific one with Commissioner Paris, it doesn't necessarily have to be from the city of Daytona Beach. However, that is the only municipality who has showed interest in appointing somebody.
so you need that motion?
I will need
Yes.
several motions for this agenda item.
Okay, so I'll make that motion for Monica Paris to be appointed.
Motion by Matt Reinhardt, second by, who was that? David Santiago. Or Monica Paris. Let's vote on that one, because this is a complicated item.
It is.
All in favor of Monica Paris, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we confirm Daytona Beach election.
The next position would be a city with the most populous municipality, which would be Deltona. And so the city of Deltona did appoint Maritza Avila Vasquez, and she is waiting to be confirmed by council as well.
And second.
Move to approve. I'm looking for that on my list here.
I can read it. It's one nomination for appointment from the designated categories in Group 1, which is an elected official of the most populous municipality of Volusia County for a 4-year term expiring March 31st, 2027.
Okay. And the name again, that's the only thing I didn't have.
Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
And she is a sitting
Commissioner.
city commissioner. Okay. David Santiago makes that nomination, and who seconded it?
Troy Kent.
Troy Kent. Any discussion on her? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? She is confirmed 7-0.
The next nomination you will need will be one nomination for appointment from the designated categories in Group 2, which would be an owner-operator of a motel, hotel, recreational vehicle park, or other tourist accommodation for the remainder of a 4-year term to expire 2026. This specific position here was previously Mr. Tom Clapsaddle, who is an incumbent. However, you can also nominate Jim Berkeley for this position as well.
Motion approved, Tom Clapsaddle.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve Tom Clapsaddle by Jake Johansson and second by Troy Kent. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And Tom is Clap.
Next, you have
Reapproved.
2 nominations for appointment from a designated category in Group 2, which would be an owner or operator of a motel, hotel, recreational vehicle park, or other tourist accommodation. and a person involved in the tourist industry who has demonstrated an interest who is not that owner or operator of a hotel or motel. That term would expire March 31st, 2027 for both of them. So if you guys would like to appoint the owner of a hotel or motel first, that would be Jim Berkeley. If you've already appointed Tom Clapsaddle.
I'll make that motion for Jim Berkeley.
James Berkeley is nominated by Matt Reinhardt.
Second.
Seconded by, is it Danny? Okay. Seconded by Danny. And any discussion? This is James Berkeley.
Correct, Jim Berkeley.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nomination carries 7-0.
The second part of that vote would be for a person who has demonstrated an interest in tourist development who is not an owner, operator of a motel, hotel, or recreational vehicle park or other tourist accommodation. So you have Lori Campbell Baker, who is an incumbent, Jason Leslie, and Jonathan Magill.
I'll make the motion for Lori Campbell Baker.
Okay, we have motion to nominate Lori Campbell Baker by Matt Reinhardt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Laura Campbell Baker is reappointed unanimously. Is there one more? I thought there was one more. Okay. All right. That completes the agenda for today at 8 o'clock. We have public participation. Do you have any speakers that wish to address the council? There being none, we will. Wendy Anderson.
Hey, you guys, I haven't been here in a while. I had lost time to make up for. Good evening. My name is Dr. Wendy Anderson. I live in DeLand, and I will now finish my thoughts about Chapter 11. Okay. As the elected chair of the Volusia Soil and Water Conservation District, it is my duty to fulfill the U.S. Soil Conservation Act of 1935 and to uphold the purposes of State Statute 582, to coordinate with local agencies like the County Council to protect the natural resources of the state. In particular, the soil and water boards are charged with protecting the county's soil resources from excessive erosion and to protecting the landowners from excessive flooding caused by mismanagement of those soils. But our only authority that is recognized by those in this room is to bring science to the public and to educate and advocate for the protection of soil and water resources. In February this year, the Volusia Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Supervisors passed a revised resolution, Resolution 23.2, committing to the following. Section 1 reads, and by the way, I have a handout for you on these two. Organize a public workshop for the Volusia County Council, Volusia County staff, elected officials, and staff of coastal municipalities of Volusia County to hear from scientists, engineers, and legal experts on proposed rates of sea level rise, marine storm frequency, and associated coastal erosion risks, and to explore innovative tools to protect the current and future citizens of Volusia County. The second section was to cooperate with the county and its municipalities to establish and enforce a science-based setback. Coincidentally, one of my faculty colleagues at Stetson, a coastal geologist, had already invited one of his colleagues from North Carolina, Dr. Robert Young, to make a presentation on campus in February about coastal protection strategies. Chairman Brower attended that, as did Commissioner Strickland from Daytona Beach. Both of those officials were so struck by Dr. Young's message about the ongoing and growing risks of coastal erosion from sea level rise and increasing frequency and intensity of storms that Commissioner Strickland invited Dr. Young to return to Volusia County to address an East Side audience on behalf of the city of Daytona Beach. Dr. Young spoke again this past week with this time with a very targeted message for coastal Volusia. The message is grim. We have precious little time to protect what we have left. Chairman Brower has expressed an interest in bringing Dr. Young back again to speak to the county council. And the Soil and Water Board would really like to partner with you all to make that a full-blown workshop with multiple experts, including our own local Dr. Jason Evans of Stetson University, Tom Rupert from UF and Florida Sea Grant, and Emily Powell from FSU. We would really like to have a deep and complicated conversation about this.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. It was not planned, but that's my topic. Flooding. Thursday there was a meeting, and there were so many issues that I didn't think about that were extremely important for us as a city in Daytona Beach, two of which affects you all. One of which came to the conclusion that our beach is gone. No matter what we do, no matter what we try to do, it's gone. All right? Because of the tides and the raising sea and whatnot. His conclusion, and again, that's why I think this workshop would be fantastic, if he is true, he's saying that we must re-nourish our beach like Miami Beach does. Every so many years, they get it pay. They don't pay a dime. It gets free for them, and we would do the same. So we take the sand offshore, and every 5 to 7 years we would re-nourish our beach. Obviously, he's saying that there would be no driving on the beach, which would affect Daytona Beach big time. The other thing is that as a tide rises in the sea, our groundwater, our aquifer, rises as well. So no matter what we do in the city of Daytona Beach, we will always have flooding. Likewise, all along the river, we will always have flooding. So there's nothing we can do about it. So we have to find alternatives, which affects our septic tanks, because all the septic tanks along the river would then be putting water into water, and it wouldn't dissipate. So it affects you guys in two things: your septic tanks that you're doing on East and West Coasts, and the beach which you are in charge of. So I would definitely like you to have that workshop, one for my information, but also to back up what is needed. If we can't do anything about it, then we have to start planning. A lot of us would say, oh, well, you can do this, you can do that. When the experts say, no, you can't, if you can't save the beach and you can't save driving on the beach, then you have to do the alternative. So let's find out what the alternatives are and see if we can have a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's the end of public participation. We'll move to the county manager.
Yes, sir, I have a couple items. I'll kick it off with a good story. Here we've got our Jim Judge is having an MVP year. He has collected another award. The League of Cities have chosen him as their President's Award winner, and they'll be honoring him at a banquet on Thursday, May 25th at the Brannan Center. I just thought congratulations to Jim and the fine work that he is doing. Second item, we have our special meeting coming up, the goal setting discussion on May 10th. I just have a couple of things I need to ask. Do we want to select a location different than this chamber? We've got, if we do, we have to make sure it's somewhere that we can hold it. We have done something like this before at the airport in the McGee room. We can also do it downstairs in the training center. Of course, seating is more limited in each of those locations. And of course, we've done workshops right here. So is there a preference of where you'd like to have it? And then a time, we need to get that settled as well, so we can get this out in an advertisement.
Okay, Troy?
So, of course, you know, I love the east side because it's on the east side, but what I hate about it is the parking situation for any of the public that want to attend this public workshop. That becomes problematic, and I don't like that for the public. So I like it for the convenience of me, but this isn't about my convenience. I've never been in our training room, and this will hold anybody that wants to come to the workshop. So I'd be happy to have it right here. You were going to say something about the parking at the airport?
Yeah, for something like that, we would have to do a validation system because the public has to have free parking.
Right.
So
Yeah.
So
I'm fine with it here is all I was going to say. I'm fine with it.
How many people does the third floor of a lifeguard headquarters hold? Will that hold 100 people or not that many?
No.
A lot of parking next
It
door.
would not hold that much, and there would be some limited parking. And I will say, I didn't mention that, but the issue would get into the ability to broadcast and some of the other things. I will say there's nowhere better than this space right here as far as, you know, all the media. You go downstairs, it's a different amount. I mean, they can still do video, but it's limited. And then, of course, it can be, you know, you could do the audio.
Okay.
So this is obviously the easiest. We're set up most for this.
I'm going to say keep it right here, but let's hear from the rest of the council. Danny Robbins?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm ready to make a motion to have it here at 9 o'clock on May 10th. Thank you.
I'd second that.
Okay, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. in chambers for the goal-setting session, May 10th. Motion by Robbins, and it was seconded by Matt. Seconded?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Is there discussion on that date? I see other people want to talk, but is it about this particular motion, date and place?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Troy Kent.
Yeah, I have it as a placeholder at 3 p.m., 9 a.m. You guys have a great time. I won't be attending 9 a.m. If it's in the afternoon, I'll be here, but not 9 a.m. on that day.
Yeah, it is a placeholder at 3. Are you going to be with David Santiago somewhere? Okay. Why don't you make a motion for an amendment to change the time from 9 a.m. to 3?
Well, you got a motion and you got a second, and if everybody wanted it at 9 a.m., they would. It's okay. I'll meet with the gentleman I'm going to meet with and give him my ideas, and you guys can have the goal setting, and it is what it is. But I had a placeholder here for 3 p.m. and I was going to make 3 p.m. work. So I'm not going to amend the motion. You know, if the maker of the motion wants to withdraw and change it, that's fine. But I'm just letting everybody know, and that's fine. I don't have to be there for it. That's okay.
I think it's important that we're all here, and I think we might get better public participation at 3 p.m. too. What about Don Dempsey?
Yeah, I was going to say I have 3 p.m. would be better for me as well. I've got court
Would you
commitments.
consider changing time?
Yeah, we can do it through.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like there's not a problem changing it to 3 p.m. Just amending his motion. Anybody, Jake, on that motion? Or are you, okay.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have a comment after the motion.
Okay, so the county manager's request, we've set a date, May 10th, goal sessions at 3 p.m. right here in council chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hold on.
Any opposed?
Chair, should I amend my motion?
Yeah,
I just thought you withdrew it and changed or just changed the date. If you want an amendment,
I don't have a comment on his motion. I have a comment on the, in general.
Let's finish this one. Michael Dyer, are you comfortable with the way that we just did that, or would you like an amendment?
My interpretation was I thought you were the maker of the motion, you revised it, and now you're acting on it without doing an amendment. But
yeah, which is legal.
Okay, I have a question before the vote, please.
Go ahead.
I guess this is for George and Suzanne and Mike and maybe the chairman. What is there a downside to having it in? I know it's easy, but we're not here to be easy, we're here to be right. Is there a downside to having it here?
Not necessarily. I just think that in sometimes previous councils, when they've had workshops and type of things, sometimes I've liked the effect of sitting around the table.
Right, sitting around the table.
That would be probably the main difference. Everything else I think we could accomplish, usually in a goal setting type situation, the facilitator will want, the ability to write down what's going on. I think we could accommodate them here as well. But I think mainly it was more the decorum of being able to sit in some sort of a circle or something and work that way. But I think we're in a semicircle or an arc here. I think we could somehow make it work with a facilitator down.
A little more informal, a little more work related.
Exactly.
All right.
And Jake, he just changed it. I was going to say, look up at the screen. They just had it split so the facilitator could be on a separate camera.
I'm just.
Okay.
I've done it all on one level before because everybody's at the same level. You're not looking down at the public. But I don't know how much effect that has. But if it's a workshop, I won't wear a tie, and that'll be pretty informal for me. So, thank you, sir.
Okay. I don't see any other discussion. All in favor of 3 p.m. in chambers, May 10th for goal session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carry 7-0. Do you have some? Go ahead.
One more. There was a request, there's a grant opportunity, and I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne here in a second who knows a little bit more about it, but we were contacted by the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and I'll have her go over a little bit about the grant. It is a no-match grant, and it's competitive. There's no guarantee we would get it, but it does address some elements of climate change. There is some deliverables to it and some expectations, and I'll have Suzanne go over that.
Thank you, George. In the past, the Regional Council has acted on the county's behalf on several grants around climate change, most recently to do a vulnerability assessment that has to do with protecting public infrastructure primarily. And we did accept and have the Regional Council taking the lead on that. This particular grant I did some research on is through the Environmental Protection Agency, and it is very specific on devising plans for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a quite different type of approach. It has to do with national goals of reducing greenhouse gases, I believe by 2030 and 2050. Since it was so different than the type of grants we've entertained before regarding protection of our infrastructure, I just wanted to make sure the council was aware of the difference in this type of grant. I understand it is no local match. It would be performed for us by the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. There are 3 steps to it: an initial 1-year generalized plan, a more specific targeted goals reduction plan for 2025, and then a follow-up plan on the implementation of actions to reduce greenhouse emissions. But wanted to make sure the council was aware of what the content of the grant really was specific to, since it was so different than what we have done in the past.
Right, and they contacted us the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council yesterday regarding this, and the request would be for authorize myself to write a letter naming them as the lead to go after the grant on our behalf. Yeah.
David Santiago, a few questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the amount?
I believe it's $1 million.
And I think I heard kind of by default, we'll probably get it. Is that kind of sort of what I heard?
Yes, it's a formula-based grant.
Is this a grant that's being offered or potential for Volusia and not other counties?
I believe various MSAs, municipal service areas, are being offered the grant through that formula approach.
Gotcha. I'll just make a comment, Mr. Chair. A little reluctant here on this particular item. It's just these items are being studied and discussed nationwide, and it looks like they're just throwing money, tax dollars on it, and I don't want to be a recipient. What I think is probably waste to just spread money around, and it's being already addressed on a national level, and I don't want to participate in wasting money.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm going to preface these comments with, I love the environment.
Oh, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I love the
But Mr. Santiago took some of the words right out of my mouth. And it's still tax dollars. And our nation's capital is talking about this. Here we are, little Volusia County. We're talking about $1 million. I already told staff, I said it in paper, I don't know if they published it or not, but I said, I don't want us buying any electric, I'll never buy an electric vehicle until I can drive the thing further than 300 miles, and when the batteries catch on fire, they don't burn for 3 days. It's just not there yet for me. And I'm a little hesitant for this also because of then, if you accept that, you accepted that. So now what are you going to do? Well, right now in 2023, we are a world that runs on coal and coal and coal and oil. And that's how we operate. And to pigeonhole this county with, you must do this now because we think you're going to help with the greenhouse effect. I'm just not there yet either, Commissioner, Councilman, sorry.
Jake Johansson.
I think the reduction of greenhouse gases is not limited to EV. I've spoken a few times about LEED certified buildings, which we try to do, but they become somewhat expensive. And I think regardless of whether you believe in climate change or not, there's ways we can protect the environment, and $1 million doesn't go a long way, and it's money that the Environmental Protection Agency already has. You're right, they're pushing the money around. It's going to go somewhere. It might give an opportunity for our staff and our public utility or public works folks to come up with innovative ways to come up with new programs, things that we are not going to give them money for out of the general fund, to come up with innovative ways to make our county better, and oh, by the way, save on greenhouse gas emissions as well. I'm with you all. I know we're not off of coal, but I think there's a small opportunity here. I don't know. What I don't know is how much work we need to put into it to get the $1 million, and whether it would be worth it. And what I don't want to happen is say, oh, we got $1 million, we can put another 1.5 and get this $2.5 million project we want. I don't want it to end up being something that we match or put a little bit of money in. I would imagine that, George, we would have to accept the grant if we got it. And failure to do so may be detrimental to the county as well.
Yeah, there's always that possibility. We get reminded of something similar all the time by the Army Corps of Engineers. So, yeah, there is that. If you go through and then you don't accept it, it can make some people angry.
Sure.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. All good points, Jake. And let me with David and Troy on this. I think Troy hit the nail on the head here. I'd be more interested at this point. I'm trying to be nice about this, but we've already put in, I want to say close to $100 million in conservation efforts, environmental efforts. So it's not about that. But I'd be more interested in talking about how do we collect a road tax on these electric vehicles that are not paying to operate on our highways, number one. And number two is lobby our state legislatures, and Dave, you might be able to help us out with this, but also to allow to charge at a local level a permit fee if you're going to put a charging station into your home. We can collect that and put it towards maybe our roads as this thing matures or doesn't. I'd be much more inclined to focus in that direction than some of these just deadbeat ideas. Thanks.
Just a couple quick questions for you. Who does the grant come from? The planning commissions, they're just passing it through, they're inviting us? Does it come from the federal government?
It is
funds?
a federal grant, and the East Central Florida Regional Council would undertake all the administrative responsibilities to implement it. So I think there was a question about county staff resources, and I think that would likely be very minimal, and that the regional council would take on the responsibility of managing the grant. We would coordinate with them, so there would be some staff interaction, but we wouldn't be managing it directly under this structure.
When you say implement it, what would get implemented?
No, to perform the tasks under the grant.
Which we don't know what they are.
To create a plan. It would be to look at many of the issues Mr. Johansson just mentioned and others that would have strategies to reduce greenhouse gases generated within the county. And they do mention building techniques as one of the strategies, but I think it's much more broad than that potentially.
Okay, thank you. Matt.
Thank you, Chair. So when you first started talking about it, I'm like, okay, they're giving us $1 million to do this study. And then to hear Mr. Santiago, Mr. Kent, excellent, valid points about, we're conservative minded. So it's not just about throwing money out the door at any level. But then the last comment you just made, which is true. We've seen it happen with the Army Corps. We've seen it happen with when we talked about our beach and stuff like that. This is a unique situation where you don't accept the money, you may offend somebody. So now, I don't know if I've helped it, but I'm as much divided. I'm more divided now than what I was to begin with, so I don't know where to go with it. I guess I'm in fear of the bigger picture. I always like to look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is if you don't, then what happens in the future for something else? So,
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I might be able to bring some clarification for you, Matt. The East Central Florida Council is requesting our permission for them to be the recipient or participant in this grant. This isn't money that's already been allocated to us by the department. So the risk, I think, is very different where they give you money and you don't spend it or you don't take it. In this case, we haven't applied yet, so we're not at the similar risk, I think, that you described. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. I think our federal government is spending way too much money anyway. And I think part of it is to not just spend the money because they want to give it out. We need to, governments like ourselves need to send messages to our federal government, and I move that we do not participate in this grant request.
Second that.
Motion by David Santiago to not apply for the grant or accept, second by Don Dempsey. Discussion, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to clarify and pretty much repeat what Mr. Santiago said. My comment was that we apply and they say, you got it. And we go, no thanks. So, yeah, if we never apply, I think we're good.
I think you were right. I was bringing clarity for Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to say was thank you for that. I was a little, all right, I understand.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote on whether to accept the grant, and the motion is to not accept the grant. So an affirmative vote is to do no grant application. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, so you can tell them thank you, but we have a resiliency.
We're going tomorrow, by the way.
Pardon me?
We're going to that council tomorrow.
Yes. We have a resiliency plan and a resiliency, I don't know what her title is, director?
Manager.
Manager. We need to probe that a bit, I think. Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
County Attorney.
No, sir.
Really?
He would.
Okay, then we'll go to the council comments. Jake Johansson, you're first on the list.
So I heard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned previously, I will be attending with Mr. Robbins, the ECFRPC tomorrow. I'm sure this subject will come up. Well, maybe not. Other than that, most of the information that I received the past 2 weeks has been addressed by staff. I know we've been getting a lot of comments regarding dogs on the beach and coastal refurbishment, and we heard from Mr. Bryan today. So we'll stay on that as well during the week. What I just want to tell everybody here for the next couple months, we're spending a lot of time talking about fiscal conservative governance. So it comes up a lot, and I think it's very important, but know that I think it's important that we don't spend money where we don't have to either. I'm fiscally conservative, and I am anti-government. So the more regulatory stuff we try to put out there to protect things that we can't protect, I'm not a big fan of, unless you can convince me otherwise. So I like people to regulate themselves, and the more you regulate them, the less they regulate themselves. So that's kind of how I'm going to go forth in the future in most cases, and I'll explain myself when I don't. But we're approaching budget season, so I know we'll have a lot of those heart-to-heart discussions. That's all I have, sir.
Troy Kent.
All right, thanks, Chairman. So, Jim Judge, congratulations. I will be there on that Thursday at the Brandon Center just to cheer you on at that Volusia meeting. So good stuff there. I'm pleased to hear that today. I don't know if the speaker came before us tonight said our beach is gone, or he's mentioned someone told him it was going to be gone, and we heard some speakers come before us that if we don't make changes right now, you know, this beachfront is never going to be the same, and you've got to start making changes. And I just question. I mean, I wonder how often these individuals go to the beach. And I know I have an advantage because I live really close to the beach, but I'm there often. And on April 5th, I took the helicopter tour on one of our county helicopters of our entire county. I think it was 2.5 hours. About 105 miles per hour was the average speed, 200 to 300 feet off the ground. Radical. And I started off by wanting to see our beach. And I have pictures on my phone for people to say the beach is gone. There are cars all over it. People all over the beach. There's some devastation to the dunes. There's some horrific devastation to some people's homes. But that beach isn't gone. And I don't like the fear mongering. You know? I don't like that. The beach is there. The beach is getting ready to get replenished. Not because Troy Kent says so, but because Mother Nature says summer is coming. And with summer means there's relatively no waves, which means the sand builds up and it gets soft and people get stuck driving on the beach. And that's why during the days before the Speedway, everybody raced on the beach in the winter months because there were northeasters that packed the sand down. I'm not going to give you that whole history lesson. You know this. I'm just saying, go to the beach if you think the beach is gone. Go check it out. It's there. There's some devastation, but that beach is still there, and you can still fish on it. You can still surf on it. You can fly a kite on it. You can ride a bike on it. You can walk on it. You can drive your car on it. It's still there. Now, that helicopter tour also took me around the entire county. And if you gentlemen have not done it, I highly, highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. And I'll tell you, I was able to see all of our eco projects, the Volusia Foreverland, the Scrub Jay properties out in Deltona. It was quite impressive. And for someone that's making decisions on all of us on an over $1 billion budget on items like this, it was very impactful. And instead of it taking 3 weeks to do it, we were able to do it in 2.5 hours. Thank your staff, George. It was great. I told you all last meeting, I'll say it again until it happens, but the next district dialogue for residents is going to be Monday, May 15th at the Ormond Library. It's from 5 to 6 p.m. It's going to be in the auditorium. We will talk about anything you want to talk about. It's an open forum. We'll talk about anything county related, okay? I had the wonderful pleasure of presenting a proclamation since the last time we met to the Daytona Moose Lodge, which is located in Ormond Beach, actually. But they turned 75 years old, and it was great to do that. They were so appreciative that this county recognized them. They wanted me to tell each and every one of you, thank you for that proclamation. They wanted me to tell you it will be hanging in their entryway with pride. And they were honestly, you could tell they were touched that Volusia County was there celebrating their 75th anniversary. And that's everything on my list. Have a great night.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick and brief tonight. I've talked about it, and you're probably going to say, oh no, he's going to talk about his farm again. So, but I am. But I first want to thank Mr. Swanson and Acting Director Smith and George, the rest of your staff. This, when you take a project and it takes wings and it evolves into something even bigger, that's exciting. So we said that we would start an embroidery or a sewing type of program for the inmates as we wait for the farm to come to fruition. And that has now grown. We are now talking to businesses that, people that have 400 positions open, 400 jobs, folks, that are open, that they're willing to hire individuals that may have had some sort of criminal history. That gives them another opportunity. I've said it my entire 30-year career, if we can slow down that recidivism rate just a little, that's a big step. And this can do it. This has the potential of doing it. We met with those individuals. I came in early today so we can meet with some of those individuals today. And it's exciting to see that we're already talking about a place for the building. involving more industry, getting a map out of as far as what businesses are out there that are willing to, and all it takes is one business, and then it seems like others will follow. So this is only going to help our county. It's only going to help it tremendously by having to be able to hire these individuals afterwards and to teach them a trade. So it's not just about a farm. So that's come from this, the sewing industry, also a welding program, electricians program. They're talking about plumbing programs. There's all kinds of, and this is just from one conversation. So this is exciting stuff. So I want to thank our staff for that. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Danny Robbins. Thanks, Chair. A couple things in the hopper. I chair the opioid abatement committee, and last week we had our a meeting. Captain Shivers came in. I had sent an email to staff inquiring about getting the sheriff's office and Captain Shivers on our agenda. Pretty much in a nutshell, they're seeking support from our municipalities in the county, as well as the county council. They're trying to get the support to have Narcan and provide Narcan training within the school system. I mean, often we don't cross paths with the school board. Typically, we stay out of it, and I just wanted to bring the council up to speed. You know, we control a lot of that money, and the sheriff's office is asking for our help or seeking help, and I just throw it out there to this council that we're probably going to be getting a letter from the committee trying to gain our support. I had a resident send in an inquiry. I don't think I've sent it to staff yet. I might have, but Sandra Brust, and she was inquiring if we could bring up an ordinance or develop an ordinance. I don't know much about it, but I guess down in the south end of town, there's a lot of holes for the beach guys. I've never heard of this on the council yet, but I guess there's a lot of holes that are being dug, and they didn't know out of public safety if there's a fine or something we can develop. I guess there was like a 6 or 8 foot hole. If that's just something we can, I guess, look into upon her request. This Thursday at 11 a.m., a project that I believe Echo helped out with, myself and Riverside Conservancy, Burns Charter School down south, but in the city of Oak Hill, donated some property. I think it's about 3 acres to establish a community garden for those kids, teach them how to farm, grow, and also expand the FFA program so those children down there don't have to go up to New Smyrna Beach to do it. And then this question is for staff. I haven't heard anything about the West Volusia Hospital Authority. I don't know if it's time to send a cue ball in there and break it up, but I'm ready to put the heat on them.
We're still waiting on a decision from the 5th District Court of Appeal. They have no deadline to act. The ruling literally could be any day. We've been waiting about 2 months for that ruling. There's nothing more that the county can file at this point. It's entirely up to them.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I just wanted to bring up one of the items that we discussed earlier today regarding the appeal DRC, just to get consensus to direct staff. And the idea behind that was if they could table an item once, for whatever reason they feel appropriate, after that, if it doesn't get heard up or down on the next meeting, then it gets automatically come to us for a decision. We're good with that. There's consensus? Good. Okay. I just want to tell my colleagues, because I know I voted no on one of the items today. It was the solo long vote, and it was a split second thing because it hit me at the end there that the item that we discussed on the communities, I forgot the title was, the $400 or $600 million line item. I just think at the end there that it's going to be such a beast to be really able to deal with. And I think we should deal with it. I want to make that very clear. But at a county council meeting, I think that is going to be so big. I think there's more than 30 organizations that participate in that. And I think it warrants possibly some more time or a more focused, that's a big bite out of the budget, right? And I don't see us being effective in a county council meeting to deal with 30-plus organizations and that dollar amount. That's why I voted no. I'm not trying to change anybody here. If you guys want to, you can, but I think if we do hear it on the 10th, or whatever the day is, then it's going to be a beast, and we're probably going to have to continue it. That's just wanted you all to know, because I know at last minute, especially I was the one that made the motion on the first one a few weeks ago philosophically. So I wanted you all to know my thoughts there. And off the heels of Jake, I just wanted to agree with you. I think this council has starting to show the method of operations, right? Less government, less spending, smart spending, deregulation. I love that. I think almost every meeting, I think I can reflect that there's something that we're chipping away. And I'm right on that train with you, Jake. I want to deregulate as much as we can. Smaller government. I want to open up the gates of freedom for Volusia County, because I think for years we've just been adding and adding and adding. I want to find ways to take away things that are costing people's freedoms economically, socially, and just government overreach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chair and Mr. Santiago, I was taking notes on your motion. Were you presenting that as a motion, or were you just by consensus directing us to come back?
Consensus,
Okay.
unless you needed a motion.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Kind of on the heels of what Mr. Reinhardt said, I agree with him. I share his passion for what he's looking to do. I'd hope we could go beyond just sewing. I remember I've been in the criminal justice. I've been either a prosecutor or a defense attorney for 33 years now. And I remember when Pride was out at Tomoka, and they did wonderful things out at Pride. And it wasn't merely sewing, it was refurbishing fire trucks. All kinds of they refurbished heavy equipment attachments, and they did a lot of wonderful things. There was an unfortunate incident out there that caused its demise, but I think something like that needs to be resurrected again. I mean, they did a lot of good stuff, and I've always said, you know, nobody's as bad as the worst thing they've done. There's a lot of good people in these jails, and I mean, I'll be the first to admit, I've had drug traffickers at my house, arsonists at my house, you know, people that I've represented, and they're not bad people, and they need to learn a trade, and they need to develop these skills to get themselves back into society. I think that's one of the biggest problems with recidivism, is they don't have a trade. All they know is drug dealing. All they know is stealing. They don't have a trade. When they get back out, they can get a job and actually live a straight life. You know, they just know one thing, and that's committing crimes to get by. And so, and they're unemployable. So I think this is a wonderful thing. And I know in the past there were scaffolding companies, there were joists in a house, trusses. There you go, get old. Trusses. I mean, there were a lot of businesses that really wanted to go out there and even expand what Tomoka was doing. And so I don't know if it's possible to even look at expanding there's a lot of land out there, and I think there's a lot of inmates, and there's a lot of skills out there that are just being wasted in the jail, and they're not really being utilized. So yeah, I think this is something that really needs to be looked into much further than just sewing, but to other trades.
Can I expand on that just a little, Mr. Chair? Oh, there are other ideas. I know that being a jail environment, it's kind of hard to do more than one, because, you know, you're limited with the amount of time that they're there. The staffing is another issue that we're contending with out there. You have to have staff to supervise them. So they're looking at 1, 2, maybe 3 projects at a time. But I have a board in my office that is already chipping away at more and more of these programs, taking that mindset of what I brought up a long time ago with Manatee County. And it was small engine repair. It was a paint booth, you know, to paint county vehicles. So there's a whole lot going on up here, but I'm pumping the brakes just a little, just to get some stuff off the ground. But thank you.
Oh yeah, it's a wonderful goal. I mean, I'd really back you up. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and I know I've been talking about it in some agenda meetings and maybe in the hallways here, but I just, you know, the West Side, I know I always complain, we don't get anything, and you can only do so much cow tipping over here in the west side, and you can only watch the trains go by so many times, and then there's nothing else for these kids to do. We have a vast shortage of Little League ball fields. We have a vast shortage of football practice fields. I just had a football coach approach me this week, actually, and there's no place for people to ride their off-road vehicles. You move down here from up north, you go move into a subdivision, and there's literally nowhere for these kids to ride their dirt bikes or go-karts. There's nowhere, literally nowhere. All the places we used to ride are now developed. And if it's not developed, they're going to call the police on you. So I don't know, George, what we need to do to kind of put the burner under this and get it moving along a little faster. I know we have our wish list meeting coming up here in a few weeks, and I can wait until then if that'd be more appropriate. But I really want to see this move along pretty quickly if we could. I don't know if that means by motion of the council to look into it more and bring it back at a later date.
Chairman, can I jump in to help? Can you mind if I jump in to help?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, because I want to help you. So I think we look at our recreation master plan. I think what you're talking about is spot on. We either have a workshop or an agended item, but we look at our recreation master plan. We're focusing on the western side of our county. These specific things that you're talking about, I think we tie in the cities that are over here, and we see about what kind of usage they want to have with them. I think you should do a field trip over to the sports area in Ormond Beach, where we have, in my opinion, the best of the best Little League fields. You know, when a kid starts playing t-ball, that's their first taste of baseball. And they're going to have that in their head forever. And you want to give them the best experience. And that Little League experience should be that way, as well as with soccer fields, a place to throw a frisbee, a championship field for football. This is not a cheap thing, but the cities could participate, and the high schools around here, if they don't have the facilities, I don't know, they could participate. You could really hit a huge home run with this on the west side.
Yeah, we've got Chipper Jones, Luke Scott,
right,
and Jake DeGrom all out of our district,
right?
District 1, and yet there's nowhere for these kids to.
Right. So I was saying helping, meaning I'm with you on that. And we've got the goal setting coming up. You could either do it there, or you could ask George to put it on an agenda. Probably not on May. When are you out? Second? Probably not that one.
Could I put it on the agenda, George? Could I make a motion to put it on?
Yeah. I work at the will of the council, so we would do that. You could put it on the goal setting on May 10th, or we can have separate. Let me just add, we have on the street right now for a planning of, our Bennett Park down in Orange City is used by the Orange City, DeBerry, Deltona area. We have property right across the street. Was always planned for this, so that's we're looking at the expansion of that park right now. So that's not a master plan, but that's one spot. Well, and, I've been in conversations with the cities. Both DeLand is doing some park planning, and I know the city of Daytona Beach has a very large master planning project envisioning that's going on, and I'm in contact with both the managers on that. So we can definitely, very timely, we can put that on, and we can talk about our own master plan.
Okay. Could I just move for this to be put on the agenda in June then?
And I'll second that motion.
Want it
in June?
Okay.
Give you some time in June? Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Before we finalize that, Danny Robbins, you wanted to speak on it.
I'm going to support it. Don, you're absolutely right. And we just had this, I believe ECHO came back with a list. And one thing I did notice, and where I say you're right, is they were really gracious to the east side and southeast Volusia. And I know I have a bunch of projects to help you out. I'm willing to take, if we can relook at that list. I don't even know if this is possible or how it would work, but I'd be willing to reallocate and put some of those other projects that ranked kind of lower, not higher priority for Southeast Volusia, take a couple of those, and if we can reallocate that money, if it's even possible, you go ahead and take it to help out whatever you need help with.
Well, thank you.
Sounds good? All right.
We got a motion and a second.
Yeah. One of the things I'd like them to include before we can call for a vote, I don't know if we need it because it sounds like we all agree, but I'll call for a vote. But I would like to see with that, and what I was going to ask for is just a list of all available parks in the county, ballparks, soccer parks, and do we have records, I'm sure we do, of how frequently they're used? So usage and locations.
We'll put it together, and I know we do quite a bit of reservation work on those parks, and Jim can tell you that it's hotly contested, and they're very, very well used, and so it's a very good subject, and I'm sure Tim is very happy to hear that you're bringing it. So, and again, we're already in motion, so this is going to be good.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Who made the motion? Don made the motion. Who made the second? Troy did. Okay. Okay. Were you finished, Don?
That's it. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Well, now I've got a long list, but it's fast. It can go pretty fast. The first thing, the county manager and county attorney didn't bring it up, but I thought they might. So I'll just say this. I think last week, Director Etheridge went to Tallahassee and to speak about the situation with our triple qualified beach patrol, and I just want to say you did a great job. I was able to listen to it. I got good reports and on what you said, and then reports from different people in session there that there's probably nothing gonna happen. The bill's gonna pass. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything else or anything to that effect. It sounds like a carve-out is not in the works. What I'm hoping for, what we need is time to implement it, because right now the bill says the day it passes, it starts. Does anybody have any information contrary to that? Has that changed at all?
No. The House and Senate have different versions of the bill. They're very similar, but they're not identical, that are up tomorrow for committee hearings. An amendment to the Senate version was filed today that we're still reviewing. No amendment was made to the House version. The amendment does not provide an extension of time, so if they're passed in their current form, it still would have effect upon becoming law whenever signed by the governor. We're reviewing other language, which I hope to finish up by tomorrow morning, and I was going to send those to council, give those to you tomorrow, and have some more information at that time.
Okay, good. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to add to that, and I think what you're doing is good to bring it to light. I just wanted to add one thing I think it's important for the public knowledge. And the folks that are here, but maybe folks on TV world will hear this later on, that we're bound by sunshine. So when things arise on a news cycle quickly, we can't quickly call each other and say we're in consensus. Different governing bodies or elected officials operate under different rules. Our rules say we have to come up here and discuss it, comes on the agenda, and we deal with it. So when you see things sometimes where it says that we may not have acted already, it's because we can't, and we have to do it in this type of forum. So I want to make sure people know that. The timing clock is very different for how we govern. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that.
Okay. This is more for staff, but everybody up here should know about it, and it'll probably be back to council. I don't know if it will require that for the 2 years and 4 months that I've been here, I've been working with residents off Kepler and the Lake Talmadge area, chain of lakes. It's a very important lake for stormwater management for West Volusia. A very long canal that's kind of it's at the head of that whole chain of lakes that takes the water under 92 and then goes into Little Hall Creek, has been severely clogged with fallen trees, years of having weeds sprayed, they sink to the bottom. So now a very deep canal I was on it today, is about a foot, less than a foot deep in many areas. Year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago, if you remember, Danny will remember, and staff will remember, we had a group come in called Agua Control, not Aqua, but AGUA. Remember the guy that he developed a machine that would go in and mechanically harvest the aquatic plants, but not only that, he can suck up all of that muck. If it's 8 feet deep, he said he could suck it up. So I got an impromptu call this morning at 7 o'clock, met him at 10:30, went out on the lake, toured the lake, and he said, absolutely no doubt we can clean this up. And so, as staff knows, it always comes down to funding, because the county has told the state before that we can clean it up. We can't suck up all the muck, but we can get rid of the fallen trees and all that. But the state is not sure who would pay for that. So when Agriculture was here, we approved a resolution for them to get a proof of concept, the proof that this equipment works down on Lake Okeechobee with the state of Florida, the DEP. And they went and did it, and the state of Florida was extremely happy, and now he's got other lakes around Florida that they're doing. The good news for staff is that he is going to, the owner of Agriculture is going to send me I want to be careful because I don't want to jinx this. It's a blanket participation agreement for them to do various lakes, and it's paid for by other state agencies. So he's going to present to us how that can happen, and I'll forward it to you as soon as I have it by email, and then we'll decide, does it have to come to council for approval? At the very least, it will come to council to share the news, but it could really solve a long-standing problem there and make that whole chain of lakes much healthier and attractive. So that's coming up. Helicopter tour of the county sounds really useful and really expensive. I'm wondering if any other council members would want to do it. Could they all do it together, or would there be an issue with sunshine laws?
Yeah, they can't.
Even if they don't talk about things that we will vote on, they can't observe things together. That's too bad, because that would save some money.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
You think
we can't sit in a helicopter and keep our traps shut?
That's the part they're worried about.
Well, you can be worried about it, but you
There's actually been litigation on that.
Really?
Court ruling involving the Seminole County School Board where that was nixed.
How much did it cost? How long did you go, Troy? 2.5 hours? How much?
What's an hour charge?
I know how much it cost. You better do a video. It's ridiculous.
Okay. PLDRC, excellent point. And I just wanted, the only thing I wanted to add to that is that any council member who hasn't sat in a PLDRC meeting, it's sometimes they're all day. It's kind of like our meetings. It's one of the most important boards in the county. you don't have to stay all day, but go and listen. What I want you to listen to is our local citizens who go and have to beg to put a storage unit in their backyard, or pavers, or whatever. I think part of what we're hearing today is one of the things that we could do is start, when you talk about chipping away, let's start chipping away at some of those requirements, some of those permits that are needed to put a aluminum shed in your backyard, or pavers, or a homeowner to repair his own roof after the approved paver or roofers, 3 of them leaked. So I think we should look at that. It would be nice to have us be able to vote on, instead of creating an ordinance, getting rid of some repealers, what become repealers. So the jail. I would like to see us expand that a little bit. I went to First Step Shelter, toured that, and took them some of the bumper crop of collard greens that we have, and offered to help them. They have all that grass out front that they're paying to have mowed, and so I suggested to them that they let chickens eat that grass. Told them I would teach them how to make movable pens that the people in there could move every day. You move it one pen up, and create their own eggs for sale. It teaches them something, gives them something. It would be good for them. They're interested in that. That I would be willing to do that. Absolutely. In the jail program as well.
That is, chickens are one of the issues as well. One of the very first projects that Manatee started with, what this all came about, was a 200 chicken coop, and it expanded to thousands, in addition to hydroponic, which we have started, in-ground growth. They have their own meat processing plant. So I mean, it can go a long way. And then that expanded to the embroidery, to screen printing, to they make their own inmate uniforms, they make their own mattresses. So they are self-sufficient. They have their. Can I share one thing with you? They took an old ambulance, and when I heard them tonight, they took an old ambulance, a county ambulance, and stripped it, got somebody in from Manatee Community College, and created a biofuel machine inside the ambulance that created, they drove it up to the kitchen, dumped the oil and the grease in there, and produced their own fuel for their farm equipment. That's how far they've come, and it all started with 200 chickens.
Wow, great. One other a question for staff that kind of goes with Don's request. Across the street from me, I think there's 1,000 acres of the old Strawn property. I forget what's the name of Deep Creek. It's a conservation area. They've got it's very well kept, minimal maintenance. They've got horse trails, they've got hiking trails, and they allow hunting during hunting season. We use it with horses. We've never had any trouble with hunters or anybody else. When you go up to 40, on the almost on the corner of 40 and 92, there's, I still can't remember the name of the preserve. Does any of you staff remember? It's part of the Strawn land, but it is ideal for four-wheelers, for dirt bikes. It is. Do you know if that is state or county, and if it would be impossible to allow four-wheelers and dirt bikes in there? Because it's not a sensitive environment. There's a lot of, it would be fun riding.
I'm not familiar with exactly the property. I mean, I know
Hart Island.
Oh, the Hart Island, that's St. John's Water Management District property. We'd have to get with them, but typically, dealings in the past, they're usually fairly conservative in what they allow on the property. So we could certainly have Brad talk to them and find out what. And I do know they occasionally swap property and do things too. So
I think it would be an economic development. There's people that spend a lot of money on four-wheelers and dirt bikes and $80,000 pickup trucks. Danny, and goes out, spends their weekend riding, just like the people across the street from me that take their $100,000 horses and ride through there. Completely separate areas, the two wouldn't mix, but I just think that would be worth investigating and see if we could include a whole nother recreational sport in that area. It's not a state forest.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
not my thing, but not too long ago, my brother-in-law took me on a four-wheeling trip up in the Jacksonville area.
A helicopter?
Not this time. That was county mosquito control. But I had never done that before. But there was in the entrance when you went in on the four-wheeler, there was a place to stop and add cash.
Yeah.
There was an amount you needed to pay every day to be there, and it was an honor system. But I thought it was. I mean, there were a lot of people there, and everybody was stopping and honoring the system and paying it. And I thought that's something that, if the county property, county that we own, we don't invent the wheel. Other people have done this, and we let them do it.
Go ahead.
Do we have a map of all county-owned property where we can get a reliable, I mean, I'm sure we do, but can we see that, maybe drill down for Don and for you? And I mean, I'm game. Correct. There you go.
Yeah.
Just add it to the goal setting session.
Okay. You want it to be one of mine? Because I've already got two.
Oh, we'll give you 3 today.
It could be part of what we just asked them to do with ballpark.
When I first came in and got my in-brief, I asked about that, and it is on my list, so we'll just make sure it's covered.
This is scary that we're thinking so much alive. Yeah, I've got two people up here, Jake and George. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, at the last meeting, you guys had asked me about the sheriff and inviting the sheriff, and I did talk to the sheriff, and he unfortunately has to be out of town is out of town at a funeral. However, he has called in, and he is requesting, if it's the council's pleasure, to speak to you. We can have him if it's the desire of the council.
Yeah, I think the council already asked that we do that, so I would try
Absolutely, Chairman, yes.
I would try and set it up. Yeah.
Well, he's on, so we're going to bring him on.
It's a still. Mike.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Sheriff,
How
good
are
evening.
you guys doing?
Everybody's good.
I will tell you, I'm in South Florida, and I don't want to criticize anybody because God knows I would never do that. But they're flooding. They shut down the gas stations down here. So when you get off of the turnpike, you can't get gas. And it took an act of Congress to fill my tank up so that after the funeral I could head back tomorrow. And I know that we've never done that in Volusia County. So hopefully they won't put me over on the ride home for criticizing Broward County for what they just did.
Really? Okay.
That's amazing to get off and hit 14 gas stations and you can't get gas because of the flooding that occurred. It's like, what do you do? And all these cars are on the road. It was kind of like, wow, I know we would never manage something like this. But anyway, I digress. Whatever you guys want to ask, feel free to fire away. What I will tell you is this. I think the county administration, Beach administration, and the sheriff's office has sat back and tried to wait and figure out how this legislation was going to play out. Me and George and his admin and my admin and Michael Dyer and Peter have met, and we sort of had cursory conversations, but we put together a working group, which George is quarterbacking, that meets Thursday to start flushing out effective and efficient ways to do things. And people are screaming they want to plan. Well, let's get all the information together and see where we have to go. And again, George quarterback Amendment 10. And that was a huge undertaking for the county. I mean, he was redoing county government, and he did it and got an award for it. So I think if everybody just relaxes, let us figure this out. We're going to make sure that we're effective, efficient, and provide the proper services to our residents and to our visitors.
Thank you. Some questions from the council here. Troy Kent.
Sheriff, this is Troy Kent. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have two questions for you. The first one, if this becomes a reality, can you tell this council and the people of Volusia County, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, of course, 10 being the highest, how ready are you and your team to take over the policing on the beach? And then the second question I have, Sheriff, is we heard a member of the public say, and I'd never heard this before, but they said it tonight, that the plan was the sheriff would only have 4 officers on our beach. Can you address that as well, please?
Yeah, the first one I'll address, Councilman Kent, is this is Amendment 10 all over again. You know, if the constitutional officers got their own budget, if they broke free from the county would slide into the Atlantic Ocean. And it didn't happen. So why would somebody, myself, as 35-year law enforcement player, George, I'm sure he's got 35 years or more, why would we devise a plan that would not protect everybody involved? I think we need to do a comprehensive study. Is carrying guns as a lifeguard make the beach safer? That's something we have to look at. You know, what are the calls for service? What's really happening out there? We're doing that right now. Not going to divulge what we have because that would be unfair, but we're going to do the best that we can do. And your first question is absolutely a 10. Absolutely a 10.
Okay.
With all the special events that are going on, marrying forces with New Smyrna, Port Orange, Ormond, and Daytona, and cops being cops on the same channel, I think this makes it safer. This is my opinion.
Okay. And then the second part was a member of the public said that the sheriff's only going to put 4 police officers on the beach.
Yeah, and I tried to address that in the beginning. That's a lot. That is, and George knows that because we're already looking at staffing and everything else. 4 people on the beach, seriously?
Yeah.
That's just,
Sheriff,
again, it's the rhetoric, Troy.
Right.
They keep throwing the rhetoric out there to divert the public's attention from reality.
Right. And Sheriff, I figured it was, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to put it on the record and state that it's a lie, that that's not the plan of 4 officers. Thank you, Sheriff. That's all for me. You've got a bunch more, though.
Troy, real quick, I just want to tell you that weeks ago, we surveyed the sheriff's office and said, if we were to start our own beach division, how many of you men and women would want to be part of this new initiative? Now, we have 468 deputies. We got half responded. 140 some odd folks said, man, what a great opportunity. We would love to do this.
Gotcha. And if I can just follow up with that, Sheriff. So a lot of interest, it sounds like, for people that want to work on the beach, but can that also transform into, during the winter months, over to the Halifax River and Ormond by the Sea and Wilbur by the Sea, et cetera?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, the last conversation I had with George the other night was, this is a blank canvas. We could make anything we want to make with this, and we could be a model on how this is done. And we're excited for this. You know, once you get past the weeping and gnashing of teeth, there's a real opportunity here to set Volusia County forward and public safety in our county, even to a higher level than we're at now.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for calling in. Perfect timing. I wanted to ask you, Sheriff, when Amendment 10 passed originally, there was an implementation period. And I know that's been discussed a lot in the community as to, I think the bills don't match. One bill in the Senate is effective immediately, and the bill in the House, I think, has a transition period. Could you address, I know you and I had a conversation on it, but for the public's purposes, what are your thoughts on an implementation period from whatever decision we make?
Yeah, David, a great question. And again, thank you for Friday for allowing everybody else to get the buffet. You only took one stab at it, so I know you were warned ahead of time. So we appreciated that very much. We are, and nobody's laughing, David. That was supposed to be funny. You were there. You know
I
how
was
that
there.
works.
I laughed.
So me and George talked about it. There are ways to make this work. Summer's coming. We have Memorial Day. We have all these other things coming into play. Once we flush out the details, there's easy ways to do things. Obviously, anybody that comes over to us, they're going to have comparable pay. They're going to have comparable benefits, probably better benefits, to be honest with you. And they're going to cycle through the organization, meaning I have to train them. We're not going to do any of that until the off season. So whatever we need to do to deputize people to get us to the point we need to go, whatever, this isn't heavy lifting, if that answers your question. If we have to just deputize 25 or 30 people to work under my authority as law enforcement to get us through the summer, we'll do it. Or however it's going to play, this is, like I said, it's a blank canvas. We are more than willing to cooperate with the county. This isn't about Mike Chitwood saying, I want to take control and I have demands. And neither does George. George and Michael have said, hey, how do we figure this out? How do we make it work? There's good people there. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. And for the council,
David, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to say this to you. We have great people up there, and I'm hearing rumors that they want to go to other cities. I would encourage them. Don't go anywhere till you hear from us. Sit down with me and Chief Henderson. See what we're offering. You've given this county so much. Don't make a change force you away from something that can be pretty spectacular.
yeah, thank you, Sheriff. And I would agree with that statement. Wait to see how things play out. And I think for discussion purposes, I just want to add to the council, I think echoing what you said, Sheriff, is that whatever the plan is, council members, it's a plan that we're going to come up with jointly with the sheriff. If this bill passes, our team is going to sit with his team and him and figure out a proposal to bring before with this council. So it's going to be a joint initiation as far as how this plays out. Am I correct in that statement, Mr. Sheriff?
Councilman, you are 1,001% on. This isn't about Mike Chitwood. This isn't about the city manager, county manager, or council. This is all of us. All of our jobs together is public safety. And like I said, I don't have anything in this fight. I need. No, what I need is to make sure we're all protected. And you guys have always been that way. I mean, your service in Tallahassee, Troy's service in Ormond Beach, Jake's in Port Orange, and George has been around the county forever. I mean, all we want is the best for our residents and our employees.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Sheriff, this is Jeff Brower. You just mentioned, this goes back to one of the things David just asked about, which was time to implement. You just mentioned a comprehensive study. The way that the bill is written right now, of course, part of the issue and the reason there's so many questions is we don't know what it will look like in the final analysis, what amendments might be added. But the way the bill's written right now, the day that's signed by the governor, it starts. The comprehensive study is that sounds like time to me, and which is one of my biggest concerns is that we don't go into the summer season with an abrupt change like this, that we have time to implement it, time to study it. So what do you flesh that out a little bit for me, what you mean by a comprehensive study and how much time that is?
Yeah, I don't want to get the county manager in too much trouble, because if people think, oh, he's too aligned with the sheriff, that they're in bed together and whatever.
We've asked him to talk to you, so that's okay.
We've had very discursive debates, and while you can have a comprehensive study over what is the long-term effects, the big question we always have is what are the short-term effects? So let's just say they sign this bill on May 1st. What does that mean for Volusia County residents and Volusia County visitors and for the Beach Patrol? And I can tell you it means nothing. It doesn't mean anything, because I have the ability as the sheriff to deputize 58 or 25, whatever number we think we need, mix and match with deputies. So there will never be a lag in there. If anything, I think it gives us the opportunity to start talking to the other coastal cities and the folks that are on the lakes and the rivers as to where we want to go when different events happen. We have a Mayhem event coming up on May 6th, Cinco de Mayhem out there on Lake George. Boy, it would be nice to have some of those triple certified people out there to help us out if manpower is permitting. On the 4th of July, it would be really nice to have extra folks on the beach patrolling when these things come down. So I don't think that anybody has to worry about an abrupt change or a hand grenade being thrown in that's going to jeopardize anybody's safety, whether it's a law enforcement end or a lifeguard end. At the end of the day, we're all in this, every one of us, elected, appointed, to make sure our county is safe. And I think, there's an opportunity here to do something a little different and marry some resources together. And again, I want to encourage the folks in the beach patrol. It's all doom and gloom now, but slow down. Don't be bailing on us. This could be something really, really good.
Well, and I think that's part of the concern, well, at least of mine. I won't speak for everybody else in the council, is we have really good men and women on the beach patrol that are qualified in 3 different areas: life, water rescue, emergency medical services, and law enforcement. I'm concerned about their well-being, their jobs as well. So I'm assuming, I'm sure it is, if George is in this planning group, that their welfare is being discussed, that you will go after them, talk to them. Here's, you and I think 5 years ago talked about the county sheriff's office taking over law enforcement on the beach. One of the things that really bothers me the most is that, every legislative session we lose more local control, and to have the state come in and tell us, now you got to do this is just, I think it was the wrong way to go. I would have much rather that we talk about it and plan it out here in our own county with the sheriff's department. You can't control that, I don't suppose, but we've got to look after the people that we have down there working now, plus keeping everybody safe this summer. So I assume you're reaching out to them.
We haven't yet, Mr. Chairman, because we're waiting for the bill to get finalized. But let me say this to you: I didn't ask for this. This Amendment 10 I pushed for. You can hang me on a crossword. I wanted Amendment 10. I thought it was time for a change. I didn't push for this. This landed on our laps. But again, I agree with you. Tallahassee is telling us what to do. But you know what? They're telling us what to do. They're not telling us how to do it. They're not telling us how to create a new whole dimension. How do we enhance our public safety? You keep doing things over and over and over again. Everybody says, oh, this is the only way to do it. Well, that's not true. And as far as the beach employees are, we have already done a pay study. And if you have 10 years on the beach patrol, you're making X amount of dollars, you're going to lateral in to our organization as a 10-year player. You're not going to lateral in I can't take your seniority or your rank, but when it comes to pay, you're going to lateral in. If you have special, if you're a diver, if you can operate a boat, if you're a lifeguard, we're going to honor that, and we're going to see where it goes. And we're going to meet, me and Chief Henderson want to meet everybody one-on-one who's coming over, show what the money they're going to make. You're going to have to go through 10 weeks of deputy refresher training, just like we do with anybody else that comes into the organization. You have to learn our policies. You have to learn our procedures. You have to cycle through the county, because you may be on the beach tomorrow. God forbid, there may be civil unrest somewhere else, and you have to go there. So you have to be able to act that way. It's not a single. We want to have a workforce, a police force that can do anything. It doesn't matter what it is. And the same thing with the 140 deputies that said they want to go to the beach. One of the questions after talking to Mark Swanson was, would you undergo lifeguard training? Would you be able to be a rescue swimmer, God forbid, if you were assigned up there, would you want to do that? So there's a lot of balls in the air. There's a lot of good people working on this. I don't see this as a problem. I see this as definitely an advantage for us.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. It's Matt Reinhardt here. How are you, sir?
Hey, Matt, when are you going up in a helicopter?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I heard that story tonight. Listen, I'm extremely encouraged to hear what you're saying with regards to taking our time. I don't believe in going to anything too fast. The state may be forcing that, but I was encouraged to hear the fact that, we can take our time with this. We can make a model of something that is envious to everybody else. you know, having the opportunity to deputize those folks that are out there to work through this, maybe that shows and opens up doors for you as a sheriff to see that there's possibilities bigger than just taking over the law enforcement part of the beach. And I'm encouraged to hear that, so thank you very much. That there were some questions that were already answered, one of which I answered or asked right away, and you've kind of answered that, and I said the level of service. And I was glad that Mr. Kent asked the question, because I heard the same concern of 2 deputies north and 2 deputies south, and I just could not see that happening. So I was glad to hear that that's entirely false. So thank you for that. So that being said, I guess, is there, or I guess I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but you're saying there is a possibility that individuals that want to work the beach, that there is the opportunity of, number one, maintaining those certifications of those that already have it. For special events, you know, then you can pull those individuals out there and even have a higher level of service under the sheriff. Is that an opportunity?
Absolutely. We are, you know, we're way ahead of the curve. There's a lot of things that I can't say because we're trying to flush out the details. I don't want to say something and then somebody comes back and says, well, you can't do that. We've already are flushing out what a reserve program would look like. So let's just throw out hypothetical numbers. And again, hypothetical,
yes.
God knows what the News Journal will print. Let's say that we determine we need 20 full-time law enforcement folks on the beach, and 15 of the beach folks applied. So they'll go through the training, they'll do the whole 9 yards, and then they'll get back up there, however things work out. And then maybe 15 others say, you know, I want to be a reserve. I want to keep my law enforcement status, and I want to be called up for special events. Well, that's great. That's a force multiplier for us. I mean, it doesn't take much. It takes 10 weeks of deputy refresher training, and you got your certification as a reserve deputy. So you will come to work for me during the 4th of July or Memorial Day or in Daytona, and you'll work for one of my supervisors to do law enforcement on the beach and on the beach approaches and everywhere else we need to go. So there's a lot of opportunities here. I think, you know, like anything else, we argue, we gnash teeth, we scream, we holler, this isn't going to work, the world's going to collapse. But, you know, George has a track record of being innovative and creative, and I think I do too. And I think we sit down together, and so we've got a lot of good people up on the beach. There's a lot of good people in county government who all want to put a piece into this. And the only idea that is a bad idea is the one nobody brings forward.
That's true. Well, and I appreciate. I'm sorry we didn't get the opportunity to meet before the when I had.
You know, it happened quickly. I have to tell you. You know, we learned about it in I think it was July when we had the sheriffs had their legislative conference, and it wasn't really clear how it would affect Volusia County. And then as the thing gained steam, it became, hey, you guys are affected too. And it was kind of like, well, it's going to pass, not pass. Everybody's going to do what they got to do. And now, obviously, we're up against the wall. But
True.
The beauty of the sheriff being on the same page with everybody else is, hey, it may pass, but there's a way to do this without it destroying our summer or hurting our visitors.
Or level service.
I don't view this as a downside, Sarah. I don't view this as a downside at all. And you know this. You've been in so long time. You take the negative, you make it more positive, and you build from it.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's well known that you take care of your deputies. You look out for their best interests as well. And coming from, obviously, the jail environment, being under public protection, of course, public protection is near and dear to my heart, and that's what that umbrella was over the beach. So that's why I asked the questions I did. So thank you for those answers.
Councilman, I'll tell you one thing. I heard something kind of on the ride down, and it kind of broke my heart that I heard that 6 or 7 or 8 folks have applied to municipal agencies, and I thought, why are you doing that?
I heard the same.
Take a deep breath and relax. You know, see what we're offering, see what's going on. Don't throw everything away in a panic mode. This is going to be a really good thing. I mean, you know, I know I'm a knucklehead, but geez, I'm never going to hurt one of my employees, for crying out loud, or long-term employees.
Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it. We'll see you at the Italian restaurant.
Thanks, Matt. All right, sir. Thank you.
George, you're next. Before you start, maybe you can work this into what you're going to say. He just mentioned that there's a planning group that you're on. I'm glad to hear that. Is it a possibility to have a member of the council, just one member of the council, sit on that planning group?
Are you asking me or the county manager?
I ask it to George, but I'd like to hear both of
I
your
would advise
comments.
against it at this point, because as he said, we've had 2 discussions with really a partial group, the kind of the people who did the Amendment 10. So I would say that there's a lot of what ifs that have to be hammered out, and when you're in a group like that, it has to stay in that group. That's why I appreciate the sheriff's comments that we can't really say a lot of things, because when you're doing that kind of work, you really have to have a trusted group that can talk about the possibilities. Then as we flesh it out, we could open it up more, and we will have to open it up more, because what happens is, even within that work group, there'll be things that they don't know that we'll have to go get. And we'll have to go get that information, and how do we plug it into the plan. So I would caution against it. It's really we start out with what we have, and then we will flesh it out as we did in Amendment 10. And I do appreciate Sheriff's commitment to being able to deputize, because that's going to take a lot of the pressure off as we put this together. I will say there may be some ordinances, some things we're going to have to move on relatively quickly to reflect the new situation. And I will say I may have to call a special meeting depending on when this gets signed into law, and then what we need to do from that point.
Yeah, we'll definitely there'll be some ordinance revisions and need some revisions to the habitat conservation plan with the beach. So there's a lot we will need to bring forward to you for your consideration.
If I could jump in there real quick, I hear what Michael and George are saying, that it's not be brought forward quickly, but with the ability to deputize and everything, there's not a sense of urgency that it's got to be done within 5 days or 10 days or 30 days. I think we got to flush this out, and then obviously I think George, again, I don't want to get him in trouble. I think he does a good job communicating with you folks, and I think I do a good job communicating, and my organization knows what's going on, and you guys are going to hear everything that's going on. And at the end of the day, you folks up there on that dais are the ones that are going to approve or disapprove this. This isn't the sheriff saying, I'm doing this, screw you. And isn't the county manager saying, screw you, this is where we want to go. It's all of us together saying, how do we do this? And the beauty in this is it's not etched in stone. Whatever happens on whatever date we say we're going to embark on this, it's not etched in stone. You have to be flexible. You have to say, well, this really worked well. This didn't. Maybe we need to try this. We have to keep morphing till we get to where we are, morphing our plan to where we get to where we're very comfortable with what we're doing. But at the end of the day, I don't think anybody up there, and I know from my organization and I know from the county administration, wants to see any employee get hurt. Nobody wants an employee hurt.
Okay, Danny Robbins has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. Sheriff, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Vertical. Hey, real quick, it's just something that wasn't hit on, and I had got a question on this. Maybe you're able to offer some clarity. There was talks, or just I guess it was just uncertain. It still may be uncertain, so don't feel compelled to answer. But do we know if we're going to be taking on the whole beach or just unincorporated sections? And if that's the case or not the case, have the cities been involved in discussions? Are they going to step up to the plate in any way, or pulling their weight?
Yeah, I don't want to step over the line on this. And George, please feel free, Michael, feel free to shut me up if I step over the line. I think that the operation of the beach is the county's job. So we have to be the ones responsible for the overwhelming majority of it. However, when it comes to special events like spring break, as we saw in New Smyrna, when it comes to Invade Daytona, when it comes to the 4th of July, I think that we have an opportunity here, and Michael and George mentioned the different training things that go on the beach, that maybe we can use the cities as a force multiplier along with reserve lifeguards, reserve law enforcement folks, to give a bigger presence. Because I think there has always been, and you know this, you worked in Daytona, and there was always a line that was drawn. Hey, what happens on the sand happens on the sand. What happens on the blacktop happens on the blacktop. I think there's a way to erase that divide now and say, hey, it doesn't matter if it's on the sand, it doesn't matter if it's in a neighborhood, it doesn't matter if it's in a business district. We're going to have the ability to do that. And again, it's a brand new thing. We can devise this any way we want.
No, that sounds reassuring and positive, so thank you for that. And I think the other questions that I have can be handled on a staff level, but we appreciate it. I think this dialogue needed to happen, and it kind of possibly diffused a lot of potential bombs that or questions out there, so thank you.
Well, hey, to follow up with you, Councilman, you know, everybody, you know, myself included, you get ramped up in the rhetoric and everybody loses what's really going to happen. And then when the rhetoric starts to calm down, you start to see, hey, you know what, this isn't the end of the world. How do we make this better? You know, there's always a way to do things better. And I think it's a great opportunity. Again, we have great employees. We have long-term employees. It just broke my heart on the ride down here tonight where people, we have 6 people are going somewhere else. What are they doing? Relax, sit down, talk to us, see what we're offering. You know, see where we're going to go here. There's a lot of opportunity here. And again, it's not like this never happened before. George and Mike showed this with Amendment 10. I mean, they recreated county government for crying out loud and got an award for it.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
also got a lot of gray hair. I used to have jet black hair before it started.
I give a lot of people gray hair, my parents included, so.
Okay, thank you. That's for calling in. We appreciate it. I don't see anybody else willing to or wanting to ask another question. You know, for me, having been a part of the Beach Patrol for 10 years, it's really important to me that they're taking good care of, and every employee down there. I'm glad to hear you ask them to not jump prematurely. We don't know what's going to happen with this bill yet, although it looks like it's very likely to pass. So we do need, the most important thing is that we work together to protect them, to protect our visitors, protect our everybody that goes to the beach, and to keep in mind the good job that they have done down there. So thank you for talking with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate again, if you want to stay and you want to come to work for me, or you want to stay and work on the beach side, I know George and Michael and his staff will sit down and talk on their side, and I can tell you, me and Brian Henderson, there will be or Chief Henderson, there'll be no intermediaries. Sit down, talk to us. We'll show you financials. We'll show you what you want. You know, put all the BS behind us and let's move forward. And thank you guys always for showing up on Friday at the award ceremony. That was pretty impressive to see that.
Well, you're welcome from everybody that showed up. Our first responders are one of the most important parts of our local government, and we appreciate everything they do and the danger that they put their lives in every single day when they leave for work.
Well, and what's really important is to see the support we get from all you guys up there. You know, a lot of places in America don't have that. We have that. That's why I know this is a no-brainer that we can really make this work, because other places want to defund the police and do everything else, and that doesn't happen here. And a lot of you folks in that dais and the county manager and the county attorney make sure that doesn't happen. So you guys have a good night.
Thank you. All right, I'll finish on my last thing. I did notice at the Valor presentation
Unknown participant is now.
that all the council members that were able to go got some polite applause, but when they mentioned your name, you almost got a standing ovation. So you're well known in Deltona. So the last thing, and I can make this quick. It was brought up several times today. I went and heard Dr. Young when he was at Stetson. As all of you know, I've been working on and studying flooding issues in all over the county. And so my way to investigate and study something is to look at every possibility. So I went and heard him there, and it was pretty compelling. And then when the city of Daytona Beach invited him, I decided to go again, because what I didn't hear from him the first time was any solutions. That the sea level's rising, and there's so much evidence from NASA, from people that are studying it. Now with satellites, we can really tell what's happening, and there's sea level rise. How long it's going to go, what's causing it, I don't have a clue. And so I asked the doctor what the solutions were after his presentation, and he, I believe, attributes it all to CO2 and to petroleum fuels. I don't, in our lifetime, I don't see that changing. The whole world runs on the internal combustion engine and fuels, whether it's natural gas, coal, or gasoline. We've got to do a better job cleaning those. The electric car, I think, creates more environmental damage than drilling for oil does, plus the slave labor that's required for it. We don't have the batteries in place. We don't have windmills. They have huge problems there. There's just problems. But we have to look at what's happening and come up with a plan that's economically smart and feasible. So I do think it's a good idea to listen and have a plan in place. That's why I mentioned earlier, we have a resiliency manager, we have a resiliency plan. I would like to look at it and see what we're getting from it, how we need to change it. I am talking to Dr. Young and two other PhDs who are experts on climate and sea level rise and erosion. And I will bring back to you after I discuss with them, what I think, what I would like for all of you to consider as a next step, whether it be a presentation on the agenda, a workshop, whatever we do. I think we need to do with the public, because just like we just talked about with the sheriff, there's so much information that will go out that is untrue or fear-mongering or whatever that upsets people. The thing that you could probably guess upset me the most is when Dr. Young says beach driving is over. And I said, no, it's not. And it was because he didn't understand our own beach, that if we re-nourish the beach with a dredge, that you can't drive it on again. I asked, is that a requirement from the Army Corps of Engineers? And the answer was no, that's not a requirement. It's just because he doesn't know about our winter northeasterlies that cover the beach and pack it down again. There are parts of the beach that we should re-nourish. But anyway, there's a lot out there, a lot to consider. I want to be smart and consider those things. I don't want to be reactionary and do things that will cripple our county economically or environmentally. So I'm cautiously looking at it, and since it was brought up twice, I wanted you to know where I stand and what I'm doing. And you're welcome to join me in looking into it, but I'll report back to you what I hear from these other two researchers. So, and with that, Jake Johansson would like to say something.
So I have two, oh, by the way, I owe George and staff an apology, at least for the stink eye look, but the helicopter thing, please try to tie anything you do with us or staff with pilot training or something like that.
Well, he doesn't know that we were spraying chemical the whole time he was up there.
Perfect.
So,
Yeah, as long as it's tied to something else and we're not just launching a helicopter.
But the sheriff did make a point too, and that, you know, they're running patrols, so besides us, we have the option of
Different.
that too. So
I think when we do something like this, we need to make it clear that during a patrol, I got to go instead of just so the public knows that we're not taking elected officials up on joyrides. I spent, as you well know, 3 years up at the White House. Spent a lot of time and a lot of money in airplanes that weren't doing a whole hell of a lot for any reason whatsoever, and it bothered me. So I don't want that to become part of our thing either. And secondly, 35 years in the Navy, I want you guys to know that I didn't think we were wrong, and I double-checked the flag protocol, and we're doing all right up here. When a flag is against the wall, as long as it's to the right, it doesn't have to be taller, it just needs to be a little bit closer than everybody else. And I measured, and we're okay. So for the public, our flag protocol, like that of the Florida House, the Wyoming House, the White House, and other places is in order. So those are the only two, oh, by the ways I have.
Thank you for that. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess that gave me an oh, by the way, that I didn't have a moment ago. I don't think I ever said, and I never heard anybody say it was a joyride. I don't know where that came from.
I said I don't want the public to assume that
Right.
we're giving elected officials joyrides.
Right. Well, and we could go back to when an automobile was created. Don't spend that gas driving someone around. Make them ride the horse that they have. I was offered by staff, which I suspected all of you were, a tour of our entire county, which, as an elected official on this dais, who's going to make decisions, I would like to see parts of the county that I have not seen. I've lived here my whole life. So I appreciated the offer. It was impactful. It was helpful for me as a decision maker at this county level. It was not a joyride. That's not what this was. This was business to show me Echo, Volusia Forever, and I said, I want to make sure I see all of the devastation we've heard about on the beach, places that I haven't been to yet. So I was able to get all of that, and I highly recommend, that each of you take this tour. I think it will be impactful for you. It will help you with your decision making. And if you don't want to, and you want to go by car, go by car. And if you don't want to, and you don't want to do it at all, you want to look at pictures they've taken, do that. But George, I'm not going to beat you up, and I'm going to tell the public, this was no joyride. This was official county business to bring an elected official around, and I just didn't appreciate how that was coming off, like it was a joyride. That didn't happen at all. It was impactful, and if anybody wants to go on my Facebook and look at it, I posted it because I was able to show the devastation on the beach. I was able to look at those scrub jay areas that I've never been able to see over in Deltona that I mentioned. And I'm going to leave it alone, I guess, after this, unless someone else wants to talk about it. But again, I would highly, oh, and by the way, this wasn't with the sheriff's office. This was with our mosquito control. Okay? So, and by the way, it's a 6-seater. So, you know, if the attorney agrees with it, you could put however many you want in there. I don't know that I would recommend it because I hope nothing ever goes wrong with a flight, but, you know, I would say one elected official at a time in there. Personally, I would feel uncomfortable with someone else because if a helicopter did go down, you know, that's problematic for the county. Thanks.
Okay, David Santiago, remember you and I said 10 o'clock. Jake said 9:35. He's wrong.
We got to get this done in 7 minutes. I wasn't going to speak, but I support my colleague Troy doing the tour or whatever method it was, as I would support any of you guys. I mean, our decisions that we make are impactful across the county. And if you felt there was a tool that would help him make his decisions, I'd support you 100%, as I would any of the council members. So I just wanted to put that on my record.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually supposed to take it, and then Ben Bartlett said, no, you can't go. No, actually, I was there yesterday to do the tour, and the weather did not, and this is like the third attempt. The other two were my fault. So, and I did want to see my district, District 2. I have taken it, and thank you, Chief Etheridge, for accommodating me seeing it on the, because you have to see it, I think, at both levels. You really do. So, yeah, parasail. So, hopefully I'll still get the opportunity. Ben Bartlett. We'll see what happens. All right, so I did.
George Rechtenwald, just wrap this up.
And I do. Number one, I absolutely apologize. Mr. Kent is very correct. We offered all of you to do that, and I look at it like this. Exactly, it's very important for all of you to see it, and as a percentage of the hours that we fly and what we do, yes, if you tear it apart per hour, it's expensive to fly. But again, for what we're doing, and we're up there in mosquito control or with the sheriff's department, for that little bit of extra to have you guys be able to see there's a perspective when you see it from the air, how much we have, how much we've conserved, the part of the beach. It really can't be seen very well, and especially if you're not used to doing a lot of flying, I think it even gives you a little bit more of a perspective. And that, but again, I felt it was an acceptable expenditure, giving again, as a percentage of what we're flying, that makes sure our elected officials get a chance to look at it. I think is money well spent.
And George, you have two staff members who had headsets on, who had a map and talked the entire 2.5 hours. On your right, you're going to see this location. On the left, you're going to come up and see this preserve. They were so knowledgeable. Brad Burbaugh and the other gentleman, I apologize, his name escapes me, but I'm seeing they should be on that tour with everybody because they are an incredible asset with everything that they're going to see up there.
And with that, we are adjourned at 9:56.
Collect all the data you want, your personal information. Good night, Dave. And you can
What? Oh. No, no. I'm. If I put you on a committee,